Do you want me to use 2 mics or 1? You sure? Here, I'll put this other one over here for Clint, just right around the corner, just like that.
I already got one, I'm good.
You're gonna have to redo the facial recognition on my phone. but it's
Oh, he is here.
on.
Well, wait just a second then.
You can't recognize me if you things on my face.
Look, it's some of our favorite people, including an attorney.
Hey, Jace, I didn't see you behind me.
Do you need a pen? I got an extra.
I had one right in here.
Yeah, I got an extra. I think it writes.
Hey,
This variety. You can choose.
I'd like to welcome everybody out to our Harriman City Council work meeting for Wednesday, November 18th, 2020. We will begin tonight's meeting with a review of tonight's agenda. Any items that we need to make adjustments to? Seeing none, we will move on to future agenda items. Any items that the council would like to have added to a future agenda?
Mayor, I have one, I know we've spoke about this a few times, but about our flag lot ordinance. I've been approached again by another resident that is having some real issues making best use of the land based on the flag lot ordinance. And I would request that we take another look at that. I've visited with Michael today about it with some suggestions and things like that. And maybe we can come with a good, some good verbiage to try and take care of some of the infill that we have in our city.
Okay. Any other items? Okay, moving on, we'll move to item 1.3, leadership task list review. Do we have that we can put up on the screen? It's a great list. Glad the audience can see it. There we go. Thank you.
Okay.
So the first item is done, just in case anybody wanted to know.
Wait,
Car
when
drove us on a tour up there
oh,
a
I
couple weeks back. It was,
didn't know that, about that.
what's that?
Didn't know that. So you guys went to the Beef Hollow site?
Yeah, up in the back and around there.
Well, I kind of saw it because we flew over the top of it.
I do have a question, and I know it's probably on here somewhere as I'm looking for it. Do we have an expected date of receiving the general plan update? I mean, we keep talking about it. We've been working on it for 2 years now. Do we have an idea of when we're actually going to actually see a copy of the proposed general plan?
So I know Michael Malloy has been working with it through the Planning Commission. See if Blake has a date. He might have a magic date.
I can just restate kind of what Michael's been talking about. We talked yesterday about it. The consultant is preparing to have a document ready, I think, for the joint meeting, and I don't think we've received that document yet. So he was reaching out to the consultant to get it. And so that's our goal, is to have, I think, something ready to present to the council and the Planning Commission at the joint meeting.
So I know I personally have been waiting for that for 2 years. And so for me, I would really like to see some pressure put on that consultant to make sure that it's ready on time so that we can actually start reviewing it, not just talk about,
Yep.
the nebulous idea of what a general plan is anymore.
I
So-
think it was presented in the last council meeting, or not council, sorry, planning commission meeting. And I don't know, I didn't listen to that, I was out of town at the time, but it sounded like there was maybe not a lot of time contributed to it, from what I heard, by the planning commission. So I'll talk to Michael about it and we'll see about that, because I know other things are hinging on that plan, which include our master plan updates and our capital facility plan, or our impact fee studies, so.
I know when we were in the last joint meeting, I at least expressed that I want to have a physical plan that we can be showing the public by the end of the year. So that continues to, I want to continue to emphasize the importance of moving this forward.
Okay, we'll work with our planning department and get that pushed along, so,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Mayor, I'd just like to, we have on there the item, it's been on there for a little while. We kind of just haven't talked about it, but, which is the transportation funding priority letter to legislature. I know that since there was a few of us that had the opportunity to meet online with Representative Perucci the other day. She did specifically mention that they are looking at bonding again in this legislative session. Again, I think we approach this just as we talked before, and that is that this is just a standard request to each of our legislators in the area, and let them know of the issues, obviously, that continue to present themselves to us out in the southwest corner of the valley here as development continues, and we continue to push them to help fight for those transportation dollars for us. I know that in the other various meetings that I've been attending, the one thing that they've said, ahead of this legislative session is that there's not going to be any opportunity for us to be up at the Hill meeting with our legislators face to face. So it's imperative that we really take the initiative of, as members of the council and staff, to reach out to our legislators ahead of time to let them know what our priorities are as a city. And certainly transportation always rises to the top of the list for us. So this is one that I think we just do a standard form letter asking for support of the council to direct staff to get this prepared so that we can, again, just as a unified council, reach out and say that we are in support of obviously any transportation dollars they can get, especially under the at least plans for them to go out to bond once again. Tammy, do you have anything else to add on that?
Okay, can you hear me? So I do know that she also mentioned that currently, right now on the priority list, the closest thing that would even benefit Harriman at all is 90th South. 134th and Bangerter is significantly down the list, and so if we want to make that a priority, we really do need to put our efforts into talking with our legislators and seeing how we can get that to continually move up that list so that we can give a little bit of relief to members of our community and our neighboring communities on the west side.
In case I've forgotten, the southwest, well, whatever we're calling it now, the revamped, it's in my calendar as Southwest Transportation Analysis. We're having our next meeting this coming Monday, the 23rd, to talk about just those things, and collectively Southwest, what are the priorities to send up. So I might suggest you wait until after that to get collective buy-in from our sister cities and show a united front on the main issues. The core ones, I think I mentioned this last time we brought this up, is the state's remaining bonding capacity is right around $2 billion. In most of the conversations that I've been hearing, they're looking at maybe 1.5 at the most. To put this in perspective, just to finish Bangerter, the remaining overpasses, not counting the 3 that will be done this year, but the remaining ones after that, and just to connect the north and south frontage road of Mountain View, not the freeway in the middle, but just those 2 is $1.5 billion. Yep. So if the state's it's gonna be a statewide bond, yeah, those funds are gonna be harder to get, and we need to kind of pool our collective clout. to really zero in on some of these specific things that are going to benefit the whole area.
On that, what's the push from that group? Are they pushing for Mountain View, or are they pushing for these?
Well, that's the kind of the crux of this coming meeting. We had a meeting that I reported on about a month or so ago to revamp it. Had all of our state reps there, as well as the city's Wasatch Front Regional Council, et cetera. So revamping it to look at this area in particular with the idea of a potential bond. What are the priorities in this area?
And I'm fine, obviously, getting as much information prior to making a decision. I agree that as the Southwest Valley communities, we need to be really united in some of those things, even though we recognize that we ourselves have obviously needs that we would like to. But to your point, Jared, I think trying to move 13400 South and the Bangor interchange up that list of priorities is one of the main things that really benefits all of us out in the Southwest.
And having all six together on that versus all of us picking our little projects within our cities, especially where areas like St. George and they're all going to get some of that money. So it's not like that 1.5 is going to do everything we need it to. In those two major projects here, it's going to be split up across the state in major projects. So we're going to have to really kind of pool our resources to focus on a few key projects.
Yep. Any other items we want to talk about on this list? Okay. And we will move on to item 2.1, which is the 2021 legislative priorities. Tammy Moody.
Good transition.
I've asked for a better segue. Because obviously, it is time to prepare for the upcoming legislative session on both the state and federal levels. And what we want to do, of course, is set priorities to achieve the goals and objectives serving the interests of our Harriman community. And each year, there is a number of bills that impact local legislation. And so we want to make sure that we are working with our legislators and protecting the interests of our community. This year, as we mentioned, things will be conducted very differently during the session. We will not be able to attend live, and that definitely poses some challenges as we try to work with our legislators. Think of it this way: when they're in committees or on the floor, think of how many people are going to be trying to text them or email them their positions on items all at the same time. So that makes it more important than ever to make sure that we're meeting with them beforehand, before the session even starts, and giving them our list of priorities. I'm gonna cough or sneeze or something. Also of note is that this year we are supposed to once again expect a record number of bills. I think the list that I included in your packet was 406 bills. That's already grown, and it will just continue to grow. We see thousands of bills every year up on the Hill. And so this is a year that's supposed to set another record. And so it's definitely posing a lot of challenges for all cities, because we all want our voices heard. We want to work in the best interests of our community. But we really have to have those priorities set, and we have to have the documentation needed and the maps and everything included in our packet to make sure that our legislators get it in a timely manner so that they can best represent us. Do I have the clicker? I do. So in the past, we have scheduled meetings with our legislators in November, December, and sometimes the beginning of January. Obviously, with the pandemic, there are additional challenges in the event that they don't want to meet in person. So we are going to give them the option to meet live or to meet virtually. But it is something that we will want to get done as soon as possible. As noted, we have already met with Representative Perucci. She outlined some bills that she has that she would like everybody to take a look at. And then we gave her an idea of some of our legislative priorities, but did let her know that we do have this meeting tonight where we will set those a little bit more firmly so that we can send her that list and all of the backup to go with it so that she can work for our interests. So let's start off with our local legislative priorities. This list is just a draft. It was put together based off of conversations that have taken place over the last year in city council meetings, as well as on some of the committees that you sit on. And then, of course, looking at our past legislative priorities. So one of the first items obviously notes maintaining local controls. So our goal is to ensure that the importance of local government is understood as we work to serve in the best interests of our community. Nobody knows our community better than we do, and nobody represents our community better than our local leadership. So anytime that a bill pops up that may impact our community, we want to make sure that it's our local government that is addressing those issues and not the county or the state level. Then, of course, public safety. We've seen what's happened across the nation this year, and that has obviously put public safety right at the front of people's minds. We've heard a lot about reform. It looks like most of the bills so far are placing an emphasis on additional training, on interacting with mental health issues, and then, of course, working with canines. So we will continue to follow those bills. I think right now there's already, I think it's just under 50 bills that are dealing with public safety. And, you know, we see new bills being added every day, so.
Are there any so far that concern us regarding public safety?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are there any bills so far that we have concerns about regarding public safety? And this might be a question for
So
Lieutenant
Deputy
Stromberg.
Chief Stromberg sits on a lot of those committees, and they're actually still trying to work through a lot of those bills. In fact, I didn't even know you were in here. I was like, I hope he comes in.
I was downstairs.
Look at you.
As Tammy mentioned, just real quick, a lot of the things that are being focused on from a public safety, specifically from a law enforcement standpoint, this year have to do with police reform, mental health, use of force, some accountability things, and none of those things are bad. I think they're all good, productive discussions, and we're excited to be a part of that. I think the only thing that I would tell you at this point is that we haven't seen anything come out to this point yet that would give us any cause for concern. The overwhelming majority of the things that are being discussed are things that we already do. Chief Carr set us on a path 3 years ago of being very progressive and forward-thinking. And so a lot of the things that are being discussed specifically relative to use of force review and accountability are things that we already do. So we don't anticipate a lot of that, but we'll take it as it comes to make sure we keep you involved in those discussions.
Thank you, Deputy Chief.
Okay, and then of course, housing. Housing has been a staple in legislation for the last couple of years as they address affordable housing. We expect that that will continue. This year, they're going to mainly place a focus on making sure that cities are doing their part. Then, of course, we have economic development. The pandemic has definitely led to a lot of changes in economic development and in the way that business is being conducted. We are seeing a lot more people working from home, and in the discussions that we're sitting in, there has been, you know, a lot of conversation regarding the fact that, you know, the need for office buildings is reducing and the need for flex spaces is increasing. So that's something to consider as we look at all of the bills that will impact that. Then there's the revenue gaps that have been caused by the pandemic, and we'll look to see if there will be any additional programs or relief for those businesses that have suffered from some of those revenue gaps. The building department, and I don't know if any of you were able to go through that whole list of bills that I gave you, but there's several bills that impact the business that's conducted in our building department. And I gave you one of the bills, was it House Bill 374 from last year? That was the draft from last year, and it mainly involved, it added plan review and inspection tracking based off of the work from the league. They got that added into there. But if you look at it, if you looked at lines 263 through 274, we meet all of the requirements that are set in that section of the bill. But as this bill comes back, language will allow a contractor to opt out of plan review and inspections, which means we will no longer be able to collect the entire fee. And those contractors can hire their own plan review and inspectors, which definitely causes some concern for building officials. So we will definitely be keeping a close eye on that bill as it comes back. Additionally, SB 254 regarding local permitting. We just want to make sure that it includes the language to continue to exempt, by definition, building and land use permits. So I know that our building official is working through that and trying to advocate for keeping that language in there.
Do we have, just a quick question, and this might be a Chase question. Is there language in our building permit fee ordinance that would allow us to modify or change those building fees based on legislative changes like this?
I'm not sure the answer to that. I can find that out, though, pretty easily here.
Because they're gonna just gut that
Yeah.
from the permit fees. I think that's something we need to be prepared to make adjustments to.
Yeah.
So,
And then, as mentioned, there's a push from home builders to eliminate local design standards and development agreements. They feel that, their argument is that they are illegal. They would end the requirements at the minimum building code, which is simply just regulating the safety. So there is not a current bill sponsor for that bill, but we will continue to keep our eye on that as well.
So they're saying that development agreements which they entered into as a contract are not legal.
And a big focus of that is on the design standards.
I'm assuming, though, that the existing development agreements, they're completely fine with keeping, right? They wouldn't want to just throw those out, of course.
Well, that just simply doesn't make sense in agreements. An agreement is between one party and another, so they're saying that two parties can't agree to do something that they both want to do?
Well, I think they're saying that development agreements are being used to get around certain requirements.
Oh, really? Really?
Can you tell how we feel about that, Tammy?
Irony of that statement.
I would have never guessed our position on this.
And
Sure, if they want to get
why
rid
are
of,
people not going to be able to actually be there to speak against these things? Interesting.
and if they want to get rid of development agreements, they can get rid of every single development agreement they have, and we can start over.
We'll start over. Sounds like
Start
you're
over. I'm good with that, with our current safety standards. Yes.
Okay, number 6 is educational facilities, obviously with the college campus located here in Harriman. Last year, that was put on a priority for funding. And so we wanted to make sure that because of the pandemic, that did not change. In speaking with Representative Perucci, she feels like that should just stay the same. Once they pick things back up, that should still be right in the same spot that it was in, but we will continue to advocate for the campus.
What spot was that in when they approved it?
It was going to be funded. It
gonna
was
be
in the
funded.
top 3.
So it's top, okay, so we just want to make sure it doesn't drop out of that.
And then, of course, infrastructure, that's something that we are always looking for legislation on, just to support the growth that we have out here. Obviously, we would always like to have infrastructure before the growth. And then, of course, some of the things that are included in that are, we want to see if there's any options for fiber optics or 5G that the legislature would put in place because of the pandemic and how more and more people are working remotely. So, and then water and wastewater, those are pretty standard as well. We deal with those issues every year. I don't know, where'd Justin go? I don't know if you have anything that you want to add to that. I know that you sit on some of those committees. Yep, there you go.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. As far as the House Bill 40, that one was discussed last year. They're just, that one they put kind of some studies in place for other cities to try and figure out good ways to try and accommodate tracking water loss. The secondary water metering isn't a huge concern. We already meter, but the one thing that has been tried to get pushed in the past is mandating if you have access, you have to use it, which is something we have not pushed. And then water infrastructure, obviously, we're always interested in any funding that can go towards that, so.
Okay, and then we have our transportation and transit. If you looked at that priority, or well, the list of bills, there were several in that list that deal with transportation and transit. And as noted, the closest thing right now that is a priority is 90th South. So I think each of you will want to determine what the priorities are right here in Harriman, and then that way we can take that to our legislators, and Councilman Henderson can take that to the Southwest group so that our community's interests are being expressed. And then, of course,
Tammy,
trails. Oh,
When
yep.
you say 90th South, you're talking about the east-west 90th
Yes.
South connection.
And then trails, parks, and recreation. So COVID has led to an increase in use in trails, parks, recreation. And so we are just working with groups and continuing to advocate for more funding to go into those programs to enhance what we already have and, of course, expand on what we have, because we do have a lot of people using our parks and trails. So next, we have our proposed federal legislation items. A lot of these are items that we continue to work on every year. ACUB and REPI, transit and transportation, those are probably key. We're always looking for grant funding opportunities, especially to help our community college. Trails funding continues. They see that as a multimodal transportation on the federal level, so oftentimes they have additional programs that you can apply for trails. Secondary water, we continue our efforts to look at expanding our system to reach more of our residents and exploring additional conservation methods such as scalping plants. And then contaminated soils. And this is something that we have been working on for years, and we will continue to work on so that we can mitigate some of our contaminated soils issues in Harriman. Our biggest issues that we run into are based off of the consent decree and our OU designation. And so we continue to work through those, and we chip away at it each year and make a little bit of progress. And hopefully one day we'll run into some funding that we'll qualify for so that it can help us mitigate those issues.
So I know that number 2 on there, we put the red line extension out for years and years and years. And is it worth, I mean, yeah, we should always mention it, but are we going to actually push that at all this year with the fact that, I mean, unless we see, when we were out talking to the Department of Transit, basically, we're just waiting on the state to decide they want to do it. And once we get the state to convince, then we'll see some movement there. But until that happens, we're not going to have any effect at the federal level getting funds for that.
Right, so we do continue to make note of it on the federal level because they do let the state level know what our concerns are and what we're pushing for and why we have this need. And our federal lobbyist is really good at staying on top of that.
She is.
So it's still important to make sure that she's having a voice back there for us on this issue. But you're right, once it gets to the state, we have to
Nice.
work through them, through Wasatch Front, through UDOT in order to be able to make that go anywhere, so.
Okay.
I actually have the same follow-up question with C, the transportation funding on a federal level. I mean, all these meetings that have been a part of this last couple of years, they said, I mean, it's difficult for the state to get anything from the federal level. What are we trying to do from a Harriman point of view on the federal level for transportation funding?
So really what they do is when we let them know, so as long as we are fixing a problem that doesn't just resolve an issue for our city, if it's something that's universal that helps neighboring cities, then the federal level pushes that information when they're giving money, when they're awarding money to the state. And they give such parameters as they want that funding to go to projects that serve more than just one community. And so if we can show them how our projects serve more than one area, that's where it makes the difference.
Which they all do. Every single one of the projects we focus on serve all of the residents
Serves
of our
everyone else. Well, and that's kind of my next kind of follow-up question. In all these conversations that I've been having, I mean, where this memo specifically references Olympia Hills, really all the data, everything shows that the pressure is east-west, right? And so the crux of the conversation that we're going to be having is not just, yeah, Mountain View and Bangor help, right? Any traffic that goes east-west that you pull off to continue their travel, that helps a ton. We've seen that with some of the data from the Bangor overpasses that have been done, but we also need an east-west expressway, right? There's only two ways in and out of our city, and they're starting to see those numbers pile up even with reduced numbers with COVID. So part of what, and I really just want to maybe discuss with council for a second, whether it's at the federal level or local level, I think that's where we'll have the most effect is if, I think we kind of have to lead the charge for that. The reason 90th South is in such bad shape, they did, I don't know if you guys are fully aware of this, I know I mentioned it a few times, but they did their study back in 2008 that said at that time they needed to make 90th South an east-west expressway, right? By the land before it's all developed. Well, guess what? Now it's all developed, and now it costs 4 times as much, and most people don't want it there. Well, like, we're in that same position. If we don't get others to pool with us on corridor preservation funds and designate something as an east-west expressway, it's not going to happen.
What,
So
I know our partner communities have feelings about where those should go. Has there become a consensus yet of where, I mean, we don't care. We want it regardless of where it goes.
where the conversation's revolved around is, it's interesting, is that the ones that are built out don't want it in their city anymore because their residents don't want to get kicked out of their houses, right? They don't want to go through that because that's what will happen. We're seeing that with Bangor. So in each one of those, I've raised my hand and said, have it go through our city. I don't care where. Make it 126 that's in my backyard. Make it 134th. Just pick one. Let's designate it and start, preserving that right of way. So I look back to you guys and tell me if there's any different feedback, but whether it's local level or federal level, that's a problem, not just for us, but compounding into Riverton, into Bluffdale, into Lehigh even. So
maybe, maybe as we're looking towards this over the next couple of months, maybe our focus as a city and as a community is, let's nail something down. Let's try to start really pressuring everyone to say, where is it going to be? No longer, everyone agrees. We finally got everybody on board. Everyone agrees there has to be one. Like,
let's pick a location, agree on that.
Now it's okay. Location. Where is it going? Like, no more of this. Oh, well, we need to have one. We all know we need to have one. Where is it going?
Because I don't know about you guys, but it was really frustrating to me in that WFRC call we had a week or so ago, was all that was mentioned about east-west was doing 90th South with flex lanes. That was it. Like, are you kidding me? That might help a little bit, but that's nowhere near a solution. So
Because they don't have anything else designated on a transportation.
they don't. Yeah, they don't want it. They don't want it. They just don't want to do it.
I have a question too about.
It's too late.
When
They're so far behind.
we're talking about these things, and then we're talking about this red line extension, we're talking about all these things, it seems like some of these projects are in competition with each other. Sure. And I think it would behoove us to really get on the same page with our neighboring communities about what those priorities really are, so that we don't have somebody pitching a red line extension and somebody pitching an east-west freeway and somebody pitching Mountain View corridor and somebody pitching a new, freeway interchange and somebody pitching bus routes and,
Well, that was my comment earlier.
we need a cohesive message that's really saying, if you have money, do this first, and then this second, and then this third, and let's really nail
It's kind of why I waited till this point in the conversation, right? Is that I have the meeting coming up Monday. We have legislative session. I personally need some direction from the council going into that meeting, and subsequent conversations are going to be had after that. I'm already getting emails from some of the mayors from the other cities. We need to talk about this, that, and the other. But Mountain View, Bangor have to get fixed, and yeah, that helps. But the talk of adding U-111 as a priority over east-west doesn't make any sense. I mean, adding another north-south isn't going to help as much as finishing those two first for everything that's here and an east-west.
Right.
And that's the preliminary conversations I've had. There seems to be kind of genuine agreement on that. The one thing that has to be nailed down is for an east-west, what's the preferred route? What does everybody agree on? And then we can go after it.
I'm happy to have it on 134th or 126th.
It goes on 126, and they do up over to Tooele, then it's straight through east-west all the way, right? So 126 makes most sense for like decades out.
That's a really good
Because if,
point.
at some point, which I would assume at some point, there'll be some connectivity up over into Tooele, so it would be kind of a straight shot. It seems like that would be the best location for it.
And engineering wise, and Blake and whoever can jump in, what some of the UDOT people brought up is that they like that idea better than farther south, because then there's more room to do merging, right? As you approach, as Mountain View approaches Bangor and so forth. So that, I would think that makes the most sense, but unless anybody here disagrees, I think it'll affect us and obviously Riverton the most, but us more.
Do we know what Riverton's feeling are on 126?
I can't speak for them, but again, preliminary discussions, they'd prefer it on 126 rather than 134th because of their Mountain View
126 it
thing,
is.
right?
Yeah, 126 is such a major corridor through there anyway. Makes most sense.
I think this body would be happy with either one, but I think if we could get an agreement with the communities, a sister community on 126, I think that would have more power and we would be supportive of that.
Well, and just to, kind of where I'm going with this is, in case anybody isn't fully aware, what's going on in Bluffdale right now, right? With Porter Rockwell being connected through the freeway. We all participated in basically allocating right-of-way funds to them to be able to do that because it benefits us all. And now this is an opportunity for that to swing back this way.
Well, Bluffdale basically got the final piece of the right-of-way money funded through the corridor preservation just last week. So it's, you know, they're working on the bridge. The last piece that they had was basically on the east of the Jordan River, but west of the freeway, where it'll tie in up there. And they came in with 4 parcels that they wanted all funded, but because of other projects that were on there, basically they got 3 of the 4 funded. And some of that funding even had to extend beyond what was currently allocated, clear up to the first of the new year in order to do that. But
And
they
it
have
took
that-
all of us, all of the other surrounding cities agreeing to, let's put the funds
That
there.
is done now. They have all of those pieces, with the exception of one of those corner parcels up there. But again, I think that long-term, they've been able to secure, obviously, what they need to make that connection now through Porter Rockwell.
It'll be a benefit to us clearly, you know, just to be able to, another shot to the freeway, to have that connectivity.
Well, it'll benefit everyone. I
Yeah.
mean, I spoke with Mayor Staggs again this morning, and every time we talk, he I wouldn't say complained, but razzes me about all of the Harriman people driving on the Riverton roads, et cetera. So it benefits every.
Yep, and we spend money in their, we spend money in their
Benefits-
shops.
Benefits
so-
everyone, but I can't tell you how often Mayor Timothy stands up and thanks everyone for supporting them and getting that done, and they look forward to supporting, you know, the rest of us, so.
We look forward to that. Okay, 126 it is. Jared's in charge.
I'll make it my mission.
Sorry, Tammy, we totally cut you off.
No,
Let's-
that's what this
let's
is for.
Go back.
That's exactly what this is for. And another reason why we give all of these transportation projects to our federal legislation is because the more projects and the more need that we can show there exists in Utah, the better opportunity that we have for funds to come to Utah. Because we compete with every state in the nation. And so with the amount of growth that we have here, we're consistently wanting to show why there's a need for federal dollars to come to this state. So, okay, and then our next couple of slides, they just show additional items that we will focus on as they emerge throughout the session. These are things that we have heard will be up and coming. So annexation, and it's basically just modifications of the process. As we mentioned before, affordable housing, design standards and development agreements. We mentioned the opt-out legislation, accessory dwelling units and short-term rentals. And that's just, it's a push to eliminate the local restrictions and impose increased construction requirements. And then zoning reform. This is a trend of areas around the country are reducing or eliminating single-family zoning. We hope that this is something that our legislation would not consider.
What's the thought behind removing it?
It has.
Or is it developer driven?
Didn't you know that single-family homes are racist?
I'm not going to comment on that.
It's posed under the guise that there is a housing crisis in America. So
crisis is they're not building enough single-family homes. That's the problem.
So, and then gravel pits, which we've mentioned in previous meetings, it's, should
Aggressive
they
grading.
be regulated? And, obviously we have an interest in that. Code enforcement, this is just the eliminating the anonymous neighbor complaints. Local referendums, just in regards to expediting that process. And then we are going to watch for CRA legislation because we have heard some information about that and we want to watch for that. And then, of course, I sent you all the PID bill. Currently, it's just renumbering. So we will continue to watch, though, and see if any additional bills show up. We did hear that a PID bill was brought forth to the league. It was rejected because it was reducing local control. So currently, there is no bill of that sort, but it doesn't mean that something couldn't pop up before the session, so we will continue to watch for that.
Can we go back to the code enforcement? Sorry, go back.
Yep.
Bringing it into anonymous neighbor complaints, do we have a position on that, or are we just watching that?
Well, so Chase actually best explained this when we were talking about this one, because it has to do with how it can stand up in court if you don't know who the complainant is. So I don't know if you want to touch on that.
Yeah, essentially the issue you have is a witness, right? If you have someone who's putting their name to a complaint, regardless of the severity of it, you have someone that you can refer to if the enforcement measures do rise to the level of criminal enforcement, right? Information would be filed in court for violation of one of our city ordinances. If the city or someone working for the city has not observed that complaint individually, and all we have is an anonymous complaint, then our enforcement methods stop at a certain point, right? Because we do not have that witness to be a voice of observing that complaint. And that's not the case with every complaint.
I mean,
that
we can
deal
go
with.
see if the weeds are 5 feet tall.
Right,
Yeah.
you can, that's easy, right? But there are others.
Noise particularly is-
Fireworks,
yeah.
noise, things like that you would need a witness in certain circumstances.
So do we have a stance on that, or are we just watching it?
That's up to you.
I mean, I'm happy just letting it lie and let's see what happens, we don't necessarily need to be the point of the spear on that one.
Yeah, and we'll just keep you updated on the progress of all of these. And then, of course, during the session, like in the past, you'll probably receive texts, emails, just especially if there's a decision that they're getting ready to make and we want to know all of your positions.
Lo-
So just
Local
watch for those.
referendums, what does it mean by expediting the process?
So they're looking at ways to make the process go through quicker and smoother. I don't have all of the information on that. It was just briefly touched on. And I need to go through and look at the entire bill.
So that one, when I hear expediting the process, what I hear is making it so short that it's hard for communities to come together and file a referendum. And that's what I hear when I see that. I think that there is value, having seen the referendums go through our community multiple times. I think there's value in them. I also understand why certain organizations might be frustrated with them, but at the same time, expediting the process to me, if it's truly expediting the process of let's make it easier for everyone to actually do what we're trying to do, great. If it's let's make it more difficult for residents to actually file a referendum, that to me is a problem.
Mayor, I think we've talked about this one at the league, and I believe that this one actually refers to the timeframe, not in the filing, but in the actual, basically vote. Making it wait to the general election, those types of things, because it can delay these development processes so long. So I don't think it's in terms of, obviously we'll have to watch the language as it continues, but I think the premise behind it isn't about the opportunity for filing a referendum. It's
How long we have before?
it's the process after that.
So my only concern on that one would be then at that point would be if we have to hold a special election and pay for it as a community because somebody filed a referendum, that to me is a concern that we would need to have. I would just want to make sure that that's being considered through that process of, okay, well, we want to move that up. Okay, well, now we have to spend an extra $60,000 because 5 people decided they didn't like something.
Yeah, there tends to be oftentimes legislation that mandates things with no way to pay for it.
And that would be my bigger concern. If it's truly just moving it up so that it's effective, great. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. It's more of a, okay, now it's another unfunded mandate where we have to pay the taxpayer bill, or the taxpayers are paying a bill for 5 people who are upset over something that 90% of people have no problem with. That's where my biggest concern would be on that.
I'd heard the same as Clint, that it's more, okay, after they've filed and gotten their signatures,
through the
then try to
signature
speed it
process.
up. But I agree with Sherry and David that there's a reason that it's the general election, right? And if they were that concerned about it, then maybe they should have worked with the community better,
Yep.
Well,
right?
and this
That-
and this body, not when we were here, but this body I know has gone through that and had to deal with that and lost essentially that.
And that's, in that case, really the 2 developers, that's all they were concerned about, is how long would they have to wait, right?
So I don't know. I have some. I would like to watch it closely, and I'd like to be informed on.
There isn't an open bill on that one yet, is it? Is there? It's just, they're just talking about it.
If it comes up, please.
Because referendums come up every single year.
Yeah, of course they do. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, is there any amendment that you'd like to make to either of these lists? I know that, especially on the federal level, I mean, they've kind of already started working issues, and so I know that they would like to hear from us as soon as possible. And then, of course, we don't have a lot of time to.
Personally, I
get
have more
meetings
feedback for you in a week or so.
The only thing I didn't see on there, can we go back to the federal on the transportation?
The federal?
You there, yeah. Specifically, as we're talking about this stuff and transportation funding, I think it's important for us to continue to push Mountain View Corridor, and specifically the construction through to Utah County and not even the whole width, just the frontage lanes. Through to, because I think once that gets finally, because if I'm understanding correctly, that's still unfunded, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So getting that funded, even if it takes a federal grant or something, because it does help all of our communities, and it is a major transportation, it's going to be a major transportation artery that we already know is happening on Redwood Road, and the sooner we get that funded, the better off everybody's going to be. I wouldn't say that takes priority over an east-west necessarily, but I would like to make sure that we're emphasizing that particular portion as well, because it's still unfunded, even though it's really designed to help the 2 largest counties in the state, connect, and we can't seem for some reason to get funding for that stretch. So
And Tammy, this is not necessarily a list of, an order of priorities, it's just
No.
the issues,
It's
right?
just
Yeah,
the
okay.
priorities, yeah.
On the federal level, they all go to different
Places.
departments, and so she just pulls and sends to the
our
appropriate.
lobbyist is great. She does a great job. Please express our gratitude.
I'll just say in general, Tammy, I think again, the major topics are spot on. I think that they're where we need to be focusing our attention, and know that we will have additional, like is on your watch list, basically, additional bills that will come up that fall under those major categories as they're broken down, so that they will still fall within the priorities that we've set. But, and again, that's going to be very fluid and changing as we get closer to the session and then involved in the session. But generally speaking, like I say, I think that the major, as you have them broken down here, these 11 major priorities, and you could even probably go into 10, it really kind of combining trails, parks, and recreation into one there. But I think that these are the major things that we have to be focused on, and all the nuances that come with those.
I would also like to see this set up, the same priorities, set up to have a conversation with our new county council members. I know that some of them have already reached out, but I think it would be helpful, especially with there being some turnover on the county council this election season, that we sit down with them and explain our concerns and have that conversation, but focused on a county type conversation, when they're rip-roaring and ready to go and all excited about their new opportunities to make some changes. And so I think this was an important year to make sure that we have those conversations with all of the members, not just the new ones.
Okay, and then of course, once you guys kind of establish your transportation goals, I've got 126th on here, but then as there are others added, as you meet with the Southwest group, then we'll make sure that we kind of add those down on that list too, so that they have the detail to support what we're asking for. So other than that, is there anything else?
That transportation information will be important, for myself as well, to be able to take both back to, really to 3 groups, well, majority 2 groups, Transcom as a subgroup of WFRC, and being able to communicate that there. And again, there's other members in the Southwest that sit on WFRC, but as far as Transcom goes, I believe I'm the major one in the southwest corner of the valley that sits on that committee to be able to report back. So again, as you guys have your conversations in your various other groups and things, again, the better we can do in coordinating that unified message back in each of those other ones, the better off we'll be moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
We can keep talking at you if you want. We can keep talking at you if you
Oh,
want.
yeah.
Tammy, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And this is probably one of the most important times of the year to make sure that that we're paying attention to the changes. And so we appreciate all the work that you and staff and Wendy and the rest of staff do to make this as smooth as possible for us. So thank you. We will be moving on to item 2.1, which is a discussion of an acceleration lane at the intersection of Mountain View Corridor and Rosecrest Road. Jonathan Bowers.
Good evening, Council. I'll be brief. Jonathan's going to help me with a quick exhibit here. What we're looking for, engineering department's requesting a letter of support from the City Council, and I'll give a description about that.
Sorry, who's requesting that?
The engineering department.
Okay.
Well, I should say, and I'll give some background to what that is. So a while back, UDOT approved a handful of projects along the Mountain View corridor that would enhance public safety. And this is one of these projects, an acceleration lane coming onto Mountain View corridor off of Rosecrest Road, obviously this northbound lane. Now, UDOT, about a year ago, and preparing for this, and we somewhat sympathize, unfortunately, to this issue. They went to bid on the project, and the project came back at a cost significantly higher than they anticipated. So it was outside of the budget. And so what they decided to do was to go to Wasatch Front Regional Council to apply for some funding. And so as part of that, they need just a letter of support from Harriman City. Harriman City is not obligated to provide additional funds at this point. They're asking for a letter of support to be attached to the application that's pretty soon.
Okay, done.
Okay. Now, Jackie was smart, and she's like, Jonathan, you didn't give any verbiage on a letter for council to take a look at. And I don't know if you guys had a chance to take a look at that or not, but that was sent off today. Anyway, the thought was staff could prepare that letter, and then city council would then sign off on that. So the thought is the question to council, is that okay? Sounds like we're good there. Jackie, they already get a chance to take a look at that? Okay.
As long as WFRC doesn't count that against Harriman for other projects, right? Because that's kind of what they do.
That's true.
Yeah, and I don't have any thoughts to that, and I
just threw you a curveball.
Well, I think, again, provides me an opportunity as sitting on that board to be able to try and advocate against that happening. Again, they try and, to that point, I think they obviously recognize that there's needs all over, and they try and be fair in their disbursement and recommendations of projects. But again, I could certainly advocate that this is a needed safety feature and has been for some time based on the level of activity in terms of accidents and those things that we've had at that intersection.
Yeah, absolutely. Agreed.
But I'm supportive.
Okay, great. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan.
I am not going to move.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just reading the letter. Give us just a second. Let's let all the council members actually read it real quick.
Yeah.
Having read the letter, does anybody have any concerns with that letter?
No, the only concern, if you are concerned about them kind of saying, well, we gave you this, kind of
Yeah.
that thing, is instead of saying our residents, you can
Just,
say
yeah, I would just,
benefit to the whole
to the region.
region or something like that, just so it doesn't narrow it down to our you added both parts, but eliminate the our residents and just leave the
Yeah,
region.
I know what she's talking about, Jackie. I'm taking a look at the letter here. I think I understand what she's talking about.
Just, then that way it doesn't pinpoint kind of Harriman.
And when the time comes and they have the columns lined up and say, here's the projects awarded, and that's in Harriman's column.
Yeah.
Clint's gonna remind them that that's in UDOT's column.
Yeah, the only other thing that I'd like to add to this letter is just making sure that we're supporting UDOT in their request. That it's not our request, that this is UDOT's request, and we are happy to support UDOT in their request. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
That way it's
absolutely,
very
yeah.
clear that we are
Yeah.
supporting UDOT.
Yep.
But other than that, I think we are in principle all in agreement and we'd be happy to have this. So,
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
you're welcome.
All right, we will move on to discussion, Juniper Crest Road crosswalk discussion. Jonathan,
All righty. Quick
this
little
is
back.
a very wide road, by the way.
It is a very wide road. A little while back, we received a request via email to Councilmember Shields with regards to a crosswalk somewhere along Juniper Crest, but so it's east of that bridge over what we call the Juniper Canyon. But what we decided to do is kind of step back and take a look at crosswalks in general along this stretch of Juniper Crest. Thought it would be useful to kind of give some background, some history, kind of seeing everything that's involved with Juniper Crest in general. So maybe just to get started off, and I guess the background is as well that we receive multiple requests on crosswalks for Juniper Crest. And so what I thought we'd do is just kind of touch base and start at the beginning here. So Juniper Crest is essentially broken down into two different types of sections. You've got an arterial section and a major collector. Now, although the right-of-ways are the same, and sorry, it's delineated, you can see by the colors. Blue is the arterial section, and the orange is the major collector. The biggest difference is your asphalt width, right? So the blue section, that's 86 feet of asphalt. And I'm gonna talk why that's important, but that's 5 lanes, and then the major collector is 3 lanes. And we have 2 existing ones. One's Rosecrest it's a signal off of Rosecrest Road, as well as Patriot Ridge, which is an uncontrolled intersection, which that's an honorable mention, and we'll talk about that one for just a little bit.
Yeah, that's the one that I have the most concern about, and personally, so, because the elevation change on that particular one is the one that is what causes such concern on that.
Right. And maybe before we get to that, if that's okay.
Oh, it's right there. Look at you. You're ahead.
Hey,
of
look
me.
at that. I teed you up for it. So there's some improvements that we've been kind of taking a look at for just a little while, and we're going to talk about that. And again, as you know, there's one there. And then there's 3 other ones, usual suspects on the locations, potentially 4 additional crosswalks.
Just before you get going too far, I'm going to look over at our police department, and we might have some questions about safe walking routes in this area. So if you guys need to look anything up, now would be a time to look that up. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you bet. So safe. So maybe what I'll do, I'll jump in here just a little bit about a little background on this. The improvements that we have proposed and looked at least in this area, is a refuge island at this spot. Again, this is the 5 lane, right? And Mayor, you pointed it out, there's a little bit of a There's a ridge there, so there's a site distance issue.
It's a substantial elevation change from one block up and one block down.
Correct.
We're talking maybe 100 feet, it feels like.
And, right, and so there's a site distance issue, and so what we've talked about is having the refuge island in addition to RRFB flashing beacons. And then we would essentially raise those beacons up a ways to kind of somewhat overcome the site distance issue we have with that.
Sorry, I keep interrupting you, I apologize.
You're all right.
RRFB, those are the same ones that are right outside of Silvercrest?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. As well as restriping that intersection, right? So there's some addition, with coming with this refuge island and the island, there's some need for some restriping and trimming, some trees. There's some obstructions as well. We have applied for funding, Wasatch Front Regional Council for TAP funding at the cost somewhere around $100,000. It is not eligible for roadway impacts. However, we have, right, we've kind of taken a look at this one for a little bit, and has been proposed to be on our general fund capital list years prior. Now, we'll continue. We do not know yet on that application for funding. Obviously, we'll do our best to apprise council that when we know.
If we were to do this and then get the funding after the fact, would we be able to accept that funding after the fact, or are we kind of, once we do it, we're stuck?
That's a really good question. Could I defer to someone who knows and is smarter than me on that?
Sure. Who is smarter than you? Because there's not very many people that are smarter than you.
Well, whoever wants to be smarter than me, go ahead.
Certainly not smarter, but I may have done this before. We'd have to go through, and TAP funding has certain requirements. So we'd probably have to go through and make sure we do the environmental and all that work. So you'd spend probably a little bit more money up front, and then if you never got the funding, you'd done all this extra work that you didn't have to do. So probably, 20% increased cost or so, maybe 30, maybe 30% increased cost. So you could end up spending more of the, general fund dollars that you wouldn't have to spend otherwise if you didn't get selected for the project. So that'd be my thought on that question.
So do we have a pulled out view of this where we can see the schools that are nearby?
Like a vicinity map?
Yes,
Oh,
like a
man.
vicinity map.
I
It's
got
almost
caught.
like
No, I don't have it on this one, but I can go back just a little bit.
Oh, you're killing me, Small.
I know. Hey, they called me that in high school. Okay, so here's probably the best I got.
Okay, so this is, yeah, so let's be clear here. We're looking at Providence High, Providence Middle School, and Providence Elementary School. And the walking distance in this area of those that go to that school, every day I watch dozens and dozens of kids walk down Mount Ogden Peak on the other side of that intersection, having to have crossed that basically unprotected intersection. And so we know for a fact this is a very well-used intersection. Do we have safe walking routes for those schools, or are those separate since they are? I'm looking at our police department.
Sending them down to the crosswalk at.
Do you mind coming talking to us about the safe walking routes on this? I can
answer that one too.
Oh, well, fine. I love seeing our
mean the
police
ones that
officers up
change
here.
your-
It'll be
Stinking
better,
ear.
but we do have a safe walk route there and crossing guards at that location. But
We like the police because they're not only smarter, but they're better looking too, right?
Come on up, Cody. So Cody, as you know, just left this position where he managed a large amount of our safe walking routes, so I'll let him talk on it. But yes, this has been a conversation for a long time in this area, right? And it is a road, as our engineering department tells us, that meets the standards, but it's a difficult road, right? It has turns, it's a wide road, it causes a lot of concerns, and we've had these conversations about the refuge and those kind of things that I've at least been involved with for years, right? Prior to my position as the chief here, we've had those when I was the deputy chief. So Cody probably would be best to talk about it. And I think, Mayor, what you're asking is, the kids that are on the opposite side of the street, do we have a safe way to get them here across that road?
Is there somebody there at that specific crosswalk actually cross them across the street?
Yeah.
Okay. Have we had any reports from that particular individual that we have issues at that?
Yes, we have.
And there's a lot of patrol there too. I take
What's
my
that?
granddaughter there. There's always police officers up there making sure people are.
Not always, but they're certainly up there a
often.
lot. Yeah, the traffic unit makes this.
So we are spending a substantial amount of time and money to make that safe but through enforcement when maybe some engineering might help that problem.
Yes, right. It's our typical solution for most things. Enforcement's very easy and, to be honest with you, relatively cheap. Engineering's super expensive.
But enforcement seems to go on forever.
It does, and we've had an officer there for as long as I can remember. We try to. They're not there every day, but we do try to have them there because it's an enforcement issue, right? It's a wide road. We have a lot of speeding. We've had our crossing guard there nearly struck, and I'm not saying that flip it, but I'm telling you that we've had reports of them nearly being struck, and it was witnessed by other people and reported. Right? So it's certainly that is an intersection that needs some engineering.
Thank you.
We have gone through, we have gone through the gamut on enforcement options over the last several years, even with our previous law enforcement service provider. But the reality is that this is kind of a unique animal because of the nature of charter schools in and of themselves and the lack of busing. A lot of times when we have problematic intersections like this, and Blake and Jonathan and Bryce and Marcus and I kind of put our heads together and figure out what's the best thing to do, sometimes a boundary realignment helps us out with the district schools in some of these major intersections. You'll notice we don't have any safe walking routes along 13400 South because we intentionally asked the district to draw the boundary down there so we didn't have to cross kids across that major road. So there are options that are not available to us right now because of the nature of the charter school and the location. But we've run the gamut on enforcement to the point where even the school cop who's assigned to Providence Hall actually does a lot of monitoring of this crosswalk as part of his daily activities because it has been such a problematic issue.
We're pulling him away from interacting with the youth, which is where he should be.
Yeah, well, and it's a safety issue that's directly related to the school, so we would see that as part of his duties anyway, right? But the fact of the matter is it's an issue that certainly needs to be looked at. And as we've gone through some of the speeding enforcement in particular, it's not necessarily like a lot of other areas where people are just flippantly disregarding the speed limit. There are some legitimate engineering concerns that Jonathan has talked about with sight distance and with the length of the crossing and whatnot. And so as we've talked about that over the years and we've tried several different enforcement type solutions, we've tried some education with both drivers and the kids that are walking, and we're to a point now where collectively as we've discussed this, that it's really time for us to invest some engineering money to make this a safer crossing. So that's kind of where we're at.
Thank you.
And we do have a traffic increase with while we have a lot of walkers that can attend there, we also have kids going to these charter schools from all over the county and sometimes other counties, right? So we do have a lot of vehicular traffic that's pertinent to the school itself that come into the area. So if I had to add anything, the charter schools, especially this many in that small of a location, bring a lot of traffic and a lot of walkers, and we all know that isn't a good mix. So it's certainly a complex issue here that we've dealt with for 10 years, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Deputy Chief. Appreciate it. Sorry.
Oh, it's good. Good discussion.
So if you don't mind, I'll maybe skip ahead a little bit and ask you a question on related to the funding, right? So if that's the recommendation is to do the things that you just said to the tune of around $100,000, which I'm sorry I have to say it every time this comes up, it drives me crazy that the cities have to pay for this stuff when we have no say in where these schools go. But I do have to mention I had a good conversation with Darrell Robinson 2 weeks ago where he brought that up because he's heard that I have an issue with this, and he wanted to know who to talk to at Harriman ahead of their what do they call it, their boundary adjustment coming up. And I said, every time you guys change that boundary, we have to change safe walking around. It costs us money we have to pay for the crossing guards. We have to pay to stripe. We have to pay to put in sidewalks. I mean, it's not a little bit of money. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. So you have in the notes here in the memo that applying for these grants could pay for 100% of it. However, those funds, if we get those, they wouldn't be available till later. So my question is, if we apply for those, do we have to wait to get awarded, or can we build it and then they award it and refund ourselves?
That's correct. We would have to, and Alan could say this probably a lot better than I would, but the procedure on that is we front the cost and then we get reimbursed by these funds.
So then the next question is, how likely do you guys think it is we would qualify for either or both of these?
But it's the same issue though, right? It's if we get those, we have to meet their engineering standards, which is about 20 to 30% higher than if we just do it ourselves, right? So instead of 100, it might be 120, 130.
Yes, that's correct. Now, I sorry.
Which is kind of the question is so what's the likelihood that we would get that? Is it worth paying that?
I don't have a good pulse on that, to be very honest with you. I'm not sure what our batting average is on receiving those. Blake, you went away. I have my security blanket.
I think he ran away.
I don't know the answer to that. It depends on the projects that every other city applies for and how everything balances out. I've been through a handful of those meetings where they're evaluating them, and there might be one really good project and one dog of a project, and you never know what's going to come.
Kind of depends on the year.
applications. So it just depends. So I think you might get it, you might not. I don't know the answer to that right now.
I'd be curious to know our batting average.
Thanks, Blake. Any other thoughts on this one, by chance?
So are you asking right now for a nod from us on this?
No, right now, what I'm doing, I'm just simply apprising you of the issue.
When will you be coming and asking for a nod on this one?
Funding, our budgets are coming up, and we'll be bringing that to you.
So that's June before we approve all of that on budgets?
Right, but so Alan will give us a schedule on how we approach the funding of these projects. You'll see us well in advance to that.
Okay, because I'm kind of getting the feeling that we all have, inclinations to see this happen one way or another.
Right.
My concern is if we waited until June, that it wouldn't be ready for the next school year, and I would not want to wait for a full another year to have that happen. But we're not quite there yet, so.
Correct.
And I don't want to bring this conversation to a premature close, nor do I want to extend it too long, but part of this presentation was also crosswalks further down Juniper Crest.
Go ahead.
And we hadn't really had a talk about those, so I want to make sure that we at least highlight those issues down there before we move on.
I think that's additional cost.
I'm sure it is.
So, and again, I made mention to this at Ambermont and River Chase. Here at this location, we've received additional requests for a crosswalk at this location, and we have not approved this. When I say we, I'm talking about the traffic committee. And we met our last time on this in January. And the reason to not install it, at least at this time, was what we would need to have is something similar to what we're requesting for on Mount Ogden Peak, right? Very similar. The speed of vehicles, it's a wide, uncontrolled crossing, limited visibility, right? So we would just need to mitigate those if we were to do that.
Are we seeing the same number of children crossing there? Or is that just, we have a few and so the request is there because it's similar issues?
No, so that's a good question. So our traffic engineer lead and I have had this conversation a little bit. I have not sat and watched this, and the nature typically of these requests is from residents within the
An immediate vicinity?
Yeah, it's
Convenience.
yes.
Convenience.
Yep, and they're trying to cross, and they're more recreational in nature, can I say?
There's a walking trail access right there by the bridge, and so there.
Correct. There is under the bridge.
Yeah,
Yep.
there is.
Yep, good point. But they are, so I would say it's probably not necessarily school-oriented.
Okay, I agree. So I have less concern on that one since
I can
my
go back, you bet.
concern is obviously the children.
What was that, Mayor? I didn't catch that.
I say obviously my first concern would be with the school children.
Oh, correct,
And then
sorry.
we'd move, then we'd move on to something like this, but the other is more concerning to me.
Okay, all right. All right, now moving on to the East End, to Councilmember Schultz's point, there are some other areas of what drove the reason for us to talk about this tonight. As you can see on the south side of Juniper Crest, there is a development that doesn't really have a crosswalk to get across the street. The safe walk route is not necessarily required, at least for this location, but on so two areas here are Juniper Trail, Drive, which is the furthest to the west, and then the other was on Driftfield Way or Tilton Drive. Right now, there is not, but we anticipate on Juniper Trail a future traffic signal, and there will be a future road that will connect into that. And at that time, it would be either controlled or it would be an intersection. It's not ideal to have a crosswalk at what we call the mid-block, right? We like to have an intersection. So right now, the preference would be at Tilton if we were to choose between one of the two. It provides it's a little more visibility, as well as we wouldn't be forcing them to walk along that area that does not have sidewalk on that south side.
All right, help me understand what you just said. You said that we're gonna have a signal at Juniper Crest, or Juniper Trail, which is the one that's connected to the future road, correct?
It's currently planned.
If-
When that happens, that's,
Why would we not put the crosswalk there if that's where we're eventually going to have a signalized intersection where they would have protected crossing?
correct. Yeah,
That the intent of where we would want it?
we would say, so typically what happens is you don't want to have the crosswalks closer than 600 feet.
Okay.
This one could be in both locations, right? We could have one here at the signalized intersection or at Driftfield Way in Tilton. But right now, if we're choosing between one of the two, the timing, right,
What is the specific need, right? Sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Just want to make sure, so putting in a crosswalk at that Tilton Deerfield connection wouldn't prohibit installing crosswalks at the Juniper Trail at a later time once that road connects and you put in the traffic lights and everything else, right?
yeah, I like the way you said it better.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Would not prevent.
It would not
Right, so,
prohibit.
so as far as right now, the priority would probably be looking at the Tilton Deerfield as an option,
Because
and then
eventually
doing the other one at another time when that comes up, so.
What is the need here? Why is there a need for crosswalk right now here?
Good question. So we see there are a handful of residents on that south side of Juniper Crest who right now do not have a crosswalk to get across the road currently.
Unless they wanted to walk all the way down to Patriot Ridge there.
Correct.
It's also a bus stop
Yeah,
right now.
right that
It's
corner is
currently
a bus stop right there.
Which corner?
On
Tilton.
Tilton.
Tilton Deerfield, yeah.
Oh, well, if there's a bus stop there, that changes the whole, okay. Yeah, all right, that makes
We
sense.
also just,
When you say bus stop, a
we've
school
done
bus?
some work along that road to try and help, weeds are out of control and all stuff, so that corner, actually, we had some gravel put in to try and make it not a mud pit for the kids, and so there's been a lot of attention given over here to try and make it safer for the children and a better.
So that's a school bus stop.
But I think that crosswalk is just a piece of that, so.
Simply striping costs, correct?
No. So that's a good question. Thank you. Now, to my last point, what we would say is the condition on this, when we were meeting as a traffic committee, is that we would recommend that the RRFB, those rapid flashing beacons, be installed at this location, at this crossing here at Tilton.
The cost.
So we estimate for the RRFBs, it'd be one on either side, it would be around $10,000, but then we would anticipate some additional striping and some incidental work to that, so we're thinking somewhere around $12,000.
So between the two projects, we're looking at roughly $112,000.
Right.
I don't have any problem with putting in at that. If we have a school bus stop there, that makes complete sense to
And
have a way for
that's a
them to get
specific
across.
issue that the neighborhood brought forth, which kind of prompted some of this communication anyway, was specifically, how do they get across the street, right?
No, that's a valid concern.
And so again, the intent here is to apprise the council. We're not looking for a motion or anything, we just trying to apprise everyone of the situation where we're at.
But for what it's worth, I would like to continue looking at options and funding and prioritizing both of those intersections there. I think they're important for safety and for accommodating the neighborhood.
Absolutely. And to that point, you will see something more for us as we get going along on budgeting, so.
Do you guys have any questions or concerns on these? So I think you have some fairly clear direction from us that those are the two items we'd like to see. My soapbox is always that our number one responsibility is public safety. And so for me, I want to see these sooner rather than later. If we're gonna, and definitely by the open of next school year so that they're in place.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, we are on to Public Safety, Public Works Building Discussion, Justin Edwards. How you doing?
Doing well, thanks. How are you, Mayor?
Good. Thank you for being here. I'm looking forward to this.
Well, good. Yeah, so we brought this forward today to give you an update based on the mayor's request from the last meeting. We're not quite complete with the studies yet, which is kind of the reason you haven't seen it, but we feel like we could give you an update now, and then there will be obviously future presentations as these are completed. But so as I said, this is just an update now. We're not really asking for really anything now. It'll just kind of be a prelude to a formal presentation that you'll see coming up here in the next couple months. One thing I'd like to start with is there's been a lot of work put into this, and the department heads have done a great job on being involved. There's been a lot of time and energy put into this on both the public safety and public works facility. So I just want to say thanks to them. They've done a great job. So here you're looking at kind of what the site plan of the future public safety building is looking like.
The current police parking?
Yes, so if you can see down kind of on the left bottom of the screen, you can see the existing city hall. You can kind of see the layout of what the site plan of this building could look like. There are a lot of challenges with this site that we've worked through. The HPD has been great, particularly Cody and Chief Carr, on working through these issues. They put a lot of time and effort into trying to understand how we can make this fit here. So this is what it is turning out to look like. It's an L-shaped building, as you can see. Main Street is kind of to the top left corner, and the intersection there. So moving forward, this is just a little bit of a summary. This kind of breaks down each of the components, okay? So I'm just trying to give you an idea of the amount of detail that's gone in. So this kind of gives a summary of kind of what needs are in the public safety building, and then kind of gives square footages. It gives a total number of employees we may have in an area or the needed square footage. Now, this is just a couple sheets of probably a 60-page document that kind of gives the outline for the programming of this building and the needs that we're going to have. So just want to kind of give you an idea of what the type of information we got through the programming phase.
It's underground parking.
Yes, and so as you can see here, we have the basement floor, and there's essentially 2 above ground and 1 below ground. As you can see, we have, and we can go into a little bit of detail here, but like I said, in the future, we'll have GSBS, who's the architect, come in and actually give a formal presentation. So just kind of want to give you an idea of what we're coming up with now. Has an underground parking for stalls for security reasons and also help with site limitations. The main floor has, at the current existing elevation, ground level, there's obviously an exercise room. There's briefing areas, patrol officers. This is where the public would come in and access the building. So there's a waiting and lobby area, media room, records, and those types of things that when the residents come in, that's what they typically access, is those types of, that type of information. The second level is more administrative function, and it kind of, you can kind of see there's a lot of office space in here to help with future detectives, give them areas, school resource officers, the administrative functions, and so on. And moving on to the public works facility. Now this one's not quite as far along. The public safety building started a few months ahead of this public works building, so we haven't got quite into the schematic design like we have of the public safety building, but it kind of gives you an idea of kind of the difference between programming. We're about at the end of the programming phase for the public works facility, so we haven't got into the schematic designs, which we kind of looked at with public safety. So this is kind of a general layout of what it could look like and is looking to be. And I think you're all kind of aware where this is. You have 129th South to the south of the property, 5600 West or Rosecrest Road to the east. So as you can see here, we have a lot of components. The main functions of the public work facility would be to the south of the property, and then we have some ancillary buildings that do with public works, and then also animal services to the south end, or the north end with a park. And right now, that field is sized for a rugby-sized field. Again, just another, an idea of kind of the amount of work that's went into this to identify our needs. And we have functions there, as you can see, animal services. There'll be another HPD function there. A lot of their evidence, special operations will be housed out of this area. And looking here, the next steps of this will be the public safety building. Like I said, the schematic design is fairly close to being complete. We're working on the design of the site plan. Like I said, there's some challenges with the site. Even though it seems fairly flat, there's about 8 feet of elevation drop from one side to the other. So trying to get that large of a building to fit on that area is a little bit difficult. With that schematic design, we'll also have some renderings that we'll be bringing to, you can actually see what the outside of the building looks like. And we've seen a couple of those. I wanted GSBS to be able to show those. That's their work, and so we'll be bringing those to you. But it actually does look really nice. We're also finalizing the cost model for that public safety building. And then on the public works facility, we're wrapping up the programming design and site layout. That kind of gives us the functionality of the property and how things function. As you know, our current public works yard is a little chaotic at times. And so we want to make sure this functions well. We're going to continue to progress and finalize the schematic design of the public works facility, and then continue to develop the cost model. Both of these will be brought to you probably in February time as we wrap this up. Towards the end of February is what GSBS and Layton are telling us that they could have this wrapped up by and be able to bring these to you.
So what I appreciate, this is fantastic. Thank you very much. We appreciate all the work that the staff has been doing. So one of my concerns, one of the reasons I asked this to come back is because, was it 2 years ago or 3 years ago that we basically put aside $500,000 to fund this? And we're to just the architectural plans, and now we've been...
Well, no, that wasn't it either. It was to buy the property. And that was it. It was buy the property. As is listed in the memo here, before any of us, including myself, were on board, they extended the contract of the architects from this building from, whenever that was signed in 2015 or whatever, because the bond that they did, they felt there was enough extra money to have them continue and do this pre-design work as part of that original contract. The money that we set aside was just to purchase the land.
Okay. Regardless, we've put some substantial money into this, and I'd like to see, one of the concerns that I think I've seen over the last couple of years is that particularly when we have consultants, it's on their timeline, and it's not on our timeline. Mm-hmm. And so what I would like to see on this, along with all of the other projects that we have consultants with, is that we start setting firm deadlines and getting agreements on what that deadline is, and then holding them to it. So that we don't continue in this path of, oh, well, we'll get it to you. Oh, well, we're working on it. Oh, well, we're working on it. We've been working on this for years and years, and we've known for years that this is something we need. And so I would like to see us get a firm commitment from the consultant here of when they can have it done, and then hold them to that, that's when we expect to be done. I'm not saying that we have to arbitrarily set that. I would just like to have that set and say, this is what we're expecting from you. This is the agreement. Please provide on that, so that we can have an expectation of when we can actually see this start coming out of the ground. For the public's, this is something that is still a ways away. This is not something that's coming tomorrow, but one of the things that eventually will have to come of this, if we want to do this, is obviously we'll have to bond for this. The state legislature requires that in order for us to do a large project, we're not allowed to save the money. We can't just save up a bunch of money and pay for it like we would like to. we can only have so much cash on hand. And so in order to do a project like this, we do have to go out for a bond to pay for it. So that's something that eventually will come. It's not today, it's not tomorrow, it's not even next week or next month, it's down the road. But that's something that, as we talk about this, I think it's important that we bring up on a regular basis that if this is something we do, this is something we will have to bond for.
That's actually all I'll say. I'm in no hurry. Take their time with the plans because this building's got to get paid for first.
Well, and that's a good segue, Mayor, into this last slide. Just want to give you kind of an idea on what these costs are coming in at. So you can just have an idea, and this will be more fine-tuned and brought to you with GSBS, but look, public safety buildings looking like somewhere around $20 million. Now, the public works facility, obviously the design isn't through to the same point as the public safety, so there's a range there, but that range is we're looking at different options and types of construction to say, okay, well, if we go this way, we can minimize some of the costs. If we go this other way, it might be more expensive, but there might be less maintenance in the long term. So this is kind of where we're coming out at for costs. I will say that GSBS and Layton, who are both providing us cost estimates, have said we can anticipate about a 4% per year compounded inflation rate, so for construction costs.
So, and I kind of have to disagree with Councilman Henderson here for a couple of reasons. I do think we need to do this sooner rather than later. One, because of this compounded, cost of inflation, but also because of the cost of interest right now. Interest rates are already going up after the election. I personally believe, and I'm not an expert by any means, but that they will continue to go up, which will make the ongoing cost of financing, which we are required to do, become more expensive. And so for me, doing it when interest rates are low seems to make more sense for our residents if it's something we have to do anyways. And it's my opinion that these buildings are something that we have to do eventually. Now, I'm just one of 5, and that's, like I said, way down the road. But I personally believe that we need to get on this sooner rather than later.
Justin, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I know one of the other things that we have to be looking at is a rebuild of the fire station here on Main Street. And I know previously there had been at least some initial looks at working with UFA through their Dark Horse program of, appropriate location of that fire station. And it seems to me at one point, I at least remember that this site, or at least a portion of this site, was also potentially considered as an appropriate location. Have you continued to work with UFA and to look at that and to determine whether or not we really think that this potentially is the right site for that, and how does that factor in now as we move forward through this project?
We have. Thanks, Councilmember Smith, for bringing that up. I overlooked that here. We have been working closely with UFA and Chief Whittison, actually, and as you can see here, that box that's kind of the transparent color there in the center, right by the S Road, is actually where we've put a potential site for the fire station. So we've worked with Chief Whittison fairly closely to make sure this site works for them. They've looked at their Dark Horse, and it seems to work quite well. We tried to give them good access so that they can come onto 5600 West and have access off from the backside so they can pull straight through the fire station. So there's been a fair amount of thought put into that.
Great, perfect.
Any other questions or concerns on these? Thank you, we appreciate it. If you would, or if somebody would please let us know when the expected next time to see it. I know we heard February, but if we could get an email on when we expect to actually have a deadline on that, so we can, thank you, appreciate it. It is 7:05, which means it is time for our next meeting. So I will accept a motion to temporarily adjourn our work meeting, take a short recess, and then go into our general meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will take a quick 5-minute recess. We will begin our work meeting at 7:10. Sorry, our regular meeting.
was gorgeous.
All right, thank you for waiting. We are slightly delayed, but we will go ahead and get started with our general city council meeting for Wednesday, November 18th, 2020. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led for us by Cody Crowell. If you come up to the podium, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We appreciate our community's participation in our meetings. We will move on to item 4.2, City Council comments and recognitions.
Have nothing right now.
Okay, if we have none, we will move on to item 5, which is our public comments section of our meeting. Audience members may bring any item to the City Council's attention. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes. State law prohibits the council from acting on items that do not appear on the agenda. Public comments for this meeting will also be conducted electronically. Any person interested in addressing the council may submit a comment by emailing recorder@harriman.org or by visiting harriman.org/agenda and minutes, where there will be a link to join the electronic meeting to submit a comment. Your statements will be read into the public record. At this time, I will open the public comment portion of our meeting. If you have a public comment, please come to the podium and state your name.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, just for a moment, I believe that there are residents here that want to speak about a specific item. I don't know whether they should make their comments now or if we want to hold open a portion of public comment for item
7.3?
not, where there?
7.3.
7.3, yeah. But I think if we're not going to have any comment during that, we should encourage them to make their
Encourage them
comments
now.
now. Yeah.
What
It
does,
is not on for a public hearing, but
does the council have any problems taking public comment at that time?
Nope.
Okay, we will hold that until that time. We will give an opportunity for public comment at that time. However, those same rules will apply, 2 minutes, so please be aware of that. All right, any other individuals that like to make comment other than for those who'd like to make comment on 7.3? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and turn to our recorder to see if we have any electronic. We have no electronic, so we will close the public, we will temporarily close the public comment portion of our meeting at this time. We move on to item 6, City Council Board and Committee reports.
I'll just report on the garbage board. We passed our budget on Monday night. We will be continuing the area cleanup program that we instituted this year to where you will reserve a dumpster and have it brought to your driveway. So that will be what we will do next year also. COVID kind of taught some good lessons. I think it actually is a cost savings to the district, and it seemed to be well liked by the public. All the response we're getting back was very positive as far as liking that program. So we're going to go ahead and continue that for another year and see how that goes. COVID is obviously beginning to impact the district a little bit more. The numbers have increased a little bit more as far as the drivers that are impacted and things like that. Not even necessarily drivers being sick themselves, but having to be in mandatory, gosh, I can't even think of the word now. We have to do it so often. Quarantine, there we go. But there's contingency plans for the garbage. If it got really bad, we would just not pick up the blue cans. We wouldn't pick up recycle so that the trash could continue to be collected. But we're a long ways away from that, so we don't anticipate having to do that. But there are plans in place if it happened to where we were short drivers, we could do that. But again, it's nothing that we anticipate having to do, but there are plans in place if we have to do that. So other than that, it seems to be moving along. I know I mentioned it to Clint earlier, but I know just so that the rest of you are aware that the district will be requesting another round of COVID reimbursements for the costs that, because they can't request it through the county, it has to come from the cities. And so we will be anticipating sending out another request for some reimbursements on some more costs from the impact through the CARES Act. And that's all.
My only concern on that is there, and this is for staff, is there a timeline on when that request would have to be to us and that we have to approve it in order for them to get that? I want to make sure that we're good partners there and that we don't miss out on that opportunity on their behalf because we don't have another meeting.
And I think the things that we discussed in the meetings was continued to be the November 30th deadline kind of thing. I know there is an individual on our board that is on the CARES panel or something, and he indicated that they anticipate there being an extension to that shortly. There's supposed to be another meeting quite soon, and they're thinking that there'll be an extension to that deadline. But if there's not, I believe it's still November 30th. Yep. And we had authorized our staff at the district to be able to request those funds based on information provided to us to the individual cities. So I would anticipate that will reach you before November 30th, but just be aware that that request will be coming.
Any other reports?
I've got a few. I'll try and be quick. I've got 4 boards to report on. The first one, Transcom, I won't belabor this. We've actually talked about transportation and some of the projects already tonight. I'll just tell you that we did an amendment, the first amendment to the 2021 to 2026 Transportation Improvement Plan. This is a plan that obviously looks out 5 years at a time, continues to advance, and really talks about some of the major projects, transportation projects throughout the state that Wasatch Front Regional Council has responsibility over. And the major amendments to that transportation improvement plan that were made just had to do with some additional funding for some of the major projects that are already underway, primarily Highway 89, that 8-mile stretch that goes from basically Fruit Heights up to the I-84 interchange there, and all the improvements. If you haven't been up through that area, be prepared. It's well under construction. That's about a 3-year build on that stretch that'll turn that into a highway going through there. And then there was some amendments also to now I forgot exactly what they call it, but it's really the environmental impact stuff that they're doing for the highway that's on the west side of Davis County. Sorry, it escapes me now, the actual name of that highway that they're putting in. What is that?
Legacy?
It's actually not Legacy, it's
Further north, huh?
I can't, anyways, everyone knows, it's out through, that will really open up the west side out between the current development of Layton and Syracuse in that area and the Utah Lake area. So again, as we continue to look at our own transportation needs and infrastructure things here, that'll be a body that obviously will continue to advocate for our own major projects as they come down the pike. Next, we had our Utah League of Cities and Towns board meeting on Monday of this week. And again, I won't belabor this one. The majority of that meeting was focused on the upcoming legislative session, the challenges that will be presented to us as communities and to the league in terms of advocating for cities up there, because really that won't be open to anybody except the legislators. My understanding is they're not even going to let their aides on the floor with them up there, so it'll be a very different. Again, we'll continue to monitor the legislative priorities that come out of the league in terms of watching out for cities' rights moving forward, and we'll continue to communicate that back to everybody. And of course, they've started up their LPC group now ahead of the legislative session. Next is the UTA Advisory Board. We held our quarterly meeting today, and that the main thing of interest, I think, that came out of that is they did an update on the microtransit program that is obviously taking place in our community. Those are the VIA vans that you see around. Obviously, the pandemic has had an impact on where we believed the program would have been if we hadn't been dealing with the pandemic. That being said, there's some really interesting statistics that have come out of the microtransit program. And rather than me trying to just briefly update you, myself and actually Mayor Walker from Draper, where that encompasses as well, has both asked that they put that together in a presentation and actually come out and present that to both of our councils.
Great.
So Carlton Christensen, who's our trustee up there, should be reaching out to staff here shortly to arrange a time to be on our agenda to come and present that updated information on the microtransit program, and then again what the future is for that day. Today is actually the year mark of when they launched that program. It's been extended now for another year, and again, I think that there's a lot of possibilities of how we can continue to grow the microtransit program outside of just our area because of the decreased costs and opening up transit options out there. Of course, they've seen a shift in how that was utilized pre-COVID to now. Really some interesting data, but I'll save that for the presentation when Carlton comes and presents that. For the next year, because I've been, was the second vice for this current year, the policy that's in place there is that the first vice will move up to the chair for next year, which is Karen Crompton. I will move into the first vice role, and then Mayor Julie Fulmer from Vineyard was nominated as the second vice for the next calendar year. So, and then if you hadn't heard, Kent Millington, who was one of the trustees, has retired now, and so they have, at this point, have, for lack of a better term, a trustee-elect, which is Jeff Acerson, who has served on the UTA Advisory Board for the last couple of years while I have been there. He has also been the mayor of Linden. So Jeff Acerson will now take on, once he's confirmed by the legislature, once the session gets going, that third trustee position and represent Utah and Tooele counties on that board. And lastly, just a reminder that for the South Valley Sewer Board, their budget hearing will be next Tuesday evening at 6 p.m. Again, there's no proposed increases to service fees for any of the residents, but again, their budget can be viewed online, and again, their public hearing will take place next Tuesday at 6 p.m. And that's the end of my report.
Fantastic. Any other reports?
I spoke about Southwest Mayor's Caucus and that stuff earlier. The only other one would be, for me, would be UFSA approved our separation agreement in their board meeting earlier this week, so we should be well on our way to making all that happen.
Nice.
Awesome. All right. We will move on from item 6 to item 7.1, discussion of the city manager recruitment options. Travis Dunn, our HR manager.
Thank you. I appreciate a few minutes tonight. I know it's not quite as exciting as the engineering stuff that's going on, but we appreciate a few minutes. So in the last city council meeting, we presented a few options for recruiting firms for a new city manager. And the direction given was that I think 2 were more viable options than some of the others. And direction was come back with some great questions about what those contracts might look like, the costs behind those, and what these 2 organizations might be able to provide. So Jonathan, I can get you to go one more slide. So these 2 contracts were added to your packet, but this slide is just a recap and maybe a summary of the comparison between these 2 recruiting firms. So number 1 is Robert Half, and Councilman Shields gave some great recommendations behind them, and I put here at the bottom some of the awards that they've won. You can see from Fortune and Forbes, they are a high-powered national recruiting firm that comes with great recommendations. Their contract has a couple highlights, including a position profile, which includes that job description that we talked about, maybe some interview questions, making sure that culturally we meet up with what we're looking for a city manager. They do help a lot with presenting applications and setting up appointments and coordinating schedules and all of that. They do reference checks as well. Take into account reference checks oftentimes in these recruiting firms are dates of employment and some of the more safer legal questions that come up. They don't dig deeply. They leave that to us if we want it. As we negotiated a little bit with them, they also wanted to match what Prince Perelson's able to do with a guarantee. So they gave us a 6-month guarantee That if we hire someone and that person decides to leave, or we choose that person is not a good fit for the city, they will provide a replacement search for us at no additional cost. So I thought that was a great guarantee and something that was brought up to see if they could match, and they were able to match that. So their fees are 30% of the base salary for the first year, plus they have $4,000 in administration costs. Normally, they're at a 33% fee with about $6,000 in administrative costs, so they actually came down to be a little bit more aggressive to win our business, right? The second group was Prince Perelson. They're a little bit more local, and their contract was set up maybe a little less broadly in the fact they went into some of the details about what they were able to provide, which I thought was good for them. But they wanted to make sure that we understood the alignment with culture, develop the description, present candidates, set up appointments and interview questions. But they laid these out really well in the contract, which I was impressed with. The reference checks, again, help with negotiations if we need to negotiate what the pay is going to be. And they even bumped up, usually they do a 6-month replacement guarantee, but they bumped that actually up to a year for a replacement search if the candidate doesn't work out for us. So I thought that was impressive of them as well to come to the table with a little bit more. Their fees, to be honest, comparably, they're really close to each other. They're both about that 30% fee, minus a few $1,000s for administration costs from Robert Half. But really, those are pretty minimal, I think, for what we're looking for. So my intent tonight, of course, is to receive further direction, any additional insight that we have from the council about these two firms, or if we want to start moving forward with any of these firms.
If I could just make one comment. Part of the reason I asked for us to continue this tonight was to get answers to a couple of those questions, which I think you did. That's great. And then secondly is, because Mayor and Jared were both absent from that meeting, I wanted to give them a chance to have some input on this before we made a final decision as well. So thanks for bringing this back to the council. I think this is good stuff.
I appreciate that consideration, Steve. Thank you. Steve, did you have, you mentioned something about Councilman Shields having some previous.
Just I've worked with Robert Half in the past, and they're an outstanding company.
As an employer looking to recruit, you've worked with them, or as being recruited by them?
Being recruited by them.
I think a lot of us kind of had our say last time, so Jared, I'd actually look for your input as well.
I don't know what you guys say. I have to lean towards Robert Half simply because of the national recognition experience. That's what we need at this point. I think we've looked at Prince Perelson before with another option, and
We never received a candidate with them.
No,
we never.
We've
had them
hired
pursue.
either.
we've looked at them before.
Yeah.
And I'm nothing really against them, and some of those things stand out.
Could I ask you a question? Last time you brought to us that you made a recommendation for Prince Perelson last time. After you've done review and you've got some of this new information, do you still have the same recommendation, or have you changed your mind, or?
I appreciate that. I was really impressed with Robert Half coming to the table and lowering their fees, to be honest. That put gave me a lot of trust in them to be able to work with us and be able to come to the table and be competitive with their competitors, right? Prince Perelson still brings a little bit more of, I think they'd spend a little bit more time on that personal touch. However, I still come back to, I think Robert Half has a better national feel, and they have better fingers in all the national databases that are out there for recruiting. So with these very similar price options, I think I might sway back the other direction. I think we might be a little bit safer to go with Robert Half and their credibility.
And I think, last time we discussed this, again, there were a few differences that may have, just as you put it, may have leaned us one way versus the other, and that was, one, the fees involved at the time, and at the time, there was only one that provided, at least initially, a guarantee.
Correct.
But now we have, again, some more competitive sharpening of the pencil there in terms of one over the other. So we're very close, other than, one has a little bit longer guarantee, but I think all of us would agree that we would never intend to have to get clear to a year mark to decide whether or not somebody was a fit for the organization. But again, there's obviously a guarantee with both, with a replacement search and very close in fees. And I had myself last time just said, based on the previous experience of screening some of these companies, as we look to use them for a different position within the city, how impressed I had been with the personal touch that you just mentioned of Prince Pearlson. And again, I think that they've demonstrated that again this time. But to your point, having seen, again, the work that's went in with Robert Half, and again, their recognition and their ability really to have a very comprehensive national search, I think it would be well worth us to consider them.
Yeah, my is the same as last time. I feel like either one of them are great companies, but my personal intent was to cast a very wide net, and I think that Robert Half has a better ability to cast a very wide net.
And I would just do that. I think, to reiterate last time, I didn't want to disagree with Travis's recommendation, and I think he had some good reasons for recommending Prince Pearlson. I asked some questions, he's answered, come back. I think Robert Half, not only, we were just asking about the guarantee, we didn't ask them to lower their fees, but the fact that they've offered to lower their fees as well as offering the guarantee, to me, that kind of seals it, that I would push for Robert Half combined with Travis's recommendation. I think that's kind of a no-brainer. I think that's the way
I
we
have
should
to
go.
admit, I did not go back and watch you guys' conversation there. I just based it on reading the packet and the
It was
two
exciting.
letters. And
Now I'm extremely disappointed, Joe.
It was an enthralling conversation.
Is there any further direction? Is this something we want to start moving forward on or more discussion?
I think we should start moving forward would be my inclination.
Just taking the wind out of my sails there. I was all excited to be like, what's our direction? And you jump, Are we good? I mean, I assume we have fairly clear direction. We're going to go with Robert Hale with at least 3. And
The only question I would ask, Mayor, is, I mean, I know you've been obviously doing things. Chase, have you really had a chance to obviously look
a
through
great
any of the
question.
paperwork that they've provided? And
I have. I've
do you have a
reviewed-
legal assessment of that?
I've reviewed both of the contracts from both Robert Half and Prince Pearlson, and they're both in order, and I would recommend that either one of those be approved based upon your direction. And procedurally, I would recommend actually that we move this to the consent agenda for the next meeting and simply just approve the contract based upon your direction here tonight at the consent, on the consent agenda for the next meeting.
any outright objections to Robert Half?
No.
Okay, in that case, you have your direction is to go with Robert Half. Please put that on the next consent agenda for the contract so that we can approve it and we can start moving forward on that.
Thank you.
Have any questions?
No.
Be sure you work, Travis.
Travis?
Go, Travis,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
All right, we will move.
Well, my apologies.
yeah,
That's even,
We can't move forward until we unlock Councilman Smith's
on
iPhone.
mute.
It was on mute. All right, 7.2, presentation of the water efficiency standards adjustment. Heidi, we love hearing from Heidi. She's fantastic.
All right. Are you ready to talk about water efficiency?
Boy, are we.
We are.
Okay. So this is just an update on what we've been doing and where we're at in our process. Let's see. I don't know how to
They
click.
fooled you, it doesn't work.
How do I click to the next one?
You look at Jonathan, you say, next slide.
Right arrow? Okay, great. All right. So we have worked with Chase and Jordan Valley, and we've created these documents that you can see up on the PowerPoint. And basically, they're implementing the water efficiency standards. They're amending Title 10, which is our landscape chapter. And if you have real specific questions about this, we'll ask Chase. But we have sent these over to Jordan Valley to review to make sure that we are implementing what they have intended. And Jordan Valley gave us the thumbs up. So that was good. You have 2 options, basically. You can approve the ordinance that's amending Title 10 and then formally adopt the water efficiency standards, or you cannot approve it. If you choose not to approve it, any water that we use over our contracted amount will be charged the Block 2 rate. So Justin helped create this before you, and this is an estimation of what we would use next year and the following year. And so you can see they're both above our contracted amount. Our contracted amount is about 3,000 acre feet. And so our potential impact would be close to the $2 million mark for both of those years. So our let's see. So we're presenting this to the Planning Commission tomorrow. And we started a public hearing, and hopefully we can close that public hearing tomorrow. And the Planning Commission will then make a recommendation to the City Council, and then we'll return to you guys on December 9th for your approval.
Heidi, did you have any people speak at the public hearing on the 5th?
Say that again?
Did you guys receive any comments at the public hearing on the 5th?
Well, the public hearing will officially, I guess, close tomorrow. I don't know if we've received any public comment yet.
Okay, thank you.
So then we are intending for there to be a 90-day grace period. So following the approval, we're hoping for a 90-day grace period where we can totally inform everybody about these new standards. This is just an image of what the local scape looks like, and it really impacts the residents, but it impacts the future residents. It'll impact our current residents if they choose to revamp their whole landscape or do a redo. Jordan Valley has a lot of programs and incentives and grants, and the state has grants that are available to help move in this direction. Do you guys have any questions?
So what's the likelihood of us actually getting those pretty pictures?
Getting the pretty pictures?
Well, so one of the things that we deal with a lot is we get told one thing and then we don't end up getting what we're told we're going to get.
Right.
Are we confident that that what we've put in place is going to actually produce these wonderful landscapes that we see before us?
No, it's a great question. And I've talked to Jordan Valley about that a little bit because I was concerned that, oh, these look great on paper, and then they're going to get installed, and no one knows how to maintain them, and it's just going to be a flop. What Jordan Valley is finding when they go back to review, and they go back, they often go back a year after to check it out, and they're finding great success. They're finding that these landscapes require less maintenance from the homeowner, and so they're able to, it's just a little bit of a different shift in how you maintain your landscape. But they are charting out that it actually requires less work on the homeowner's part to maintain it. And so therefore, when you have less requirement, you can add a little bit more quality. And they're finding that at the year mark and the 2-year mark, they look great, and they're filling in and they're looking good. And so they're really encouraged by that. I was really encouraged to hear that as well. So I think it's moving in a positive direction.
Fantastic. That's all I like to hear.
Okay. Is there anything else? Okay.
What do you eat for breakfast?
What do I eat for breakfast? Well, today I had a German pancake.
All right. I need to put that on the list, German
Yeah,
pancake.
I'll get you my recipe.
Okay.
Okay. All right, that's it then?
Do we have any questions for either Heidi or Chase?
Good job, Heidi.
I feel like I should just ask Chase a question just to try to put him to test here, but I don't have anything for you.
You know, I love to talk. So
I'm in favor of just keeping the meeting moving.
yeah, I'll say the changes to Title 10 that you'll see that Heidi mentioned will actually come more. We'll dive more into those next week after Planning Commission's had a hearing on that and they make a recommendation.
Thank you. So. Heidi, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming every time
You're
you come.
welcome.
So.
I will say, thanks for leading out on this too, to you and to Justin. I know Jordan Valley has been very appreciative of just working relationship with you guys and being able to, because again, this was the same kind of new waters for the district also. So it's been very nice to work with you guys and have you guys provide such great feedback. So thanks for all your efforts.
Yep, happy to.
Heidi, I think I went into the wrong career. I should have done what you did.
Okay.
It seems like more fun.
Thank you.
I think Heidi would make anything she's doing fun.
Yes,
has
she
a great
absolutely
energy and a
would.
great attitude. We appreciate her.
All right, we are going to go ahead and move on to 7.3. Once again, this is the item that we said we would continue the public comment for. So I'm going to read those rules again here real quick. Any audience members may bring any item to the City Council's attention. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes. State law prohibits the council from acting on items that do not appear on the agenda. Public comments for this meeting, or for this item, will also be conducted electronically. Any person interested in addressing the city council may submit a comment by emailing recorder@harriman.org or by visiting harriman.org/agenda and minutes, where there will be a link to join the electronic meeting to submit a comment. Your statement will then be read into the public record. As such, I will reopen the public comment for this item, which is once again a presentation of a rezoning request submitted by James Horsley, Riverside Development LLC, on behalf of Val Johnson, property owner, for 5 acres of property in the proposed Valhalla subdivision from FR 2.5 Forestry Recreation, 2.5 acre minimum, to a 0.50 agriculture, 0.50 acre minimum, located at approximately 6477 West Valhalla Circle. I will go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make a suggestion?
Sure.
I would suggest that we actually have staff do the presentation first, as it may answer some of the questions.
I think that is a great suggestion.
That some of those have here tonight, and rather than making a comment and then getting a question answered. So like I say, I would recommend we do the presentation first and then go to the public comment.
Does the council have any objection to that?
No, I was going to say the same thing.
Great. Michael, it is.
Thank you again. I'm aware that the council is familiar with this project. I'll be brief and be glad to answer any questions following this presentation. Also, if you want me to address any issues that come up through the public comment process, I'd be happy to do that as well, of course. As stated, this is a legislative request to rezone 5 acres of property. This property is a part of a larger subdivision application that the Planning Commission has pending. They had an initial hearing on the subdivision and the rezone. As stated in the staff report, the recommendation from the Planning Commission was to deny the rezone, which the final decision, of course, is the City Council's. The general plan is one of the standards that we review in making a recommendation on whether or not to support a rezone request. This is a copy of the current general plan. This particular property, and I'll show this in the next slide, it actually has 2 general plan designations. It's primarily open space, but there is a small portion that is low-density residential on the north edge. And you can see that a little bit better in this slide. Again, that yellow box with the red outline is the subject property. The zoning map shows the property is currently FR, which is a forest recreation zone, 2.5. So it's a single lot that is 2.5 acres minimum. That's the density in the 2.5. And then it also has this overlay of the hillside overlay, which is intended to preserve slopes that are above 30%. It still allows for development within the overlay. But again, it does have a number of restrictions that guide where that development can actually occur.
So that hillside overlay runs halfway through, like basically
Yes.
down the center?
Yes. And in general, when you look at the open space, how the open space is actually applied to the general plan, and then you compare it to where the overlay, the hillside overlay is applied, they're similar. They are not exact, but they generally are trying to follow each other, but they're not exact. And then this is a closer image of the rezone. Again, some of the edges of the property are the A.25, but there's a provision in the current ordinance that essentially says that the community development director, in these cases where it looks like the map doesn't quite line up with the property lines, we can interpret it that the zone does indeed go to the edge of the property. So we've been classifying it as FR 2.5 is the base zone with the hillside overlay.
And that's the interpretation of staff on
Right,
this?
right.
Thank you.
As mentioned, this property is part of a proposed subdivision. This was the subdivision plan that was shown to the Planning Commission when this project was tabled. This is just one half, the northern half of the project. The cul-de-sac on the right side of this image has already been constructed. It's the image on the left that is actually the northern half of the project. And then this is the upper portion or the southern portion of the project. Again,
you go
this was
back one slide
at the
for me?
time the Planning Commission had reviewed this. Now, as part of this conversation with the community, there was a concept of introducing a second cul-de-sac and essentially not having these two halves of the project connect. And you'll see that in this next image. Now, this was not the plan that was shown to the Planning Commission. Apparently, this was a plan that was discussed with the public, but ultimately, when the developer came to the Planning Commission, this was not the project that was shown. Now, it's my understanding that at the last community meeting that was held, where the rezone was specifically discussed, I believe this plan was presented and talked about. So that, I believe the neighborhood has seen this plan. And in general, I've been hearing this seems to be the plan that the community is favorable. You know, those or at least who are interested in potentially supporting or encouraging the city to look at a possible subdivision development, something like this. I'm not saying exactly. We still have to do, final engineering on this plan. We still need to do a final calculation on the actual density. We're waiting to see what the outcome of the rezone is tonight. So this is just a concept.
So just to make clear, the actual piece of property that we are currently discussing is that bottom right-hand
Right.
corner that
Yeah,
has the
and
house
you
on
can-
it.
right,
That's the
exactly.
only piece of property that's considered in this rezone. Okay.
Right, that is correct.
Everything else is A25.
Yes, yes. And as I mentioned, the Planning Commission did vote 6-0 to deny the zoning amendment. Their primary concern was they believe that there should be a zone in between the FR 2.5 and A.25. They seem to say that maybe an A1 zone would be better suited for this property. And in general, the public comments from the residents at the public hearing were saying that they would simply prefer to keep the FR 2.5 zoning in place. Any questions on this information tonight? Or at this point in time, like I said, I'd be happy to answer questions
So
if you'd
on
like.
the forestry recreation FR zone, they can still build on that FR zone?
You can, you can.
They just have to be.
It has a lot of restrictions, but it is still possible if you meet those standards.
There is no density transfer in that zone, if I remember correctly.
There isn't. The general plan encouraged the city to create some type of transfer development right tool. We haven't done it to date. It was an option or a policy that was recommended or encouraged.
If I remember
But it's-
correctly, last time we talked, or this body, I wasn't part of it at the time, had that conversation, they intentionally added the language that there would be no density transfer in these forest recreation areas. There was a whole big thing about it, and so the body at the time had made it very clear that the intent was for this specific type, the FR zones, there would be no density transfers. You couldn't cluster basically at all. So that's where do we have the wording on that ordinance on the FR by chance? Because I'm just looking, as we're looking at it and as we're talking about it, the last time I remember seeing an FR was back when they were looking at possibly bringing in High Country, and that was a very large discussion.
I'd have to locate that. Yeah, I'll do some research on that.
So this is a 5-acre piece, but, so could they get 2 homes on there, or with the setbacks and everything, with 2.5, would they not be?
We
able to?
haven't done the analysis on that to see if, given the slopes of the property and the other development restrictions, whether or not they could have to. Obviously, there's one home on the property right now.
And that's proposed to stay on the.
Go back,
Right,
can we
that
go
would
back a
stay.
slide?
Yes.
Picture. Yeah.
So Michael, I have a few questions, if I might, because I want to be really clear on a couple things. So with the FR 2.5 zone, they would not be able to have lots 9, 10, and 11 and keep the other property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
They
Okay.
would get one extra lot.
Potentially.
If it was, they might have maybe one extra, okay. If it was A1, would they be able to have those 3 additional lots, but they would all be 1-acre lots, and they'd have these kind of, the way they're laid out, these, I'm gonna use a word, kind of funky boundaries to get to the 1-acre size, right?
I would presume, I mean, without doing further analysis, I would say that's probably correct.
A1.
Yeah.
At A.25, what is the difference that the developer's hoping to get by going to A25 that they don't get with the A1 that the Planning Commission has recommended?
So again, the 8.25 does have a density bonus opportunity. The baseline zone is 1.8 units per acre. So even that is less than, it's less than 2, obviously. And we're talking about a lot that would be larger potentially than a half acre even, right? Then you can, if you qualify for certain additional features or density bonuses, you can go up to 2.5 maximum. So it's a range of 1.8 to 2.5.
Isn't the request here to go to 8.5 though?
It is 8.5, correct, 8.5.
So those things that we just talked about at the 8.25 would not apply?
Not
On
to this
these-
property without considering additional, changing the zoning
Correct.
request to, right.
So going to A.5, does that provide density bonuses that
No.
would affect the rest of the property?
Yeah, that is only for the 8.25 designation.
So I guess I want to be clear, what is it that the developer is asking for at the A.5 that they can't get with the A1 that the Planning Commission has recommended? I'm trying to figure out why is the developer asking for the half acre or the 0.5 versus the 1.0, and what is it that they're hoping to achieve?
And I apologize, maybe I misspoke, Councilmember Shields. So the 8.5 is a half acre minimum.
Okay.
And you had asked the question, could they have potentially this layout, the existing home and 3 additional lots if it were rezoned? I think you asked A1.
Or A1, sorry.
And I said yes. The 8.5, I guess potentially they could have, maybe they could even get a 4th or 5th. I mean, I don't know. We'd have to look and see
The
how it
developer
lays
said he
out.
doesn't want that. He just wants these 3 lots, but I'm just trying to figure
Right.
out, I want to understand what the pluses and the minuses would be for the landowner here in making a change to A1 versus making a change to A.5, and if there would be some detriment to their plans or to the developer, to the landowner, by not making the change to A.5 versus A1. I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out is, if A1's good enough, why are we trying to go to A5?
And I would certainly, I could address that in the next presentation. We could do the research and give you that option. I apologize, without looking at the engineering details of the specifications, I'm not sure.
The reason I asked that question is, with a 6-0 vote from the Planning Commission, I'm really reluctant to go against that without some kind of specific reason why it needs to happen. I mean, if they recommend A1 and A1 is good enough and it'll get them the 3 lots and it's okay, I'm not sure why we need to go to A.5, and I'd like to understand the reason for that specific request.
Is it because his application was for an 8.5, and that's why it comes before us for an A5?
Well, the application was for 8.5. Another thing, and I didn't mention this earlier, the open space designation, as I mentioned, it does allow for potential development, like the FR zone does as well. The language of the open space, the general plan language for open space, it just simply describes as large lots. And I guess, and it doesn't really say what do we mean by large lots. Is that 2 acres, 5 acres, 1 acre, half acre? My guess is that there's just this feeling that if we have a larger, an A1 zone, that seems to be more in the spirit of the open space designation. I think if you look at the open space general plan language and you compare it with the FR 2.5 language, those seem to match up really well. When you look at where the open space designation is applied to the general plan, you will see it encompass primarily the FR 2.5 zone, but it does clip in A1 zones, 8.5 zones, 8.25 zones. So you have little edges that aren't the FR 2.5, but primarily the FR 2.5 is what was used for the open space designation. We don't have a table in either the zoning ordinance or the general plan that says if you designate this general plan type, it means these land use designations or zoning types. We don't really have a hard,
Is that
kind
something
of,
we need to add?
we could. It's something I have seen other cities do.
You just gave yourself a project.
And then, Michael, does the
Yeah.
30% overlay zone apply whether it's FR 2.5 or A1 or A.5? Does it still
Yes.
restrict building on that 30%?
Yes, the request was to amend the base zone. The hillside overlay will still apply either way.
So help me understand what exactly the hillside overlay does then in this situation. It prevents them from building in the overlay zone, period?
Anything
or-
No,
30%.
no, it just has additional restrictions as to how you develop with steep slope conditions.
And we would require all on the entire property, not just because we're interpreting it as that encompasses that entire piece, correct?
Well, the base zone, we have said, we're extending that to the property lines. There is also language in the zoning tool that talks about if you're aligning a zoning designation like along natural features, a canal, a waterway. And I think in this application, we were thinking kind of where we were aligning the overlay was specifically along these steeper conditions.
So I think I'm ready to hear from the public on this one. I would like to.
One minute, please. I have another comment. I think Sherry brought up a good point, and I want to make sure I understood you right, Sherry. You made a comment about the application that was submitted. And correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but the planning commission can only consider, they only have the purview to consider the application in front of them.
Right.
Whereas we, as the legislative body, can make alternate determinations or recommendations, do that. But to your point, I think that going back to at least our recommendation and then their reasoning given, they really had no other choice based on their reasons, but to consider the 8.5 application that was in front of them.
So
Is
they
that what you were saying?
I think so, because they would have, obviously, if they thought it needed to be an A1, they would have had to vote no on the 8.5 because that was what was presented. Is that correct?
Would that be accurate,
Correct.
Michael?
Now, as you know, this is on for just a presentation tonight.
Yeah.
This is not on for any type of action. Typically, usually when this is scheduled for action, you'll have the opportunity to approve, deny, or even potentially modify or table for further study. In modifying it, typically what most procedurally, what is typically allowed is you could go from, let's say they were asking for well, in this case, they were asking for a half-acre rezone. It would be appropriate procedurally to consider an alternate zone of the A1. But if you were to change it to an 8.25, that's a higher density. That's more than what we had a public hearing on with the Planning Commission.
Right.
That would be my recommendation, that would be inappropriate.
Right.
If we wanted to consider that, I think we'd have to go back to the Planning Commission,
we
amend the
would wanna remand
application
it back
and change
and
that.
restart
Right.
that process.
But you could do an A1. I
Yes.
think that procedurally is appropriate.
I'm always learning stuff about the process. It's been several years now, but I just leaned over and asked Clinton, like, why are we getting a presentation on this in like the full council meeting? Usually once a planning commission gives a recommendation, then it is on for
We typically have a work session item and then a formal action.
We just usually do the work
As you saw, our agenda was very full tonight in the work session. And this has been a little bit more of a laborious process. As you know, we've had a lot of community meetings on this, and there's been some delays, and so we felt anxious to at least get this on your agenda tonight for potential action at your next meeting.
Satisfies that question enough. The other one would be procedurally, I guess, to follow up on Clinton and Sherry's line of questioning is, okay, so if it's, well, I have to agree with Steve. I mean, 6-0 from the Planning Commission holds a lot of weight, for a lot of reasons. Doesn't the applicant then have the option to go back and retool it before trying to bring it to us?
Absolutely. I mean, and I've seen that. I have seen councils table something and say, it's our recommendation that you back up. Possible the applicant may not want to do that. But
fair enough.
I don't want to misinterpret what the Planning Commission's recommendation was. So they voted 6-0 against rezoning at A.5.
5.
Yes.
But their recommendation was they wanted to see, they would have liked to have seen a buffer of A1 between the FR 2.5 going to A1, going to A.5 or A25, right?
To
Is
be
that correct?
clear and to be fair, and I apologize, that was a comment that was made following the motion. Certainly, there was not a motion taken or a vote taken on the A1 potential.
Is that,
No.
that's
It was a
unfair to
comment.
say they recommended an A1 versus the A.5?
That would probably be.
I would have to go back in the
I don't-
minutes
'cause
and
I
see.
don't wanna put words in their
Yeah,
mouth.
right,
That's a
right.
good call out.
Yeah, it was like I said, it was just a general comment, and at the time when the comment was made, I didn't hear anybody disagree on the planning commission
But it
with
wasn't,
that comment.
It wasn't.
wasn't a consensus. Okay, that's good to know.
And I think it's worthy just to call out as well that, again, the plan that's on the screen in front of us right now, even though it's been talked about and kind of presented, this was not the plan that was presented to planning commission either.
Right.
So.
And just to give voice to some action that's happened kind of behind the scenes through some neighborhood stuff is the general plan that you see right here has largely been endorsed by the neighborhood. They're largely in support. They do have some specific concerns about some drainage and some stuff like that I think needs to get worked out, some of the street slope and stuff. So there's some engineering to be done to make this plan work. So I want to say this is conceptually, but I think that the developer's done a really good job trying to listen to the neighborhood and come up with a reasonable concept here. So for what it's worth, I think this is pretty good concept from what it was originally developed at.
How do you access this house, right here?
So we had a conversation about that, whether that would be creating a flag lot or not. And I guess they put a knob on the end of that street, kind of right there with a little driveway into to Val Johnson's property there, and it wouldn't create a flag lot.
And that was an issue that we still needed to finalize, but yeah, it seems like there's a way, some way that we'll be able to get there, so.
To not create a flag lot and make sure it's okay. But the question for me remains, I want to try and figure out a way to make this make sense, right? And Val Johnson and the developer have some requests and some needs they want to have here, and I also want to respect the residents' concerns. I haven't heard many objections other than they really like to preserve the hillside and really want to keep that open space around the neighborhood, but
In all honesty, if we could, I would like to hear from the residents. We
yeah,
did
I
say
think that's
we said,
probably a
yeah.
good thing, but my question still remains, if A1 is a reasonable solution, and that was at least commented on by one of them, I'd like to make some information to see whether or not that's a reasonable compromise that both wouldn't harm the neighborhood's plans and their desires here, but also wouldn't be a detriment to the landowner and the developer. So,
So we
trying to
can
find a
cer-
win-win here.
We can certainly provide that analysis at the next meeting.
With that, I think it's appropriate at this point to go ahead and move that public comment that we did say we were going to hold open. So at this time, I will open the public comment. If you have public comment on this item, once again, you will be allowed 2 minutes. Please come up to the podium, state your name, and give us your comment, please.
Thank you for hearing from us. I'm Cody Crowell. I live on Psalm Way, just the street just directly north of this development. So I just want to talk about a few things. So as has been discussed, we've been actively engaged as a community in this, in discussions about this community since July. And I know we're not here to talk about the development, but it's kind of hard to talk about the rezone without the development just because they are so intertwined. And I just want to first start off by saying in the cameras, hey, we are super excited for these neighbors to be coming to our area. We know several of them. We are excited to implement them into our neighborhood and hope that they can add to and enhance what we have. We have never been against a development. I know that false narrative has been fed to some of these people who have purchased these lots. And so I just want to make it clear to them, because I know several of them are watching, that we are excited to have them and we want them as part of our neighborhood. And this alternate plan has been brought up, and I think we like this plan. We think it's a great plan. There are some issues that we do have, as has been brought up. We want to make sure there's adequate drainage. We want to make sure, and questions that I don't know are: is it okay to have the detention pond is just part of somebody's property and not an actual detention basin? I don't know these answers, and these are things that I think the neighborhood would like to know, as we don't want our street and our yards or anything to get flooded. And so, as far as the rezone goes, from my standpoint and from several of others that I'm speaking for who can't be here because of COVID concerns, apocalyptic concerns, all sorts of stuff, I can see the rezone as something that could happen, but I feel like it has to be part of a bigger picture. I don't feel like it's appropriate to have something going through when we aren't sure, is this appropriate, is this going to be approved, is this not going to be approved? I feel like there needs to be something that's part of a bigger picture, and then something that there is more to gain than lining somebody's pockets. So there's a benefit to the community, and maybe that benefit is a really nice development. Maybe that is the benefit. But I feel like that needs to be there, and I know my time's up. If I'm speaking for more people, don't I get 5 minutes?
We haven't done that for a while.
Okay, well, I would just like to, that's my suggestion would be, hey, I can see a rezone happening in the future, but we would like it to see part of something bigger, part of something greater. And so my suggestion would be actually to not vote on this tonight, to kind of table this.
Thank you, we appreciate that. This isn't actually an item for, for a vote tonight, so
Okay.
nothing will happen tonight anyway. So
Great,
thank you
so
for
that
your
last 30
comment.
seconds, can I have back since that was I'm just joking. No. So,
Come on,
but
you
yeah,
can't
I
let me
think
last.
that's what we want. We would like to see it kind of go back and make sure that it needs to
Thank
go
you.
through the planning
We
commission as
appreciate
part
your
of it.
comment. Your time has run out, so I'm going to ask you to sit down and allow other people to give their comment for us.
Okay,
This way.
will do.
Thank you.
And so, thank you for your time, and yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
My name is Rebecca Brinkerhoff. I live in a cul-de-sac directly north of this development. As Steve, or brother, Steve
I've been
Shields-
called lots worse. You
Yes,
can call me whatever.
has talked about one of our big concerns to me is retaining. As we're building into this mountainside, whether it's considering a rezone of 5 acres or 50 acres, I believe it's our responsibility to preserve and protect whatever potential growth might impact our already shrinking hillside. There are homes along this same hillside that have been built into such steep grades that the cut into the mountain and retaining needed for these homes is frankly insane. Protecting the natural and scenic resources of this area for the continued benefit of future generations should be the key in this consideration. Putting a 40-foot retaining wall does not reflect the natural setting and respect unique site constraints. I'm concerned specifically for lot number 10. The slope heat map that we were given, which is not in your guys' presentation, is what really concerns me. You have lot number 10 that is mostly being built on a 20 to 30% grade, but then even a greater than 30% slope directly where the house would pretty much end, which is going to be a massive retaining wall. The rezone is being also used to pad density, and that was one of the answers that I had in one of the questions that you guys had was why the 1 acre and why the 0.5 and not the 1. It's because he's using that to donate to Harriman City, at least that's what I understood and what I was told, to pad his density for the other part of the development in the subdivision. There's no benefit to us. Given if that's donated to Harriman City, there's no access to a trail, there's no benefit to us as citizens, rather than helping him pad his pocketbook and give him more homes. If this rezone is allowed, it could also be used as a precedent for other hillside development and rezone requests, continuing to build into our hillside. Ultimately, this rezone request does not conform with and goes against our general plan for our city, our ordinances, and our city code. I respectfully ask for you to deny this rezone request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Start the timer now. Good evening, my name is Mark Drew, 14237 Solemn Way, like many of the other residents here. We are not opposed, again, as Cody Carl mentioned, we are welcoming this project. There's just too many unanswered questions. Councilman Shields, you brought up a lot of things on mine, grading, zoning, drainage that have not been addressed. I will give the analogy of my child asking me something and I say no, and they go ask mom. The Planning Commission voted 6-0 unanimously against this rezoning, and now it's being presented to you, even though it's not being voted on tonight, to approve without any revisions, changes to what was presented, which makes absolutely no sense. We feel that and I will say that, I believe Mr. Horsley is really making some strides we're trending in the right direction, I think. Just too many unanswered things. And as Ms. Brinkerhoff just mentioned as well, by rezoning, the way it is now, it will open the door to other people wanting rezoning for personal, potential financial gains versus the gestalt, the meaningful whole of bringing a value to the whole project city versus, hey, I can make more money by changing this zoning. So I ask you guys to obviously take the recommendations of the Planning Commission until changes are made that address everyone's concerns. And with that, I have 32 seconds left and I'm done. Thank you very much.
You sure? You can just sit there and yap at us.
Any good recipes to share?
There's some German pancakes discussed
Yes,
earlier that we
German pancakes.
We got a good recipe for that.
Artisans Market's coming up, so don't miss that.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Curtis Brinkerhoff, 14332 Napa Ridge Cove. You met my wife a few minutes ago. She's much better than I am. I just wanted to stand and just encourage the city council to consider how you evaluate the density points that are given. This development, zoning, all those things combined, when you look at it holistically, is the concern that I have for our community. Val Johnson's 3 pieces of property, if you look at what the zoning request is, if you look at the graded slope and you put the building footprint, which we've asked to see repeatedly, it's not been presented yet, that causes a concern for the slope. In addition to that, on his property, those 3 lots are not going to the developer, they're staying with Val Johnson, that's the intent. There's another property that they're taking an acre and subdividing that's also staying with the owner, but they're using those in their calculations to get higher density in other areas in the surrounding properties to increase that density beyond the 0.25. And I believe that that is a manipulation of what the code was intended to do, and I think that our council needs to highly consider that. In the open space plan, in the larger master plan, and in several city council meetings, you guys have talked about how paying a fee in lieu of has hurt our community, and that's also in the developer's proposal for this development in conjunction with those additional density points that he's claiming that I believe need to all be considered together because they're a detriment to our community. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Backstory, I'm Val Johnson's stepson, Doug Phillips. Those lots that are being donated back to Val are for myself and his nephew. Val is a 77-year-old man who's been battling cancer, and we're moving closer to help him. It's not to line anybody's pockets. Val's owned that property for 50 years. Most of you wouldn't even have a chance to live in Harriman had other people like him not sold and developed property. So it's easy to say it's all for money, but it's really, sorry, I'm getting emotional, but he's been dealing with it. My wife's an RN. We're his primary care. So it's important for us to move closer to him to be able to help take care of him. It really has nothing to do with James making more money. This is for Val and Val's family.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Hi, my name is Christine Krall. I live on Solemn Way. I just wanted to reiterate that I'll be blunt. Nobody else will be willing to say this, but this development has been a headache. We've been bullied. We've been blatantly lied to. And it's really frustrating to have this presentation brought to you without officially bringing you the changes to the development, which is a red flag to me. We've been told that this new plan will be changed a little bit, but that would be the main plan. But our experience has been that that's not true, and a lot of it is, sorry, I'm just rambling. I think a lot of it is a ploy to increase its density points. They've been trying to squeeze as many lots as they possibly can, If you don't believe that, just look at the previous plan. Super frustrating. We have nothing against the Johnson family. We welcome them. We're just concerned if it can be at a point, if it can be at a 1.0, then why isn't that being presented? It makes no sense to present a 0.5. Yeah, and that's all.
Thank you, appreciate it.
If I can just reiterate something as part
Real
of
quick,
this
hold
too.
on just a second.
Okay.
Is there any other comments at this time? Okay, with that, I will close the public comment portion of the meeting, and then I will turn the time over to you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, this is just a presentation of what went before the Planning Commission and bringing it to us to let us know kind of what happened, and that this will be on an agenda for us in the future for action. As Michael said, this would normally be a work meeting kind of topic, but the work meeting agenda was pretty full, so this got moved over into a general meeting agenda, and I think that's okay. But there isn't an action before us, so it's possible that when it does come before us for an action, it may not be a 0.5, it may be a 1.0. We don't know yet because we haven't been asked to take an action on something. So I think that's an important distinction here is our comments are kind of guessing a little bit. It also gives the developer some feedback of where our mindsets are that might encourage him or allow him to make some alterations before it does come to us for a final decision. All that being said, I really appreciate the comments from Val, your son-in-law. I'm sorry I didn't get your first name. Doug, thank you. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate you giving us some color on what's going on there, and it's definitely something we want to keep into consideration. There's the interests of all the parties involved here, including Val and honoring his property as well as all the surrounding neighbors. So I appreciate all the feedback, appreciate all the comments. I do want to make sure that we understand that this is also a rezoning issue, not necessarily all the other development issues, that there are being kind of bifurcated a little bit here. The comments I made earlier is, I think, something that we should consider, although I don't know that that's going to be an option for us, is how this decision does impact the rest of the development. We may be asked to make a decision one at a time, but I do want to fully understand what impacts it does have on the rest of the division. Are there density bonuses? Does that apply? How does that apply? I just want to make sure we understand all that.
And the problem with that, Steve, is that doesn't come back before us. All that subdivision stuff, it goes to Planning Commission. So this is the only time that we have, so that's why when we make these decisions, it is important, in my opinion, to see that heat map that she showed and things like that, because we're being asked to make these kinds of decisions without that kind of information, and it will never come back before us. So if we do this wrong, then the Planning Commission has to try and figure out how to clean up the mess.
And that's why I really want to understand the implications of it, right? How does this affect? Is there a difference between A1 and A.5 on how this property would look and how it would lay out? Does the difference between A1 or A.5 change the density options on the rest of the development? Does the difference between FR 2.5 or A1 affect their ability to build on the mountainside? Does it affect? There's been talk about donating some land to the city, and whether or not that would have a difference. And so I want to make sure all those specific questions are answered and addressed when this comes back before us, so that we can make a fully educated decision when we have to make a decision.
Yeah, ditto.
Yeah.
Time to move on.
Well, I do want to make, just in the same vein as Steve here, these kind of discussions get real emotional real quick. We're talking about people's homes, we're talking about people's money, and it's really easy for these to get real emotional real quick. I think there's several of us on this board right now that sit here because we got emotionally involved in one or another item in the city. What I would ask of our residents as we look at this is to take a step back and understand that what we're going through right now is the process. It is, and it's going through the process it's supposed to go through. One of the ones I want to specifically call out is once the recommendation, or once something goes to the Planning Commission, that gets forwarded on to us exactly as the Planning Commission saw it. So I would hate for someone to incorrectly associate that transfer of direct information as somebody trying to be deceitful. It's not necessarily someone trying to be deceitful. That's the way that the system is designed to work. And we have, as this body, have many times told the Planning Commission, we want to see exactly what the Planning Commission sees so that we know what it was that they were actually looking at. So I would ask that our residents and those involved with this process, please try to take a step back tomorrow and take a look at it slightly, with a little less emotion. Not that emotion is not important in this. It's your homes, absolutely. But let's just remember that right now we are going through a process and we're not necessarily, I would hate to assign a motive that may not be there. With that being said, I do have a couple of questions on this, and this goes back to my previous question about the FR zone. And I don't know if that's probably gonna need to be a question that's answered by both Michael and Chase. My recollection of an FR zone was that the council made it very clear that there was to be no density clustering. And so the intent of that zone as it was would be that the developer could not take that density that was in that zone and move it to another part of a subdivision. I don't know, I know Clint here. Clint was on the Planning Commission for a long time. He knows way better than me, but I would like to see exactly the differences on whether or not it was an FR zone versus whether or not it was an A zone. And how that would affect the overall density of that particular project. In my particular opinion, I will go back to this, and I say it again and over again. I think that we need to try to follow our general plan as reasonably close as possible. This particular, if we can go back to the specific lot off of this page, we go back to the specific lot. That's the zoning, the actual zoning information. One more, maybe one more. Keep going. Yeah, that one right there is good. So this lot was mostly zoned as an FR in the general plan, or that's what it shows as.
This is the general plan right here.
Yeah, so it is substantially more than half as an FR zone. So for me, in order for me to be comfortable changing the zoning on this, I would prefer it to be a general plan amendment because this starts to stray away from what our general plan is. I know I am in the minority in that particular opinion, but for me, as it stands right now, regardless of the subdivision information, I would not be comfortable changing it from an FR zone to something else because of the protections that come with an FR zone. And that's where my concern is more of the fact that we're going from an FR to an A when, to me, the general plan says that this lot should be an FR zone. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I just think we have lots of questions to be answered first.
Sorry, now I have to say something. Michael, just for the residents who've been so involved in this, that's how a lot of us, I definitely got involved as something similar like this. It's tough to jump in and understand the process, right? I mean, for most people, heck, I've been sitting here for 5 years now. It still doesn't make sense to me most of the time, right? But it works the way it works. The laws are what they are. The thing that's strange about this particular this project versus others is that the project's a bigger piece and only one small sliver of it is asking for a rezone. Normally, when something like this comes in, the whole thing is asking for a rezone to do this project. And that's, I think, an easier decision. Yeah, either that fits the general plan and we feel like that's a benefit for whatever reason, we'll do it, or no, it doesn't, and we don't, and we say no. But for this, 99% of it is already zoned properly, right? That just goes through Planning Commission and staff. That never comes to us.
We'll go 2/3.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, as far as land mass, I'm looking at like the lots, right? Most of the actual plan, we're talking about 3 lots off the side here. Most of it we would never see, right? And we still will never see. The only decision before us is rezone or no rezone. That's the only decision. So any of the other details, that's not us. Like that's not part of our, like, that's not our decision. That's the code, that's planning commission, that's the, just, does it fit the law for the zone that it's in? The only decision that's before us is, are we willing to rezone this? I'll simply say that the application is a rezone for 0.5. My answer would be no. The planning commission recommended 6-0 for all those reasons. If they want to apply for an A1 and have that go through the planning commission, because that was not their discussion that night. That was a comment made at the end. Maybe they should look at that, right? But if they want to apply for that and go through the process and bring that to us, great. But usually, and the reason I go this route at this point, right, as we're going back and forth, usually in the work meeting, you're looking for direction. Should they push ahead with this or not, or should they go back and retool, right? That's usually what's wanted from a work meeting. I'll give you my answer. That's where I'm at. Yeah, it doesn't fit. I can't go against the planning commission. Nothing's changed substantially to go against that decision for the rezone. All the other details and stuff, I'm sorry, but that doesn't come before us.
Fair enough.
Can we remand this to the planning commission without having them to have to reapply? Or do they have to reapply?
I guess that procedurally, that's the question, right? Both for the applicant, to be fair to the applicant, right? If they know that we're likely not going to entertain a rezone as proposed, can they go back and retool it and go through that process? Or do they want to push ahead, have us say no, and then they have to wait a certain period of time and refile and pay fees again? Or there's some process that way.
Procedurally, I have not had this discussion with our city attorney. I know other cities have remanded requests, but I don't know what the advice of our city attorney would be on that.
Probably ask
Chase.
No, let Chase.
I'd have to look at what the particular language of our code says with regard to that. And I can come prepared at the next work meeting or the next.
I just hate wasting everybody's time, right?
Well, and to that point, I think it's important that the applicant has options.
Right. They need to know what they can do.
They, maybe knowing the temperature of at least the recommendation and the discussion tonight, may choose to say, I don't want it to proceed.
Right.
I don't want it, don't put it on the agenda, and go back and retool. I think it's challenging for us as a body to remand something that goes against what the applicant is asking for, because at that point, then it comes to us for a decision, and we make a decision.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So that's kind of where I'm caught is, that, and it's almost chicken or the egg with this one, because, I stood in the back and listened to the planning commission discussion on this, and that was part of their thing was, well, we can't really move ahead on all of this until the zoning is figured out. Right. And we're saying, well, how can we tell you what zoning we would do if we don't know the other details?
The plan is,
So to me, the question comes back to, would we say yes or no to what's been applied for? Right? And then what options does the applicant have to go back? And
Yeah, and let me clarify, the opportunity for the council to remand a case back to the planning commission, that's the part I wasn't sure of. Can the applicant, on their own volition, choose to amend their application and request to return to the planning commission? Absolutely.
that was my question earlier, because I've seen that before, and the reason given was the applicant didn't want to have to go through the application process and pay another fee and something like that.
And
So
to add to
that's
that.
helpful to the applicant and to everyone. I would agree with Jared. I would be inclined to not support the 8.5 based on the planning commission's recommendation and at least the information that's been provided so far. There's no compelling reason that I can find to.
So I don't want to string them along and have them bring this back to us with more information that really
Doesn't matter.
we can't really use, right?
Right. So, like to your point, if we understand it in the broader context, and if the planning commission were to make a recommendation for the A1, 6-0 or something like that, that would definitely have a much more persuasive impact on.
And they would be the
decision we
ones to
finally
make
do
put
get
all
to
the
make.
conditions in that recommendation, right? Yeah, we'll recommend it for A1 with all of these, with all of these conditions that satisfy all the concerns. That's their part.
Fair enough.
Do you have the direction you need?
So assuming the applicant does want to bring this back for action, I'm hearing that you would like to see a topography map. You want to have that as an exhibit?
Well, yeah.
You would like to have an analysis of the impacts of Not changing the zone, what would that impact be on a proposed subdivision? Doing the subdivision under the 8.5 as requested, or an alternate, what would be the impacts if it was an A1 rezone? So,
And also, what would be the impacts if it stayed to FR 2.5? Can they
right,
get
just
another
doing
house
nothing,
there?
keeping the FR
Sorry,
2.5 in
yeah,
place.
yeah.
So we would have those three kind of scenarios
Yeah.
analyzed for you.
I just want to be clear that on the FR,
Yeah.
I want to go back to that original language that I believe to be in the system, or in the code of density transfer.
Yeah, Yeah, so
And
the-
it may not even be an issue, but I think
Right.
it's important.
You know, I'd like to understand that too. I heard a lot of concern about getting density bonus by adding this property in. Is that the case? Are they getting a density bonus if they add this in?
My recommendation would be the density bonus structure only applies to the property that is zoned 8.25.
Yeah, me too.
That language is only for that property.
Very clear.
Yeah.
So to be clear, if we made a decision on 8.5, the 8.5 approval would not affect the density bonus on the rest of the property.
So that concern
Okay.
goes away.
So that goes away, okay. I think that's important for all of us as well as the
The
residents to
residents, yeah,
understand,
me
yeah.
And just a side note, that is, if you were here at the beginning of our work meeting, that's an item on our task list, is to look at least, that's the item I put on the task list, to look at removing a lot of that density bonus garbage, because to me, that doesn't benefit the city.
Yeah.
What?
So we're working on that stuff.
All right, do you need any further direction, Michael? Okay, thank you very much, we appreciate it. We will then move on to item 7.4, presentation relating to a horse trail easement vacation. Chase and Drazy.
I would like a vacation myself.
Horse vacation.
I would love a
I
vacation.
know, we're going on a horse vacation, a horse trail vacation, woo-hoo!
Hey, if that's the only way I get a vacation, I'll take a horse.
I think we may all just have to ride this trail just to check it out. Right?
Waiting for more puns. Chase, you're gonna start with one?
A pun, a horse
Yeah.
pun? I
Yeah.
have no horse puns.
Let's find a horse pun.
0 horse puns. I have plenty of lawyer puns and jokes, but this is not the place, so.
Ease on the horse trail for vacation.
So this item comes on the agenda after the city received a letter from a resident who has property on which a easement runs for purposes of a horse trail. There are a few of those in the city. And here we have a map of some of those areas. So the area we're dealing with tonight is Hamilton Farm Estates. This map shows 2 other areas, Oak Hollow and Rose Creek, where a easement runs over private property for the benefit of the city. Again, all we're dealing with tonight is Hamilton Farm Estates. That is in the area of 134 South and Rose Canyon Road. Again, here's another image of that.
Beautiful vicinity map, thank you.
Thank you, right.
We appreciate those.
I'm gonna actually come up to the podium. So we have here, the blue line represents the easement. The affected properties are on the east side of that, running north to south, and then that, Greg Paulson is the resident who brought this to our attention. He is affected on the south end of his property where that easement runs. Here's another image. The yellow properties are the ones that are affected by the easement. The red line represents that 10-foot horse trail easement. It passes from Rose Run Lane, north to south, and then east to west across Belmont Park Avenue in blue. Just a little
Chase,
history.
can I ask one question, just
Yeah.
real quick? Back on that other picture. At the bottom of this, the red easement L, where at the front of, or I guess the back of Greg Polson's property, what is that tying into, where that darker blue street, what is that?
That is a city-owned trail.
Okay.
So the light blue line is a city trail that's, our interest is vested through an easement. So it's
The
on
easement
private
is just,
property.
it's easement for those properties to have access to the public, or to the city-owned trail?
That is correct.
Okay, just want to make sure, thank you.
Sorry, is it a public easement or is it a private easement for
It is a
just
pub-
those homeowners?
It is a public easement.
It's a public easement, so, there is a trail there, correct?
There is a trail, yes. So again, this is that image, shows the 14 affected properties, 13 on that west side of Belmont Park Avenue, and then 1, Mr. Paulson's on the southeast corner there. A little bit of history here. The easement was recorded by plat in 2001. It was designated as just a horse trail easement. As has been mentioned, it is a public easement. It's 10 feet on, you'll see the south side of those properties running north to south, and then on the south portion of those two corner lots down in the bottom. I think 10 foot on all sides there. It is a perpetual easement, meaning that the city, the only way they would lose their interest in that is if it were lost by abandonment, if we were to stop using that, or as has been requested by Mr. Paulson, that we release our interest in that easement. It is also surrounded by a 4-rail fence. Here you'll see on all sides, well, that's not necessarily true, on all sides of the south border of that easement. So this image on the left-hand side is looking westward from Belmont Park Avenue. And then this image, again, another image, you'll see on the south or the west side, what is the left image, the right side of that image, there is an incomplete fence, and that property line is not affected by the easement. So the western properties on Belmont Park Avenue, as you see in the right image, the yellow line is the property line, the blue line is where the fence runs, and the easement is in between the blue lines and the yellow line. So Mr. Paulson has requested that the city release its interest in at least the portion of the easement that affects his property. Some of the reasons that he has identified is that, you know, there are additional development has occurred. There are additional trails now that exist that allow horses to access the city's other trails. It's not a great trail, he claims, for horses because there are barking dogs, things that startle the horses, children playing, whatever it might be. It also, he's raised some privacy and safety concerns with regard to public access to that easement and the access to the properties along that easement. And oftentimes people use ATVs, motorcycles, which I believe are prohibited on that public easement. They are. He also claims that there's damage to the 4-rail fence and it's expensive and burdensome to maintain. Some of the things that I looked at when coming up with some ideas and recommendations for the council to consider tonight is, this is actually incorrect. We do maintain the easement. I'm sorry, this is not the most updated version of the PowerPoint, and that's my fault. We do maintain the easement at our cost. We budgeted about $380 to $400 a year for labor and herbicide treatment along the easement. It does provide access for all of the owners along the western side of the easement. So the property owners that are not affected by the easement do have access to that trail.
And,
right?
and everyone else in the city.
What's that, Sherry?
And everyone else in the city, right? So
Correct.
it's not just a private for these 14
It is a
property
citywide
owners.
public easement, that is correct. It's also one easement. It can be broken down into the individual properties that are affected, but because it was recorded by plat, it is simply just one easement. We could, if we were to decide tonight, or if the council were to decide to tonight to release some of their interest in that easement, it could be done parcel by parcel, but obviously you're going to affect the access of the public to the remaining portions of that.
This is just a
easement.
presentation, no decisions.
It is. We're not making any, we could get some direction, but we are just discussing it tonight. And again, we've only heard from Mr. Paulson on this issue. We haven't heard from any of the other property owners or the general public at large. So some of the options that we could consider, and again, ignore option 2, that it was my understanding that we did not maintain the easement. I've since clarified that we do, the city does maintain that easement and the property on that easement. So the first option obviously would be to do nothing, right? It's a perpetual easement recorded by plat. The only way we're really going to lose that is if any of the owners can demonstrate that we've abandoned that use. I don't see that as being the case currently, so that wouldn't be a primary concern. The other option would be to prepare an instrument that essentially releases our interest in the entire easement. It could be a single document that could be provided to all the property owners that they could record against their property that would then release the city's interest in that easement. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions from Chase on this one? Any comments?
Oh, do you need direction from us, or what are you looking for?
I think
If
you
you'd
need
like
some
to
sort
give
of
me
direction.
if you'd like me to bring it back or talk to additional residents, any
Does anybody have any appetite to even consider releasing an easement?
I don't, not on this.
No.
I don't, based on one person's input there, I don't think that that's sufficient reason. If there was a unanimous, you know, or a large majority of the property owners all felt like that needed to be taken care of or changed, I think that would be at least something we would then be forced to consider.
Even then.
I'm not sure that we
It's
would, but at least
citywide too, right?
we'd have to
There's
consider it,
surrounding
right.
Yeah,
areas that.
and this area was designed as horse property also. It was designed for
Right,
that, so that means it was intended for those
My
purposes.
folks have the same thing, we call it the bridle path, and half the neighborhood has horses, the other half doesn't, and those that
Yeah.
don't. have
Well, and
those
it's one of the things
enjoy
that
walking down the ones. that
Sherry
do.
and I have talked about with some of the other neighbors in, over there by the north side of Butterfield Park, right? Was there are some historical elements here that are rights that predate, you know, new development that support the horse owning aspect that was very prevalent in Harriman's history, and it's something that's worthy of preservation and acknowledgement, and so, you know, for what that's worth, I would say based on one person's comment, I don't think it's something we should.
I will maybe add that if the particular property owner does not want to maintain that liability, he is welcome to deed it to the city. I wouldn't have any problem with that. I'm guessing he's not going to want anything to do with that, but he's welcome to deed that portion of his property to the city.
The resident is here, Mr. Polson is here in the audience tonight.
Okay.
So I don't know if you'd like to.
Does the council want to hear from the resident, or?
I
I
have no
don't think that.
objections if there's, wants to make a recommendation, but.
I appreciate him being here. I think we understand the concerns and his desires there, and I think our attorney outlined all of those aspects for us to consider well.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, we will then move on.
We're all available individually as well, right, for him to reach out to and talk about, just like we have with others.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right, we'll move on to item 7.5, presentation of the water infrastructure bond projects. Justin Edwards. Justin? Justin, will you please come to the podium? We have moved on to the next item. Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. So this was an item that's been discussed a couple times, a few previous council meetings. The first time you heard this, we were bringing forward a proposal for and some information for a $20 million bond to do a number of projects. We came back to council a second time to kind of reiterate and kind of get some direction on the bond. And at that time, we were directed to look at a project list that we have and try and see if we can determine a few more projects with the bond terms being so favorable, to see if there were any other projects that we would consider adding to this. And so we did that. Here's a little bit of a background. Like I said, we came to $20 million bond. With that $20 million bond, our coverage ratio for the enterprise fund would be 2.65 if we went that route.
And that's just based on current revenues and projected revenues, is that correct, Alan? Actual revenues, okay, thank you.
The minimum, I don't want, and this is maybe worded a little bit differently than I would say today, is minimum coverage that we're looking at is 1.5. And that was a recommendation from Zions Bank, who's our financial advisor. I think our bonding requirements are 1.25, but they recommended put a little buffer in there, and the lowest that they would recommend is 1.5. I spoke with Alan a little bit, and we've looked at it, and we would probably recommend to not go below 2.0, is just to kind of be safe, provide a little more buffer. And so we'll kind of look at some of the projects. So this was the original list of projects that we brought. As you can see, it's just a little over 20 million. These projects are probably familiar to you. We have some water lines to the north end of town. We have a few, we have a pump station upgrade. We have a proposal to build a new pump station. We have a number of projects through Juniper Canyon that we are actually currently doing. We're funding that through the enterprise fund, but if we get bonded, we'd like to add those projects to the bond. And then obviously, you're well aware of the $12 million worth of projects in the East Harriman portion. And then there's an additional 2.5 onto that 12 million to connect those water lines, that water system, to the existing infrastructure. So moving on to show and identify some additional projects that we've looked at. You'll see we've color-coded them. The original projects are in green. These additional projects are kind of in that yellow color. And I will say, with the direction from council, the direction was more towards look for projects that could bolster our secondary system and enhance that, and then also continue to try and cure existing deficiencies in our culinary system. And so that was kind of the direction we took, and all of these projects that we're proposing today will do that. So the Old Town culinary upgrades, we've mentioned this a couple times. We've put some budget in our fiscal year budgets every year to do some minimal upgrades. This last 2 years, we've used those funds that have been in the budget to design and engineer drawings for those upgrades so that we could be ready to either do some large-scale upgrades or just try and do a few minimum. Now, I haven't outlined exactly what roads, because they spread throughout a lot of Old Town, but this is just a general description of that. And those proposed upgrades, we do have, like I said, engineering, and that $3.6 million is based on an engineer's estimate of those projects. The Zone 4 Cove Reservoir and Connection. This is to add a reservoir and a pipeline that will receive water from an existing pump station that we have.
Is it mislabeled, Justin? Is it supposed to be Zone 4 on that one?
Yes, thank you. So that is Zone 4. I think it was probably supposed to be a 2 million gallon reservoir, because I think that's what it is. So, so thank you, Sherry, for pointing that out. But that would allow us to add storage to our Zone 4. Currently, we have what they call the variable frequency drive pump that just pumps water directly into the system. And so it's difficult to meet those peak demands. And so a reservoir obviously helps with it. And then
Justin, would that be a solution for the low pressure that we saw up in the cove during some of those peak demand times?
This is, so this is a secondary reservoir,
Secondary reservoir, okay.
And so you can kind of, and I've depicted the secondary and culinary blue and green, blue and purple. So purple is secondary and blue is
And are
culinary.
these open reservoirs?
This one, with where it is, this one would more than likely be an enclosed reservoir because of the steep slope of where it's proposed. And this is actually just above the subdivision that we just spoke of, the Valhalla.
Even though it may be secondary, this would still help with the culinary pressure if we're reducing the demand off that.
Overall, it will, because as we continue to have more people connect to secondary, that takes the demand off culinary. So overall, it could, yes. The next project would be another secondary project, and this is a little bit larger. It's to build a reservoir on the north end of town. We would we would run a pipeline from 2 existing wells that we have there near Rosecrest Road and 134th. And we'd run this water line through the subdivisions down 6,000 West ultimately. And then the exact route isn't 100% determined. We'd need to determine that through engineering, but this is kind of what our master planned route would be. Up Midas Creek and then down 6400 West. We have alternate routes, like I said, and then eventually to the reservoir. And that's a large project because we're going through existing streets. This is one that we kind of picked because we understand 6,000 West is in the near future potentially of having upgrades done to it. There's several other infrastructure projects that are going there, storm drain, sewer, and this has been a project that's been discussed quite regularly. So that is one of the reasons that we kind of went this route. If 6,000 West is going to get reconstructed, then we would want to install this water line at that time.
And the reservoir where the dot is?
That's just a generalized area of where it could be. It could be placed. The important aspect of where you can place a reservoir is the elevation, not necessarily the exact placement, it's the elevation. So it could be anywhere in that area. So we would want to work with the willing property owner at that time. So it's not necessarily the set point. The next, we have another project that we've added here. It's in red. It would be a reservoir for another secondary reservoir, and that would allow storage to be able to feed secondary water to East Harriman. We're having a lot of development there, and it would be helpful to have a reservoir there to help take those peak demands off.
Due to that's location, would that also be enclosed, or?
So that one, it could go either way, and that would be obviously coming back to council for a little bit of direction. We could go either way on those. The one on the north end of town, I would imagine that we might want to have an open reservoir potentially. These are going to be smaller. They're not going to be a Blackridge reservoir size. Where Blackridge Reservoir is about 20 million gallons. These reservoirs are in the 3 million gallon range.
These are
So
more of a small pond that
this would be
nice
a
to walk
pond.
around.
Yeah, like a neighborhood amenity potentially with a trail around it or something. So that's what these costs are.
But no swimming, correct? No, no swimming.
No.
No swimming. No swimming.
I'll reserve my comment.
No swimming.
This is it's a very small pond. We could do an enclosed reservoir as well.
Jared's neighborhood can go fishing.
There you go. We could do a little fishery. So this kind of gives a breakdown of coverage ratios and bond amounts. And so that we can kind of go through. So keep in mind the colored lines there relate directly to projects. The white lines direct strictly to coverage ratios and potential bond amounts. So like I said, currently we're at a 4.94 coverage ratio. If we did the $20 million in project, it would be the 2.65. If we did somewhat of what we would recommend to stay around that 2 times coverage, that would be about $34 million. If we dropped slightly below 2 and tried to get the complete list of those projects that we listed on that priority list, we'd be at 1.8. And then we just continue to go down through and list what those coverage ratios would be.
I just want to be very clear here. This is off of water revenue, correct? Not off of any sort of
General revenue.
general revenue. This is specifically bonded against water revenue, money that comes off of projected
Projected.
projected
water
water. But
revenue, right?
it specifically is a water issue.
I want to make sure, Alan, when I asked you before, you said these coverage ratios are based off of actual water revenues, not projections. Is that correct?
Oh, even better. Okay, but.
That's even better, yeah.
But to be very clear to the public, this is, once again, when we talked about bonds earlier, in order for us to increase infrastructure, we have to bond. We don't have a choice because of the way the state has set up governing. So in order for us to build this infrastructure, we have to go out for a bond, but this bond would be specifically for water infrastructure, and it would be paid for, it would be guaranteed against water infrastructure revenue, right? That's where it's coming from. So this is entirely separate.
Sorry, I have to clarify that. We don't have to go out to bond to build this infrastructure. Alan's actually given us a few other alternatives. It would take
Fair.
longer to build. If you want to do it all at once, you have to bond
that's
because you
fair.
can't save up for it.
Yes.
Because we cannot save up for it. That's fair.
So the question is, how much do you want to do all? There you go.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Jared. Appreciate it. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so at this time, we'd just be looking for somewhat of a recommendation to move forward on. Alan is working with Zions Bank to prepare a parameters resolution. That parameters resolution, we're anticipating coming back on December 9th with whatever direction we get from council.
So can you go back one to your, okay, let me see. So the first 5 are 22 million?
20, just over 20 million.
Just over 20 million, okay.
Next one's another 20.
So I just have a couple questions and then I need a break really quick. For me personally, like I'm having heartburn on the original ask. I get it that rates are low, et cetera. And I understand that it's not general obligation, but as Alan also pointed out, it is say if we go into a recession, we have, not only do we lose general revenues, but we will have vacancies. We will have people not paying water bills. That will negatively affect our rating in the future. And having bonded for so much so early, that affects our ability to bond for future projects later down the road, which we saw got me involved in all this, the original SLR thing. That's part of what that council used as an enticement, right, to get them to come here instead of another city, was, hey, we have some capacity, we can bond and bring that water line in. So if you use up too much capacity now, we're trading now for options later. And with the way the economy is poised, and at least my belief in my profession, that we're likely to see, we're overdue for a recession of some kind. Whether that's in the next few years or 10 years from now, it will be in the term of this bond. So I'm having heartburn just with the original amount, because what we're seeing on there is several of these projects are, I don't know what the right way to, older infrastructure that needs to be redone. That's the problem we're gonna face going forward. It's not just about new stuff anymore. We're gonna have old stuff that needs to be fixed, right? Not to mention some of these other lines that we brought in to bring secondary into other areas, et cetera. So personally, I think it's tempting as far as what current rates are, but man, I can't trade the future for that either. If we do anything, I'm having a hard time just with the current $20 million bond. I'd actually like to see, is there a way to bond for part of that East Harriman water improvement and have the developers participate in some way rather than us funding the whole thing up front? I understand we want to keep some revenue coming in with building permits and all the things over there, but there's got to be another way for them to have some skin in the game too, instead of us just forking it all up. That's where I'm at. Sorry.
No, I think those are good points. I have one question though, is, does this bond, if we were to do a bond here, would that negatively impact, or would that restrict our ability to bond for the other things that were presented this evening, like public service building?
No.
Different pocket, different
It's
wallet.
because it's separate to the water.
Because it's just the water, it would not impact the rest of our
Doesn't
bond.
impact the
Okay.
other.
I just want to make sure with that too.
Yeah.
Alan, is that correct? Okay.
However, that is a valid point as far as if this coverage that we're using the money that we're collecting for our water fees to pay this bond, what about all of our upkeep? What about all the maintenance? What about all that? Where's that money going to come from?
So currently, this money, so the coverage ratios are in excess of what we would need. So the coverage ratio are above and beyond what it takes to operate that fund.
So 1 times coverage ratio means that we have just enough revenue to meet what the bond requirement is. 2 times revenue means we have double what it would take to meet the bond requirement.
But then my question is, then how come we can't, like, how come we're not taking care of the North Harriman water improvement? How come we're not taking care of these already with the money that we have coming in?
So we're doing, currently, we are using those.
Question is, do we take 20 years to do it, or do we bond and do it
Well,
now?
we shouldn't have to take 20 years to do it if we have adequate
So
coverage for
we're
it.
using the enterprise fund that's in excess of our 1 times coverage, that covers our operating, to do a lot of projects that we already have. We
How
budget
much-
every year to do projects.
How much a year is that? Like how,
we are-
and Alan may be able to
And
answer
Alan
that.
may be able to, verify this, but I would say over the last several years, we have been doing somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.5 to $2 million projects.
So we're doing $1 million, $2 million of projects.
And those are different
every year.
things, like you've seen, we've done some secondary upgrades. We've been able to do a few things like that. And so those are the types of projects. Right now, we're using, we budgeted for this last year, $1.4 million for 1 pump station to do upgrades. So we have projects that are consistently in our budget that we're doing with that excess revenue.
Do we want to do it now? Or do
But the issue is we have the revenue coming in to cover the 2 times. We just don't have all of that revenue at once.
At one time.
So
to
we're
do these projects.
slowly collecting it to get to that $1.5 million mark to be able to do those projects that fall within that dollar amount.
Right.
Whereas some of these larger projects, so the East Harriman water improvements, that $12 million, we would have to bank all of that money for probably at least 6 years, maybe more, in order to save enough to then go and do that $12 million project. And that's not doing any of those other small ones along the way. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate. So Alan has said this before. It's difficult to build the infrastructure needed before the development comes. Typically, you need to build it after, because that's when your money comes, is that it's being developed. But you need the infrastructure sooner to have the development come.
Yeah, and just to reiterate this, there's a great deal of excitement in our residents when the infrastructure comes after the development. They really love that part.
Yeah.
They do, they love it.
And there are a number of projects on here, like we've discussed a number of times, that are to meet some of the issues and concerns that have been brought up with meeting the demands that we saw this last summer and the summer before that.
So can you talk to me again about the number 9 on that, Zone 1 Juniper Canyon Reservoir? When's the actual need for that project?
There's a need today because there's water being used there. Currently, we are feeding that through our Blackridge Reservoir.
Okay. If the other reservoir got built, would we continue to be able to meet the needs for that reservoir? Or for those residents in the next 10, 15 years?
We could meet the needs there, I don't know, 10 or 15 years.
Okay.
But what we could do, we're feeding it there. It's not the most efficient way, and it's not the way it's designed. We're pumping water up to Zone 3 to drop it to Zone 1. So we're using a lot of energy costs that if we built this reservoir, we wouldn't. So we're spending more money over time, energy costs, to do what we're doing today.
And I'm guessing you don't have that dollar amount.
In the end, all in all, it's minimal to this, right, to the cost of this infrastructure. But at the end of the day, this infrastructure is needed to meet those demands in the future.
Yeah. To Jared's point, obviously, I think it's.
You're still talking about me?
Yeah, absolutely. There's obviously really, I guess, that risk-benefit analysis, of, timing, potential timing of doing a bond, how much, even, based on the coverage, and then trying to predict the future. I think we've kind of anticipated a recession really over the past year, maybe 2 years, which it hasn't come, but certainly I don't know that we're just going to avoid it altogether by any means versus, continue just to delay it a little bit. So I certainly recognize the benefits, at least of the rate side of things right now. Obviously, it's least expensive than we've seen in a long time to be able to go out and bond for that money. And we certainly we have plenty of needs as identified on this list here. So it's a balancing act. In terms of the discussion, in terms of coverage and potentially how far we go, for me, and this goes, again, along the lines a little bit of what Jared said, and just at least making sure that we have some depth and coverage should we experience a downturn in revenues in the future. For me, I would say I would only go with the original proposed list up to that, that 20 million to do that and keep our coverage rate a little bit higher versus, trying to take advantage of not really knowing what the future holds and how to protect that and dropping us down closer to that 2 times coverage. Like say, right now I'd stick to that initial request of the 20 million.
So a couple of comments here. I don't see any other way to do a couple of those big projects without bonding. There's just, to use all of the enterprise money and save it up 100% for 6 years to try and tackle one of those projects, that's not a practical way to do it. So I see that eventually there's gonna have to be a bond one way or the other for some of these bigger projects. The second thing is that the coverage ratio is based on last year's actual revenues. We just discussed a proposal for 2,700 units in Mountain Ridge, and there's another 1,700 units going into Rosecrest, final thing, and there's Mountain Ridge, and there's all the stuff north of your house over there, Creek Ridge, and there's gonna be thousands and thousands and thousands of new units that are going to be paying into this, which is going to make that coverage ratio higher. Not dramatically higher, but it will be higher. In commercial lending, I've done loans for 25 years where if they had coverage of 1 1/4, that's awesome. And I think that's what we're statutorily required to have is 1 1/4. Zions Bank recommended 1 1/2, and Allen's recommending 2, extreme prudence. So staying at 2.65 is just, it's extraordinarily conservative based on what I can see. My recommendation would be to do something close to this 2 coverage and see what we could get done around that $34-35 million range. Mix and match some of those projects and do something like that. If we're going to have to bond, I don't see that we're going to get lower rates in the future. And so I think we do it now. The price of getting them done now makes them cheaper than they would be in the future. We get it at a lower financing rate than it would be in the future. We're getting it at a coverage ratio that we can comfortably meet. I mean, we'd have to reduce revenues by 50% just to get even. So although I understand recession is coming and there likely will be changes down the road to what that coverage ratio actually calculates out to be. But, 50% reductions in water revenue, I just don't think is a realistic projection. People are going to use water and pay for it.
It's just the financial planner in me. Alan, what was the revenue reduction the last recession?
$3 million.
I do have a question. I know in the water district, we had extremely high revenues this last year because of the dry season and stuff like that. Is that reflected in these numbers, or is this last year's number?
Last year's.
So this had nothing to do up until the end of June.
My numbers are through June 30th.
So it did reflect some of the increase.
The early part of the season.
Yeah, it's a planner in me. I can't.
So
I can't do it.
I look at this and I'm thinking with the number of times we've sat here and we've thought if only a previous council would have taken advantage of it then, and where would we be now? Or thank goodness a previous council took advantage of it then. Look at some of the roads we have that we're glad they're in, and I look at the way that we've maintained the roads, or previous councils have spent money to maintain roads so that we're not replacing lots and lots of roads. We spent money so that we wouldn't have to spend more down the road. In my opinion, I'm comfortable going down and spending the money to get the projects that we need to get done. I don't have any problem going down to 1.8. 1.69 would probably give me some heartburn, but I don't see any reason why we can't increase from the original $20 million ask, because we have more than enough coverage. And even water's a necessity. It's a basics of life, and people, even in a recession, are for the vast majority going to pay their water bill. And yeah, we'll have some reduction if something happens, but 50% of our residents not being able to pay their water bill, that is.
We're going to have a lot of other problems.
We're going to have a lot of other problems. If that's what's going on, we're going to have way bigger problems.
I have to say, it's not just that I'm concerned about, right? Again, using up capacity.
That's fair.
Right, if that happens, and with another huge area out there that this could be used as an incentive.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If let's say we take out, let's say we take out the 40 million, just as a round number, okay? If I remember correctly from our last discussion, Alan, we invest that back in and are getting a return on that for now, right?
Yeah, it would be held in trust at Zions Bank, and we would be receiving an interest. Right now, I think last month we were about 1.4% was what we were earning. They're projecting this would be around 2.2 to 2.4 that we're borrowing. So we would.
So do we have? So we're not necessarily. If we don't use it right away,
So we would pay interest for the privilege of
Yes.
holding.
In the bank and earning interest.
As soon as the bonds are issued.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
But does that give us the?
If you're gonna borrow money and you can get it at 1%, it's
You have
better
to
than
look at,
borrowing
it's
money
not
at
just the
2%.
percentage, you have to look at the total dollar cost, right?
Yes.
So if you pay that percentage on a larger amount over a longer period of time, that adds up.
I get the future value of money. I think that we are also forgetting the cost of the infrastructure in the future. I mean, inflation is a real thing. We all know it. And if we're looking at an interest rate of 1% or 2% even, and inflation costs of 4%, we are saving ourselves money by taking money out and just holding it.
I agree.
From a future value of money standpoint, if the inflation is more than the interest rate, and we use it later for that, we've still saved ourselves money.
There's an opportunity cost.
That's fair. Opportunity cost is fair as well, but I think that.
But the problem is, what opportunities would we be missing out? I just verified that this bond wouldn't impact our bonding capacity for anything else in the city.
As things stand today. As a planner, I have to look at worst case scenario, right? Worst case scenario, when something else needs to be done, we could lose the opportunity.
And I think I personally think that staff has done a good job of addressing that. Worst case scenario, I have no realistic belief that we would not be able to cover this in the event that.
Which is why I said that if I had to go with anything, it would have to be Finance Department's recommendation at the 2.65. Even that, I'd like to see if we could save a little bit.
And that's fair.
Yeah. I don't even like to play the nickel slots if that gives you an idea of where I am.
Right.
I think you have some very valid points, Jared, and I think that it's good to fight over them, essentially. It means we're in a better spot.
Not a fight, it's the discussion.
I know, but I didn't know the right way to say that.
I do think, and I understand all the cheap money, I totally get that. But I do think that if we decide to move forward on this, I'm only comfortable on the 20, the original proposal. But this, as a caveat to get to the 35, is why aren't we working with our development partners and asking them to participate in that East Harriman thing? Yeah. That's another way for us to get money to do these other projects, so we don't pay for everything up front. Why don't we partner with them to do some of it, so we do have some liquidity in the other areas?
That's a valid point. So we looked at that direction. So similar to what we did for the Zone 1 East pump station and tank, right? Mm-hmm. We had two large property owners, and they were essentially the only property owners that would receive water from that at that time. And so they did. They fronted the cost, and we're reimbursing them. On this one, those two large property owners that are the same as we did for the original infrastructure, they own, if I remember right, somewhere around 35% of the property. So it's more difficult to get them to upfront that cost. Now, I don't know if they'd be willing to upfront 30% of the cost or something like that and split it between them. That's something, we had some initial discussions on that, but it was a couple of years ago. And they may be willing to do that.
Alan, I've got a question for you on this. How much of your recommendation, was your recommendation actually the 2.65%, or was your recommendation something different? Was your recommendation 2 on the ratio?
No lower than 2.
So your recommendation is no lower than 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't disagree with what Jared's saying. I get
No, that's fair.
nervous anytime we borrow money.
That's fair. How much of your recommendation is, I don't know the right way to say it, conservative drift? I don't know. That the state says it needs to be this, so I want to be more conservative than the state. So Zions Bank says they're more conservative than the state, and then because you want to be more conservative than Zions Bank, you go even further, and somebody else wants to be more conservative than that recommendation. So we've gone from a realistic conservative number to overly conservative because that's who we are and that's what we like to do.
Well, first of all, it's not the state that's setting this coverage ratio. It's the bonding company.
It's the bonding company. Okay.
Okay. Now, just to explain a few things, we get a completely separate bond rating for our general fund than we get from our water fund.
Uh-huh.
We get two separate ratings. They look at them completely different. Now, the question of getting interest as soon as you bond, those bonds are issued the day that we sign up for them. So it's not like a bank where they're holding your money and can
They still have to be sold.
pay it out. Once the bonds are issued, the bonds are issued. And you can't even pay them off till 10 years generally. So, you know, it's, you got to be committed to it right from the beginning. Now, no, this is not going to affect our bonding on the general fund side. There's a lot of other things that'll affect it over there, and that's where we'll see, I believe, most of our change because of a recession. We're seeing some of that right now. Our building permits are probably going to come in around $3 million less than projected this year. So we're seeing that on the general fund side right now. We're not seeing it on the water fund side, so.
And please don't take my question as in any way, like, we value your recommendation very much. I just want to, I don't want to get in a situation where we become so overly conservative that we're missing the opportunity of taking advantage of a prime opportunity to get some of these projects done. So with that case, if our recommendation from our financial team is 2 and not 2.65, or no less than 2, might I recommend that we see if there's some projects that we can put together to get us to that 2, and take a look and see if we can get a little closer to that number.
Again, can you go back to that other page once, Justin? So with that in mind, I would be comfortable doing, 1 through 7, maybe number 9, but not 8. That gets us pretty close to that number. About 31, 32-ish, something like that. So if you could do 8 of these 9 projects and stay above the 2.0 coverage ratio, I think it's a pretty good spot to be.
Yeah, and zone 2, there's a large property owner that maybe they want a front cover.
Yeah, there's a large property over there that we might be able to do something with.
Does Clint share? It's up to you guys. I'm where I'm at.
The whole thing gives me heartburn too. Like, I'm still thinking that the first 5, and even on the first 5, I think if there's a way to get the East Harriman project to get some participation by people that are going to benefit from it by doing the development over there, the people I think should be paying for it, then we take that money and we fund the other ones with the money that they're participating with.
I completely agree with you on that regardless. If we have the ability to make that, we should be doing that. Whether or not, whatever we come out on this, I absolutely agree with Sherry on that.
I agree.
No, I don't disagree with that premise at all. In terms of, again, my comfort level, it would be where I stated it originally. And that
1
would
through
be
5?
The 1 through 5.
I know.
Okay, so it looks
Actually, 1 through 1 to 2.5. And
Yeah.
Everything in green?
Everything in green, yep.
So as of right now, it looks like we have 3 individuals on this council who are willing to consider everything in green. And so that consists of a majority direction at this point. So I would recommend, or I would suggest that, unless I'm incorrect, that is the direction this body is giving you.
Is that where you were at, Sherry? Is
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
green?
And then in 2 years from now, if we're getting 1 point, we got Old Town Culinary taken care of, boom. Because for 2.5 years, right? Because we're still being able to save that money and using
But
that
we won't be
money.
able to save that money.
So we won't have,
because
so the point here is that we won't.
we'll save less money because we'll be paying interest on the
Right.
debt.
Right,
We'll be
but that,
servicing the debt.
so that's the point, is that then this other stuff never gets taken care of. You're constantly bonding for it all.
Or we just bond all 4. I think that's the point. I think that's really the crux of this conversation.
That's
Do we pay for it all now and get it done and pay it off over 20 years? Or do we pay for some of it now and hope to be able to get the rest of it done? Or do we just hope to be able to get it done as it comes in? Those are kind of our options, right? And so, I think that you know, we are at a point where we're willing as a body to say at least the thing's in green, and we'll throw it down the road a couple of years and see what happens on the other ones. That's what, I mean, that's really what I'm not trying to characterize that in a malicious way in any ways. I think that's just where we're at this point, is we're gonna look at those those 6 items, and then we'll worry about everything down the road.
And let me say that from a fiscal responsibility, trust me, I'm a money manager, right? I mean, I do banking for a living here, right? I'm a risk manager. So if I were looking at from the standpoint of making a loan to somebody for $45 million, I'd want to make sure that I had repayment for that money.
Right.
The bonding company will loan us $45 million because the water revenue on this is substantial enough to cover this, 1.5 times, 1.7 times. Even at this, we're still at 1.7 based off of, last year's revenues, and we're gonna be growing. So you'd have to get, a pretty, not quite 50%, but let's say 35 to 40% reduction in water bill revenue before we'd even just be at break even.
Right.
So from a fiscal responsibility, there's no problem with us borrowing the full 45 million and still being able to service that debt very responsibly and very conservatively. I understand the idea to not wanting to accumulate debt. I'm a debt averse person myself. But when you can get money at 1% effective interest rate to do what are legitimate needs in our city that we're gonna have to pay for eventually, and next year these are gonna cost more, and in 2 years they're gonna cost even more, and in 5 years they're gonna cost more. And I mean, we just saw the 4% calculation just on our buildings, forecasted increase in cost. We don't know what the increase in cost of these. If we use 4%, you do that 4% annualized for 10 years, now you're talking.
It costs us 3% a year more
Yeah.
regardless.
The whole reason I wanted to have this conversation in the very beginning was, I think it's prudent for us to consider building the infrastructure ahead of time at a very favorable interest rate that I think we're at historical lows. And being able to do it at a debt coverage ratio that's a responsible number, I think it behooves us to consider doing it. Again, if we only do the 20 million or 22 million, I don't think that's a bad decision necessarily, but I think risk of loss isn't the only, risk. There's, as Jared pointed out rightfully, there's opportunity risk, there's inflation risk, there's, revenue recession risk, right? There's all these things to consider. And I think missing out on an opportunity to do these at the lowest possible financing rate, at the current lowest cost, would be irresponsible for us not to really fully vet that out.
And what's the process? I mean, don't we have to have a public hearing or anything on this? We just get to borrow 20 million, the public doesn't get to come in and say anything to us? I think that's not very good.
Alan could speak to that a little better than I could.
You can have a public hearing, but it's not required.
Why would we not want to have a public hearing on this?
Can I clarify something real
Please.
quick? Okay. Now, technically, doing this won't affect the other buildings, but we are going to have a real hard time financing either one of those buildings. So if the water department were contributing towards, say, Public Works, that would make it easier to get to the financing point. So if we take it all to build water lines, they may not have a contribution to go towards their building they want, okay?
So you're saying there's an opportunity cost?
Yeah, well, yeah, there is. If we do both of those buildings, it's gonna cost us about $3.4 million a year, okay? We don't have that at this point. We were pretty close to it when building permits were what they were. They're not there now, so, if somehow we were to put together a Public Works building where we're getting a bond against our fire fees, we're getting money from the water department, we're getting general fund money to some degree, then maybe we could do that. But we're not in a position to build either one of those buildings today. You know, just because of what's happened with our revenue this year, building permits are gonna end up roughly $3 million lower than last year. Our, each of our impact fees are getting hit about 25%. You know, so we can do this in the water fund, and, you know, for the other things, you know, this is not gonna affect our bond rating or our ability to bond, but it will affect our ability to pay for the other buildings.
So let me just do some back of the napkin math here real quick. Based on what Justin was saying, we've got a surplus of revenue above operating costs of about $1.5 million-ish to $2 million a year from our water fund. At a 2 times coverage ratio, we'd be spending about $750,000 to service the debt, and we'd have $750,000 excess revenue staying in the enterprise fund. You're suggesting that that $750,000 excess revenue could be applied towards servicing the debt on the buildings?
If the water fund is using that building, yeah, they can help pay for it.
Like the Public Works?
Yeah.
Okay, understood.
Because right now, they're not the funds in the general fund to do those buildings.
Yeah, and that's a different discussion to have, but
Yeah.
at 2 times service coverage ratio, half of the revenue that's coming into the water could be used to help service the debt on a Public Works facility. So you're saying if both of those buildings would be $3.5 million a year, maybe $2.5 million would be the Public Works side of it, and we might be able to pay a third of that with excess water. So understanding what you're saying, is that a back of the napkin kind of math for that? Okay. Sorry, everybody's eyes glazed over.
No, that's how it is.
It sounds like we hit 9:30 is what it is.
Yeah.
So I'm not hearing any changes in direction from council members, and so unless somebody speaks up, I think we've given direction. Focus on the items in green, and we will go from there. Any objection?
No, but I still think the public should have some say on this.
All right, we will move on to item 8.1, item 8, consent agenda. I'll accept a motion.
A motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
Second?
I have a motion from Clint, a second from Sherry. Jared?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes, but I'd like to reserve the right to make a comment after.
Okay,
I
and
think you're the last one to vote.
I'll vote too.
Oh, sorry.
I'll vote yes, that motion passes. Steve, please feel free to make your comment.
Just wanted to make one comment in reviewing the minutes. I was just really impressed, Jackie, by the notes that you're keeping, the quality of minutes that you're keeping, the, I'll say the wise editing and structuring of some of the things that were put in there. I just really appreciate the effort that goes into that. Was just magnificently done. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item 9.1, discussion and consideration of a resolution approving an amendment requested by John Lindsley to the Wasatch South Hills Master Development Agreement. Blake.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just before we start, I want to let everybody know that John Lindsley and his attorney Bruce Baird are on the line. So if there are any questions for them, they're available to answer. Okay. So the first few slides here, we're just going to kind of go back and catch up on stuff that you've already seen, but here's our vicinity map where we're talking about. Just following up from last.
Beautiful vicinity map. Thank you very much.
We know where we're at. And this tells us where we've been since last April, or since last July. We've talked about it several times. These are all the public meetings where we've discussed this, this item. So last meeting, we had a handful of questions, and here they are. What's the process? Where did all the low-density units go? And then some clarification on the density transfer. And a disclaimer on that last one, we had our Community Development Committee meeting the day after.
Everybody. I apologize to everyone.
What'd you do?
I completely misunderstood what the situation was. Staff did the good job of trying to explain it But when we got into our community development meeting, we had a conversation, really, what I was expressing, it was already occurring in the existing plan, and we could have just struck that line and moved on. So I apologize to everyone. I apologize to everyone here. Apologize to John and Bruce and everyone else that they have to come back again because we could have taken care of this last time.
So there's some more clarification on that item tonight that didn't come out of last meeting, and hopefully it crystallizes everything and we're good to go. So we'll start with the process. The amendment number 3 that was done last spelled out the process for receiving development applications. And so that's one process that we can talk about, and I think I included that in the packet. Talks about what's all required for development applications. It's pretty standard. It kind of brings it into conformance with our current code. There's other processes that are defined in the MDA that we're not touching and that we're leaving alone right now, that we haven't proposed to change. And there's applications for administrative action. Those would be administrative changes, like if they wanted to move a water line from this side of the road to that side of the road. We typically handle those administratively. And if they come to the administrator, which is me, and I approve an administrative action, I'm required to notify the council in writing, and then you have 10 days to say, nope, we want to see that, we want to approve that, we don't want you to approve it. So that's the way that action works. Then there's another application called a modification application, and that's actually what we're working through right now, is a modification application, which is an amendment to the MDA. So those are all spelled out in the MDA, and the last one that we talked about was the Amendment 3, which defines the process. Were there any more questions on that process, on that one? Okay. We'll move on to the next one. So this is just a side-by-side of the land use plan. And I'm just going to kind of go through some examples to show where some of these low-density units went. And so the first one's a table. I got both plans on the left so you can kind of refer to them. You can see that the current plan, so there was a plan before the current plan. It was the original plan. And sorry, this gets really confusing. The original plan was the 2008 plan. And just for reference, it had 119 low-density units in the original plan. Then when RSL came on, there were some changes, things were modified. Then there were 135 low-density units in the current approved plan that we're working with. And then the proposed plan that we're seeing right now has 44 units. So there's a net change from the approved plan to where we're at now of 91 units reduced. So where did they go? Hopefully we can show you. So you can see the old plan is on the left, or the current plan, I'll call it, and the proposed plan's on the right. Pod 5 was shown as all low density in the current plan. If you look at the general plan, there's a small piece on the south end that shows low density. There's a piece on the north end that's mixed use that allows for pretty high density in the 2008 general plan. And then the majority of the pod is shown as medium density in the general plan. So
Is that what we're looking at, is the general plan versus, no?
you're looking at the approved land use plan, which is low density, has it as 85 units
Both, okay.
to the medium density with 275 units. So that, in effect, is a reduction of 85 low-density units, and then also an increase of 275 medium-density units. So that's where 85 of them went. The next one is, you can see the Pod 8 became Pod 20 in the new plan.
It was a nice presentation there. That slid up and down. Good job.
It made it nice and clear and easy to see, so you can see where we're going. So this is effectively a reduction of 28 low-density units. They didn't change the land use here, still low density. They just took 28 units out and only showed 5 units on this piece.
So the units per acre is increasing on that piece?
Units per acre is significantly decreasing because they went from 33 down to 5.
So that's what I'm saying, so we've got less units, but the actual size of the unit is
The
much
size
larger.
of the lots
Yep.
went
Way
yeah,
up.
went way big.
No, they didn't.
Well, I know, but
That is so not true. They didn't go from, 3rd-acre lots to 2-acre lots. That just didn't happen. 2 and a quarter acre. That is not what they're doing up there.
Density just went down.
Yeah. They just eliminated the number of units.
touche.
And so the last little example was the old Pod 7 to the new Pod 21. There's really not much change in shape or land use, but it was a reduction of 27 units. So it's 10 units over 16 acres.
Go
So
back one slide for me, or sorry, back to that
So
previous
that
table.
kind of speaks to what we were talking about last time of having all these available units and trying to put them somewhere. That's kind of what they did with the original plan, and now that they're looking at it and seeing what can actually go where.
It's reducing those.
And if you talk about density transfer, now there's an opportunity to take some units, 5 units from here, and put them in one of these other, maybe Pod 21 or something, because they have a bank of units in low-density housing. So this does provide the developer some flexibility. It might look kind of funny, but I'm sure there's a method to the madness there.
Sorry,
But
can
it
I see
fits
the
the
previous chart,
Which one are you looking for? The chart?
the overall? That one.
That one?
Hold there for just a second for me, would you? And how many units per acre are they allowed when they add?
They're allowed to add 4.5 units per acre for
4.5
any
units per
property.
acre. Thank you. You can go on. Thank you.
And if you remember a couple of presentations ago, we went through and analyzed it and showed that it met the general plan. Generally, it's it's a general plan, so there's some areas that are kind of, I don't know, blended over with when they put it together. But, so the last question is the density transfer. And so I kind of want to turn it over to Chase here, because he's been working with the developer's attorney to get the language to work here. But just a little background is pods 35 and 39, if you read the way the development agreement's written, and Michael Malloy has spoken to this several times, is you have to have a sending and a receiving zone. And so they've used all their RM units in Soleil Lofts. And there's no other RM zone in this development. So with creating these two, they've actually pushed it up above the density that's allowed, and there's no RM zone to bring those from. So Chase has been working to make pods 35 and 39 work, but then not allow this to happen in the rest of the development, and I'll let him speak to that.
Yeah, and a lot of the language that we came up with, was based upon some of the conversation that was had at the CD meeting. And then again, we did work with Mr. Baird and Mr. Lindsley on this language as well. And I've worked with Blake and Michael to get it to a point where we feel comfortable recommending it for approval to the city based upon this language. And the developer and his attorney are also willing to give on that language as well. So essentially what we've come down to is that there's that special density transfer built in with these two pods in particular, and any density transfers that don't comply with the existing MDA would have to come back to the city council for approval. So the proposed amendment 4.3.1 spells out that any other density transfer can only be approved if it's from the sending and receiving zones are the same. Any other density transfer outside of that language would have to come back to council for approval.
That's moving forward, or that includes this?
That would be moving forward, yes.
Which includes this.
Because that's not.
And we've changed that language. I don't know if you have an updated version that we worked on with Bruce and John. So we've got some additional language, again, that they've agreed to, that I've worked on with Blake and Michael, that we're comfortable recommending to the council, that has changed since we included this language in your packet.
I didn't get that added on, but it's captured in what Chase just said.
Yeah. I almost hate to ask this question at this point. I really screwed things up last time, at least delaying this part unnecessarily. So we've been told over and over with both Wasatch and Rosecrest in this, they get to add units thing to this bank. There's no way they can ever use the bank. There's just way too many units there. With this plan, how does that look? How many unusable units are there, or are they all assigned in this plan?
I don't know if we have enough information to say how many are unusable, because it's a bubble plan, so we're not dialed into that.
Yeah, as you can tell, they had
level.
excess in the Soleil Lofts, right? There weren't any. They used every one of them. There weren't any to transfer. So they have plans to use those units.
Well, I mean, I can't.
Regardless of this.
If I were them, I would want to try to use them all.
Sure.
that's just what we've been told, is there's no way they can use all of these, so as
I
we're looking to
don't
amend
believe that
this-
to be accurate.
I think
I
when it
don't know
gets
that
up-
they will use all of them, but I think if they wanted to, they could use every single one of them.
And I think we have to, I think we have to plan as if they're going to use them.
I agree.
Not to in any way discredit any comments or statements that are made by the developer. More so, it is only responsible for us to plan plan on what they're allowed. And so we need to go forward with that idea.
I would just like to know, you can follow up with an
Yeah.
email or something.
And they are required to do a development report, I believe, every time they bring an application in the planning commission. So we can track that and see. For example, they did not use all the units that they were allowed to use on the pieces that are developed already.
But that doesn't mean they didn't have full intent of moving them.
Yeah, so.
That's my question, is are they incorporated in this plan, or is it all?
And again, one of the things that we're capturing though is if those units are from a receiving zone that has no, or sending zone that has no
Yeah.
receiving zone,
I love that. I love that
right, they would have to come back to council to ask for an amendment to transfer those units to
An
some
amendment
other
or
zone.
approval?
It would be approval in the form of an amendment. Yes.
Yeah, it would be the modification application is what it would have to be. And then there was one other item we wanted to talk about, and it's the CDA. And so Chase has been working on that language as well, because we wanted to make you aware, I think this has been said before, but it was several months ago when it was said, that pods 35 and 39 will require a modification to the CDA because there are residential units in there. And Chase has been working today on that. Do you have more information on that?
Yeah, so just as a background, again, pods 35 and 39 are included in that business center CDA. The project area plan for the CDA has a maximum number of average units that can be built out for residential development. It spells out that 27 acres of the CDA can be used for residential development with an average, again, of 12 units per acre within that 27 acres. We haven't been able to calculate exactly how many we're at. We believe we're under that amount currently in the CDA for residential units. So we're not quite sure what the impact would be to this point. The county is willing to have the discussion about amending that project area plan to allow for additional units within the CDA area, residential units. We've reached out to them today. We haven't been able to schedule a call, so that issue of whether or not we would be required to amend the project area plan for the CDA is temporarily unanswered. However, I don't think that necessarily has to stop us from approving this particular amendment. And in fact, I would recommend that we just approve that amendment with language saying that the developer cannot build any residential units until we receive that definitive answer from the county. So that would allow them to move forward with the commercial development within pods 35 and 39. And once we receive that answer from the county, then they can submit for building application for residential units.
There is specific language if we decide to approve that you would.
Yes, if you do decide to approve, I have some language that I would recommend for
Thank you.
in your motion.
If we get to
and-
that point, we will look.
What
to you for
options
that.
would exist if the county didn't approve that?
So they could potentially build, again, we believe we're under the 12, so they could potentially build up to 12, which would come out to an average of 12, I should say, of residential units within that total CDA area.
12 per acre, right?
12 units per acre, thank you, Councilmember Warren. And then we would have to essentially come to some resolution about cutting them off at that point, right? Because that would affect the CDA's ability to receive up to, I believe, almost $8 million in funding from the county, so.
Is that in that language that you're recommending that if we add, that they would have, that?
So, yes, the language that we would add would simply state that if we don't get approval, they could not seek approval for anything over that.
And they are
density.
aware of this language and have.
Yes, I've
signed
got an
off on
email
it?
confirming that, and they're on the line as well if you'd like.
If you
their
got an email, that's sufficient for
confirmation.
me.
So,
Any further discussion?
Nobody wants to hear what I gotta say.
Well, if there's no further discussion, I'm happy to take a motion if somebody wants to make one.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number R39-2020, approving the Fourth Amendment to the Master Development Agreement for the South Hills Master Plan Community with
the condition that building approval of residential units in pods 35 and 39 be withheld until any needed amendments to the project area plan are resolved with the county.
as stated.
Second. A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Jared?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
No.
And I will vote yes. That motion passes. Would anybody like to make statements on their vote? Nope. Okay, we'll move on to 9.2, discussion and consideration of an ordinance authorizing the text change proposal based off the application submitted by Jude Messenger on behalf of Academy Village Land Holdings, LLC, and in partnership with John Lindsley, requesting the approval of a draft village mixed-use, VMU, overlay zone to regulate signage within commercial developments that contain a minimum of 40 continuous acres of property. Whew, Michael.
Thank you. And as the council knows, we discussed this previously. And like the last item, you had asked staff to do some additional research and bring some additional information to you for your consideration tonight. This is, again, a text amendment. If the council approves this new overlay zone, the applicant does intend to submit a zoning map amendment that would potentially apply this overlay to some commercial property that is being planned and developed in the city currently, adjacent to Mountain View Corridor. This has been our development review process. The application was initiated in January of this year, and there has been some iterations to the application. There was some delay before we could actually start engaging the Planning Commission and the public and the City Council on this project. If it were approved, this is the site that has been considered for a future application. And one of the questions that had been previously talked about is how does this sign plan or this overlay fit within the context of other large center signs that are on Mountain View Corridor? So the council had previously requested that we identify these two existing signs that are used in connection with the Real Academy and the Zions Bank Stadium. This is approximately the location of the proposed plan center signs if this overlay were approved at a subsequent meeting. This is the aerial photograph of the property. It is currently being graded. There has been some horizontal work done, some utility work, but there's been no vertical construction on this property. This is a concept sign plan that was shown to the Planning Commission at the time that this text change was proposed. And you have a series of slides that I've attached in your packet that I won't go through tonight that kind of illustrate this concept. Again, if this were approved, a final sign plan would be produced by the developer and submitted to the Planning Commission for a review and a decision based on all of the standards of this ordinance as well as any other applicable ordinance. So the key thing about this overlay really is to create a master sign plan that really is visible from the Mountain View Corridor. And so these plan center signs are essentially, and you can see in this next exhibit, they do have a maximum height in the draft ordinance, but there's also another maximum that is relative to the elevation of Mountain View Corridor. And I have a table that summarizes those standards here just shortly. We looked at what other cities around us are doing as far as these larger kind of freeway-oriented signage regulations. So, Bluffdale, again, they have some I-15 frontage. These are some of their standards. You can see maximum height, 50 feet, 65 feet above the surface of I-15, some area. Harriman, this is our current language, so we do allow for planned center signs for multiple tenants, but you can see our maximum height is 16 feet, 200 square feet in area, and this has no relationship to whether it is adjacent to Mountain View corridor or not. We do have planned center signs, for example, in the Anthem Commercial Center, for example. So this amendment is requesting for a planned center with 40 acres, a maximum height would be 50 feet, 45 feet above the surface of Mountain View corridor, and a maximum area of 800 square feet. Now that 800 square feet actually is a breakdown. It's a combination of static display as well as a visual display or an LED or some type of an electronic sign. So that would be the maximum of the combination of those two. Another thing I didn't mention is that this planned center sign does have a standard that has to be within, I think it's 100 feet of the corridor itself. So it's not that these planned center signs could go anywhere within the 40 contiguous acres. It does have to be in proximity to Mountain View corridor specifically. And then again, you can see Riverton, South Jordan. Riverton, of course, has done something very similar with CenterCal. They adopted a development agreement that talks about their signage along Mountain View. And the area that for their sign in the Mountain View Village, it wasn't clear to me, and I think maybe it's because it refers back to their base zone potentially. But you can see they do have this freeway-oriented sign standard of 50 feet tall, 950 square feet maximum area. So again, we did this study to try and just demonstrate that the requests seem to be generally in line with other kind of customary freeway or high-traffic corridor advertising. We talked about how there was a concern with the Planning Commission about how much sign text should be allowed on one particular monument sign. We talked about how the Planning Commission did recommend approval of this proposal, 5-1. And again, that dissenting vote was just concerned about making sure we didn't have too much visual clutter or text information to ensure legibility. Now, the council last time asked for some additional information, and here's my kind of summary of that. You had asked for making sure that the language within the overlay specifically said that we were limiting to on-premise advertising only. So this has been added to the draft proposal. Also, there was a request that originally the draft said that if there was an existing residential dwelling, that these planned center signs needed to be 150 feet away or 50 feet away from a future site of a residential dwelling. And it was the council's request that that be 150 feet, whether it's existing or proposed. And the applicant confirmed to staff that they accepted that. They reviewed this and they said that that was fine, that that would work for their plans. So that this has also been amended in the proposed ordinance. And then we also had talked about, again, how there was maybe the need to kind of clarify the process a little bit further in the proposal, making sure that it was clear to both parties, the city and to the potential user of this overlay, that there would be a comprehensive sign plan, that would go to the Planning Commission, and that they would be applying the standards of the overlay as well as the base zone. Mayor Watts, you also had asked the question about what is the height limit of a monument sign. Although it's not specified within this particular ordinance, it does say that the base zone regulations still apply, except where modified by this overlay. And in this case, that means that the base zone of 6 feet tall on the monument sign, that applies. And so that is the maximum height of the monument signs. And all of the exhibits, the concept plans, clearly illustrate that. So we have amended the draft ordinance. That's what is in your packet for consideration tonight. Does the council have any further questions on this text amendment at this time?
I have one question, and it, in all honesty, is probably not going to affect my decision on this. Where did we come up with the 800 square feet?
Again, that was something that they had proposed. I know that they had worked with multiple sign companies in asking for their design services. I've gone through a number of projects that are similar to this, where there's a lot of very detailed study as to, when you're traveling at this rate of speed, how far away can you see something? How big does that text need to be? How long does the dwell time need to be in order to be effective and not distracting to drivers? I'm assuming that that was a calculation based on all of those factors. Again, the one thing that I was really encouraging this particular applicant to do is to make sure that their requests were similar to essentially our sister cities, our adjoining cities. And, it does seem to be within the ballpark of these other standards.
The reason I ask
Yeah.
is because a standard billboard that would be on I-15 would be 672 square feet. It's 14 by 48, right? That's roughly a standard billboard. So my concern is not with this project. My concern is this is the overlay, and what I don't want to get into the situation of is giving so much room that we have larger than what a normal billboard would be. I don't
Right.
necessarily think that would affect my decision tonight. That's the concern about being 800 feet over, say, 675 or 700.
One of the things to be aware of is any place on this sign where there is actual text copy, even the name of the center, Academy Village, in this particular model, we would calculate that towards the sign area. So you can see if you were to combine all of those measurements, it does add up. We're talking a very large sign. In the ordinance, there are maximum for each type of signage. So they can't fill the 800 square feet with just all electronic signage. So there are maximum for each types.
Is the 675 square feet, or sorry, the 800, sorry, I got fixed on that number, the 800 square feet, is that on each side, or is that?
Yes. Now that would be,
Specified in
yeah, that would be allowed for each side, yes, if they wanted to have a double-sided sign.
Specified in the zone.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to
Yes.
make sure, because I'm sure that's the intent.
Yes.
And I don't want to all of a sudden have somebody come back and be like, oh, you only get 800, square
Yeah.
feet, when we intended to give them 800 on each side.
Yeah, it's 1015 FA
What
8-4, and it does talk about the two display faces.
What about the third display face that they're showing?
I mean, like if it was like
So go back, I think, or go forward, one of the two. On the edge, they're showing, see how they're showing on the edge
right there.
on the third face? Would that count towards it? And like I said, I don't have any problem with what I'm seeing. My concern is rather, is the future, right? My concern is that we have another project come down that they're gonna take advantage of a loophole to get it. So do I necessarily think that that's gonna change my view today? My concern is that in the future that somebody will take advantage of it, or that we might come back and say, well, it doesn't actually meet because you only get two sides.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. I think in my interpretation, I would probably say, let's split that text copy down the middle and apply each to the other two faces. This is obviously something that's just trying to create a location, a destination, and not really advertisement, but yeah.
And
Yeah,
like I said,
right, but that's a good
Is
point.
that something that we would normally allow staff to make that call?
Oh, yes, yeah, yes.
So if our normal decision would be, that's gonna be, I just wanna make sure that we're clear that on, say, a third face like this, where it's just the name of the project, we would allow staff to make that call.
And let me clarify, in this case, it would be the planning commission, right? Yeah.
Whoever
Yes.
the deciding body is, would simply make that call, correct? And we would not necessarily, okay,
Yeah.
I don't wanna cause problems later when we're
Yeah.
actually dealing with a new thing that will come down the road.
And once again, this is just a concept. It was just an illustration as to what the impact of this type of language might create, so, or allow to be created.
I like it. I think it looks good.
Okay.
Those are my questions. Thank you for adding the language for my previous requests. I think those have taken care of my concerns. Any other comments, questions, concerns? I'm open to a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2020-33, authorizing a land development code amendment to create a village mixed-use overlay zone.
I will second.
I have a motion and a second. Steve?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
And I will vote yes, that motion passes. Thank you very much for
Thank
the work
you.
to put that together.
Michael, this maybe is not the most appropriate time to say this, but we are still waiting on the update on the parking structure on that development too, so I look forward to seeing that.
Okay, future meetings. Our next planning commission meeting will be tomorrow at 7 PM. Our next city council work meeting will be on December 9th at 5:30 PM. Our city council meeting will be at 7 PM that same night. Then we will have a joint planning commission meeting on the 16th. Are we still planning on that?
Believe
Yes?
so.
Okay. Unless we notify otherwise. We do have the virtual 5K coming up for Thanksgiving between the 20th and the 28th. We do also have the holiday market in Butterfield Park from 2 PM to 8 PM on November 20th, and then from 10 AM to 5 PM on November 21st. Also, just as a reminder, on November 30th, we will have the Night of Lights Parade. That will begin here at Crane Park, but that will progress through the city on that night so that residents can participate from a socially distant manner. With that, I will accept a motion to adjourn from our regular meeting and go back into work meeting.
I will make that motion with a 5-minute break.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We'll be back in 5.
All right.
Because he's not gonna get it anywhere else.
Let's move. I have an early morning.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate everybody coming back and making time. We will move on to item 2.5, Rosecrest Business Center CDA analysis, parking structure, and impact fee obligation overview. Hey, it's almost like the thing you asked for.
Asking you shall receive.
That was way fast to get back on Sherry's request.
30 seconds, Blake, go.
I brought my Red Bull, so it should make me go faster. Let's see.
I'm like, I swear I read
We'll get
that,
this
and I was
opened
like,
up
how
here.
come that wasn't discussed? Because it was after. It was on the
Yeah, we've
next
been working
page.
on this for a while. We got receipts and invoices and everything from Rosecrest in July. And it was a pretty hefty lift to figure out what they spent was eligible and what wasn't. They did a good job of going through and highlighting stuff, so we were able to go verify it. So we'll get to that in a minute, but this is an exhibit out of the CDA plan that Chase talked about a little bit ago. And this shows the collection area, which is the hatched area surrounded by blue. And then it shows the projects that they identified. And this was also an exhibit in the participation agreement for Rosecrest. So there's some irrigation pump stations, some stormwater ponds, and these are general areas that show for the infrastructure improvements. So that storm drain pond 1 is actually the big slick pond that we built, and there's irrigation reservoirs and stuff that will be in that general area. It's what they planned for.
I'm looking at U7A. Isn't that what we just had a whole long thing about with getting that pipe in
U7.
at the very top? Along the canal.
Yeah, that's the pipe that's supposed to be for.
That's the outfall.
Yeah.
That's the outfall. And we're not actually going to put any money towards that at this point, right?
This money was identified when we worked with Alan as a backstop, because there's some money in that development agreement with Mountain Ridge that we have to pay them back for that pipe.
Copy,
So
thank
this
you.
money can be used for that if we run short on impact fees. Okay, so I just kind of wanted to highlight the participation agreement. This was something that when this was presented earlier, I don't think there was knowledge of this existing. And so now we know it exists. We know that there's an obligation to pay back the developer for the infrastructure they installed. The agreement identifies projects up to an amount of $30,542,692. And so this obligates the developer to design and construct those improvements and obligates the city to reimburse them for what the actual costs the developer spends are. And then the projects were listed in the participation agreement. I included that in the packet so you could look at that and get familiar with it. So this was a pretty short presentation. This is the last slide. The developer, Rosecrest Development, they gave all of their invoices. I went through them with a fine-tooth comb, verified all their expenses, verified their unit costs, and everything looked in line. All these projects had plans that were developed and reviewed through our engineering department and inspected by the city. The one thing that I saw missing if we were ever to do this again was they got all these plans approved, and then they went out and did the bid and built the project, and there was really no financial oversight on that part. But from what I saw, they got very competitive costs. They actually came in under what their estimates were on this 30 million. So it all worked out, but there was opportunity for something to not work out right there, but it didn't happen from what I can tell. So as you can see, a little bit over $24.5 million is actual expense that Rosecrest Communities has installed. They have not received any money from the TIF yet on that, and that's justifiable expenses that are reimbursable through the TIF. Then on the right-hand side column, you can see the future CDA eligible projects. There's some flexibility here. I mean, we could look at Rosecrest doing these projects. We could look at the city. We talked about a bond. There's no water projects on here, but so we don't want to talk about a bond. But there's other opportunities for doing these projects other than having the developer build them. Or we could make sure that if the developer does build them, these ones I would definitely like to see their bids up front and review them and make sure that we're good with them. And that would be an opportunity to improve the process right there. One thing I want to point out is the water projects on here, you're not seeing all the water projects. Some of the later water projects we did with a reimbursement agreement with Rosecrest and Wasatch. They put some of the improvements in together, and then we did a reimbursement agreement and did it with impact fees. So that actually frees up more TIF money for doing other projects in the future. And so as you can see, we're estimating with the future projects, and we have the solid costs on the 24.557 of about $32.5 million of costs coming out of the TIF for the infrastructure. If you look at that participation agreement, there's like $60 million identified in there. That difference between those two amounts, I see as being the cost for improvement, for infrastructure improvements in the CDA that the developer has to bear. Those are water lines that serve their building, and those are private roads and things like that. So those aren't reimbursable. Those are just, we're gonna put this much money of infrastructure in the TIF, but this much is how much we're gonna do and get reimbursed for. That's the way I saw that, read that in that agreement. I don't know if Chase reads it the same way. Do you have it?
No, I haven't had the opportunity to dive into that particular issue. I know we talked about this with Councilmember Shields just before the meeting, but that is something I confirmed that I would look at and report back on.
So, because the infrastructure that supports this development is all installed or on this list on the right-hand side. So I'm not seeing where they would come up with $30 million more in infrastructure. So that leads me to believe, as you read that agreement, all that money, that's just cost borne that isn't reimbursable. That's just cost spent by the developer, just the cost of development. Just like when they do a subdivision, they have a road that's servicing the greater community, the system road. They get reimbursed for that piece, but they still spend a lot more money on all that infrastructure inside.
Right.
And that's what I had to do, is when I went through their invoices, I had to break that stuff out, because I had these projects that were subdivisions that had all these costs of these improvements tied in with them.
Isn't that what's supposed to be able to give us some leeway in using those funds, say in a more discretionary manner? Right, so the 67 million is listed in the CDA, like that's the cap of the CDA.
Right.
Right? So if we collect more in TIF than, say, the 30 whatever million, then that's basically extra money in the CDA that we can then
Use
in other
to,
ways.
it's got more flexibility to use it
Right,
than
the
an impact.
67 is a cap of.
Is the case, that's correct.
Right. So it's just a matter of how much do we collect in TIF, right?
Right.
Yep, so.
So about that, the question I have is, 67 million is the total amount of the potential improvement costs. The CDA is capped at like 42 million. So there's a gap between what they potentially
Important distinction.
could get reimbursed for versus what the TIF will provide reimbursement for. And there's a question that I've asked Chase to address, is whether or not the difference between the 42 and the 65 is still reimbursable.
Right.
Or, sorry, I guess the question would be between the 32-ish and the 65, if that's still reimbursable to the developer and if that's payable through impact fees. But I'm not clear on yet.
Okay.
I'm not aware of any other infrastructure improvements over there that would be on our capital or impact fee facilities plan that would legally be eligible for impact fee reimbursement. So,
Well, so that's where the question is. That paragraph suggests that we would use impact fees to reimburse them for whatever the TIF doesn't generate. If there's somehow a conflict between what the contract says we're supposed to pay for and what legally we can pay for, then we have a problem with the contract that would need to be renegotiated there, so.
and that would only be these projects shown on this map. So, and these projects, many of these are constructed already, and the ones that aren't are on my list on the right-hand side, only going up to 32 million.
Okay.
So, I think.
And
I hope
that's
that
good,
answers it.
as long as, we get some TIF money going.
Yeah, we do need that. So Alan's got some additional slides here because the topic of this discussion had a
Sorry.
lot more than just the CDA now.
Before we go there, though, can, just a request, Tammy, Wendy, whoever, can we get we've probably been sent this before, but a copy of the CDA? I want to see, Well,
It's
the
in there.
TIF agreement,
The
the
808
participation agreement is in
Oh, yeah.
here, but not the CDA document.
So are you looking for all, because there's the CDA agreements with each one of the entities. Is that what you're looking for, like the
Yeah,
county
I want
and
to see what
the
each
school
one of those
district?
says.
Here's one of them, right?
Right, and the reason I'm asking for that is how, that's gonna tell us what our cap of the money we can collect is in total versus the participation agreement to say what we have to use for what, and then that tells us what's potentially left over.
And Alan has knowledge of those, and I do not. I have knowledge of what was spent, what was obligated.
Remember, Jared likes things in paper form.
Okay. Turn this over to Alan.
You can email it to me, I can print that one.
Okay. This is the CDA analysis that was done by Zions Bank last spring. They predicted that there was $42.3 million of potential TIF money for this development. However, as you'll see there, the school district does go over the cap that they established, so there's really only $39.6 million. The other reason I wanted to show you this is to show you that if you look there, the Salt Lake Valley Fire Service area is $6 million of this projected income. So we're only going to be at 33 unless you choose to continue to have Harriman City's fire service area be part of this CDA. So we essentially would have enough money to reimburse the developer and to do the uncompleted work, but Harriman City would not get their roughly $7 million that we're due from this CDA. So, depending on what we do with that fire service area will depend on how much we're actually going to get here from the CDA.
It's not that we're not getting it, it's just what pot it goes into. 'cause
Well,
it's
we're getting it
tertiary.
essentially restricted to fire service versus getting it to repay infrastructure in the CDA. So that's a choice that you can make as you look at that. We chose not to have the Harriman City Police District in this CDA when we left Slovisa. That was about $8 million that it hit us for that. So, these two districts between them will reduce this income by about 14 million bucks.
And there's an offset for some of this, though, in that some of these fees have already been reimbursed through impact fees, not through the CDA. So
None of the Rosecrest money has been, well, okay. We'll get to that in a minute if you get that question. Okay, so, as was mentioned earlier, Blake mentioned that the East Harriman water projects are being paid for with impact fee money. This was because we went to the two developers and asked them to put up 12 million bucks up front. Rosecrest put up 60% of the money and Wasatch South put up 40% of it. And so we are reimbursing that piece through impact fees. So there is that, but now Wasatch South has taken part of the reimbursement for the road they put in impact fees. We haven't reimbursed anything other than that water tank project to Rosecrest out of impact fees in that area. Okay? This is what we owe currently in impact fee reimbursements. And you'll see the grayed area there at the bottom accounts to about 16 million of the 18 million. That is all that water project plus the road that Wasatch South put in. So these are what we owe currently on our impact fee reimbursements. So you'll see our main thing is just that road and the water project down in East Harriman. You see at the bottom, 18,479,725 was our total of these opened impact fees. We've reimbursed 8,566,000 of it, so roughly half. So, but the biggest one here, these water lines in that road have only been done within the last couple of years. So those are all brand new. Everything else is just about cleared off. So this is what we owe in reimbursement agreements right now. Now, this one.
Just to verify, the 18.4 is the balance still owing after we
No,
paid the
that
8
was
million?
the original balance.
So it's 18 million minus the
Minus
8.5
the
million we
8.
paid, so it's just about 10 million.
Yep.
And we're expecting that we'll collect 22.7 million in impact fees for the area.
That is what we projected.
Okay.
Now, I don't have a projection on all of these little areas, but, you know, you look at the one for the, in the grayed out area, the collection area, that should produce $19 million, and where we have roughly 16 million there still to pay, so. Okay. Now, the other thing on the reimbursement agreements are these things right here. These are all reimbursement agreements that are dictated by MDAs. When you agreed to the MDAs, you agreed to these reimbursement agreements. Now, that could be,
I don't think any of us agreed to.
I was like, I don't know.
This MDA.
Okay, first of all, Anthem Big Bend Creek Park, that was supposed to be a reimbursement agreement dictated by the MDA. Our Parks and Rec people have taken it on to do that themselves. So, you know, to get what we wanted, they've taken that on, they've contracted it out. It's actually looks like it's gonna come in substantially lower than the 650,000. But that is just about done at this point. The other three items there, the 126th, 118th road improvements for Teton Village, the agreement does say that if they do those improvements, we will reimburse them for them. We also have the park and the White Barn down in Teton Village that would be reimbursed, but as I understand it, the council would have to approve them going forward on those projects to make those reimbursable. So those are additional ones that we could be responsible for that we are not at this point, so.
Because the White Barn is not reimbursable because we didn't put it on our master, right?
It's so pretty.
Pretty picture.
Okay, that's what I have. Does anyone have any questions?
Thanks, Alan. That's
I'll have
very
more,
helpful.
I'll have more questions for you next time.
Well, and
All right.
honestly, I appreciate you, the recap, because I had, going back to the CDA area, had again forgotten the component of the service area, the fire service area, and that change there and how that, the decision we have to make and how that impacts that,
Yeah.
that revenue there.
Yeah, when you change districts, you have the option to decide whether or not to be in or be out. And we decided to be out when we left Slovisa. And either ways, I think we're gonna have adequate funds there to pay what we have required, so,
Could we go back to the previous slide?
No, we're done. No, just kidding.
yep.
In the memo, it said that there's potentially $8 million more in infrastructure for Rose Creek to build, potentially. So that would take our pending 22 to 30?
32.
24 days.
24 to 32.
Yes.
Well, just of the existing, right? Because it said that we have, as far as the balance from that,
Yeah, that's in the bottom corner.
from the other slide. bottom corner.
Box.
22 is not on
Yeah,
this
there's
one.
about $8 million left of
The total future project's the 8, so going back to the other one, showing the balances, what's been paid and what's, this one, right? So projected fee collection area. So this is what we project to collect, is the 22,792.
Yeah.
We've already paid.
But we've only got about
8.5.
another 10 million owing, or
And this is-
projected to owe, right?
Is that $18 million?
But that's not with
include
the other 8.
I'm not seeing how
these numbers
those
add
two
up.
slides match up.
Right? That's what I'm trying to
Misunderstanding.
make sense of it. So this one, from understanding, is that we've paid to date the 8.5.
Yes.
Means we owe roughly
10.
10.
Yep.
And we-
This is impact fees, though.
This isn't the CDA.
Right. Yeah,
not the
yeah, yeah,
CDA.
yeah. No, impact fees, right? But that's the thing, what was said roughly a year ago was that our intention was to try to pay for all of this as much as we could from impact fees to then leave us with TIF money to use for other stuff.
Extra CDA money for other stuff.
Right, which is why we asked them to do this in regards to the parking garage or whatever. Will we have funds available to
Right.
do that other stuff? So if we've got 10 to go here, potentially another 8, so potentially 18 million more
Well,
to pay?
I guess you could say that, but this 8 over here has to be spent. Whether we do it from the TIF or whether we come out of other funds, that has to be spent.
That will eventually be spent on these projects.
If you look at that 8,018,000, that middle item, 500,000, you've already approved for them to spend. So that's underway right now.
Okay, so that's the difference between these. So this list is eligible CDA funds.
Yes.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
And so,
And future eligible
CDA.
CDA. So the,
Looking at about 10 million.
so these have been completed.
the left-hand
The
side.
left-hand side, they've
finished.
been completed.
There's
And
one of
so
them,
so we kind of have the option, do we want to wait to collect TIF funds and pay them there? Because the agreement says that comes from TIF funds, and if we don't collect enough from TIF funds, then we can pay them with impact, right? So really, they kind of have to wait if we want to. But they've built the 24, there's potentially another 8, right? And more or less will be, and probably will be higher, a little bit higher than that. So it's a matter of the impact fees. So we have 22 million more to collect from impact fees that we could use towards this list if we wanted to.
Some of this
Go to your
list
next
or all
slide
of this
again,
list? or-
Alan. I don't think there's 22
Well,
million more.
your
There's 22
22
anticipated from
has
that.
got to pay that other 10.
We still got 10 left to pay on it, so we've
Just
got,
shy of 23.
You'd have 10 to 12 million in impact fees left.
And you still have a handful of capital projects that are impact fee eligible that are to be built, like 6400 West, the rest of 126. You've got Main Street with Danzies, they're going to build the school, and that agreement's in draft form right now. It hasn't been executed.
Yeah, like I said, I'm going to have a lot more questions for you because our main question was in the one community development meeting that we had, kind of the inaugural committee meeting with Wasatch and Rosecrest. It was, look, we need a letter in order to do the parking garage. Wasatch wants something from the city that they can take to their investors that say, yeah, we'll pledge CDA money to you if it materializes, right? Like they're taking the risk, but they just want something saying that we will pay them if we have it. And Rosecrest already having a participation agreement said, yeah, we're fine with that as long as this city gives us something saying that they will pay us no matter what, with impact fees if there's not enough TIF money. So if you give TIF money to Wasatch, we're fine with that. We'll split it with them. But this city's on the hook to make us whole
With impact.
if you don't end up with enough.
I think we already have that agreement. That's what I'm saying. The participation agreement that exists already.
Well, that's reading
has
that.
that language in it, at least from the way I read it. So them asking for that again seems redundant.
So that's why I'm
That's
now
one of the things
looking at Chase as far as verbiage, because that's what was holding us up regardless of the numbers, right? Was that part of it? So, sorry, I just had it, and then I scrolled by it again.
While you're looking there, Jared, I guess a clarifying question for the rest of the council is, I thought we had actually already made a decision that we were not willing to participate in the parking garages. Was that not?
I think we've been waiting on
Been waiting
numbers.
for this.
I think we had said not.
You know, though, I'd like to clarify, though, I gave you these impact fee numbers in July,
Right,
I remember having
Okay.
Right.
deja vu.
so they haven't changed hardly at all.
right.
All right.
And we were looking at other options, right? We were looking at grants or different options and things like that, right?
Going after.
We were looking at Wasatch Front funding, but as we worked through the application process, we didn't even get our application accepted because
Because we're
it
not a
didn't
ski resort.
qualify for CMAQ funding, or didn't qualify for TAP funding or STIP funding. It was too, I don't know, too nebulous to fit into any one of those categories.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to hold this up
How long can you
unnecessarily
wait on
tonight.
the
I can type it
$8
up and send it
million
to everybody and Chase and clarify that.
How long can you wait on those improvements?
Would the council like just a memo on those answers, or bring it back to an meeting?
Memo's great.
So I really appreciate this as it relates to this CDA area. I think one question that the council's been asking for a while is an expansive view of this on a citywide basis. And I know that's kind of a big ask, but there's this idea of how much we owe, because even what you just said is, here's the CDA, here's the impact fees, and then there's a whole bunch of other capital projects that are eligible for impact fees that could suck up that extra $12 million. So it's hard for me to wrap my head around how much we're committed to reimburse versus how much we're actually going to have towards those reimburses versus what other projects we need to fund too. Does that make sense? It's like, that accounting
Where's
just,
the
I can't
shortfall?
ever find all those numbers.
And that's
The
kind
number
of,
is hidden in the impact fee facilities plan. And so we just did a water one, right? And we got the parks one adopted last year. The transportation, we haven't brought back yet because we're waiting for the general plan to be done. So yeah, that number is in the impact fee facilities plan. And so we could pull that together pretty easy. It's available. But those numbers, the last impact fee facilities plan for transportation was done a few years ago. So those numbers we'll look at and we'll be like, oh, we better add another 10% to those, or 20%, because they were under that year's dollars.
Which once again is.
because there were
why-
really two things that drove us to ask for that information, right? One was the Mountain Ridge agreements, where I made the point that, look, in all of these MDAs, we're just agreeing to reimburse them 100% from impact fees, right? Open-ended. And we likely won't have enough from impact fees to pay all those obligations, whether it's the MDAs, the agreements that we're totally obligated to, versus the other infrastructure from smaller developments that there's not an MDA, that we're maybe taking those impact fees to pay them, but then we don't have
Is
money
not
there.
exactly true, because we redo these every 5 years. And it all takes into consideration what you've got in reimbursement agreements, plus what's still yet to build. What you get in that impact fee analysis should take care of the reimbursement agreements and the new growth construction.
Then how come we're constantly told impact fees won't cover it? Impact fees are never intended to cover it.
When the impact fee was adopted for transportation, the council at that time didn't adopt the full impact fee. So they knew at some point in time, someone's gonna have to pay the piper. We're there.
Okay, and so that's on transportation, but what about everything else? Did they
Storm
not
drain.
adopt in on anything?
Storm drain covers most of it from what I can tell, and water works well, and parks is working pretty well. So transportation's the one, it's the oldest one, it's the one we're trying to get updated and get adopted.
Say, when did they not adopt the full, and has that been corrected? If so, when was it corrected, and what's?
That'll be up to us with the new one.
So we tried to correct it, but Olympia Hills caused us some issues with our transportation fee. And so when I got the impact fee analysis back, it dropped us down. We're $2,100 per door. The draft analysis brought us down to less than $1,000 per door.
Because of Olympia Hills?
And so I had some questions about the analysis from our consultant, and I didn't want to bring it to you and get it adopted lower and then have to come back to the home builders again and raise it back up later.
Right.
So I'm afraid that put us in a risky position.
Yes,
So we decided to wait till the Olympia Hills.
But
thing- or
but
till
it's
general-
been like that for 20 years?
Been like that since I've been here. So
Holy
I think
crap.
it's
So-
since 2008.
How do we make that a priority to fix?
We got to get the general plan updated. And then
Okay,
we've
so that
gotta-
brings me exactly back to my statement that I made earlier. And I'm going to re-emphasize this. I would like a specific date as to when our consultant will have that before us. Okay, I will be expecting to see a copy on December 16th.
I do want to ask one question based on comment you just made, though. When we adopt a new transportation impact fee, that study should take into consideration the shortfalls that were created because we didn't have a full impact fee plus what the new growth is going to be? Or basically it's like, guess what? We're screwed. We got to go bond for whatever the difference of money is.
Yeah,
I mean,
the way the law is written, you can only look at future need. If you didn't collect it in the past, that's your fault, which is why my eyes bugged out of my head when.
But you know,
That's the,
okay, well, that's just not what he just said, though. That's what I'm trying to figure out is, you said every few years you're supposed to balance that out basis what your.
no, they update the rates
We
based on
update it.
costs and whatnot,
and
but
you can take what the new growth is, you can take what's financing new growth and take those, and that's what you calculated. Going back and picking up something you didn't do, you can't do.
So in the impact fee study, they call it excess capacity or buy-in capacity. And so they go through and analyze every road that's been built, and they figure out the capacity that's currently used, new development capacity, and that's your percentage. The new development percentage gets to get applied to the cost of that road. So that's where I've had the hang up with our consultant and the like 6,000 West. We originally were told, oh yeah, you can pay for all of that improvement. And then when we got the analysis back, it was only like 30% or 20% of that improvement was impact fee eligible. And so we're working with a different consultant to see if we can justify a little bit more out of that to pay for it.
so correct me, Alan, if this example doesn't make sense, but just going through the police department and the fire department impact fees, right? So we have to do that analysis to have our own fire service area impact fee. Well, in that study, if you look at what the study that Zions Bank did for that, they have to look at what's already been built, right? We can't go back in time and say we didn't collect, so now the new people have to. They look at that and say, say if our population build out is 100,000 and we're at 50,000, they'll say, well, you're halfway there. You can only charge the new development for the new 50,000
50%
residents.
of the impact.
Their impact on, right, those new people, their impact on the existing infrastructure. So if we want to build a public safety building and use impact fees, we can only basically pay for half of it from impact fees because the other half got used. Yeah, is supposed to already be here.
But take, for instance, Station 103, the fire station that's fallen down around their ears. It's a functional fire station now, and it's serving a certain amount of our population. Just because we think we need a new one does not qualify it for impact fees, because we're already providing that service. We're just
Those
moving to a
existing
new
people.
building to do it. So, that's.
It's the impact
But
that
they
the
can-
new stuff has.
So the legislative option that we have to fix that loophole is taxes. Is that
Yep.
really what it's supposed to be?
So back to kind of
Freaking
my argument of the water bond thing is we're gonna have aging infrastructure that needs to be improved, and that's where you need that capacity.
If you watch the history of our state
Right.
legislature, they are trying as hard as they can to push us to where our only revenue is property tax and sales tax. They don't want us to have fees for building permits. They try to cut those out every year. They've tried for a few years to get them cut down to where we have to do a study to say exactly what it costs us, and we can't charge any more than that. They're taking away our ability to have any kind of revenue from the courts. They're taking away just about every kind of fee that we can charge. Every legislature, they take something away from us, pushing us to the point where sales tax and property taxes will be our only option.
I was in a training last week I was listening to, and they were attacking impact fees heavily, saying,
When
"We
here's,
wanna get rid of
yeah.
them."
Well, yeah, because the affordable housing, impact fees are too high. If we can get rid of those, we'll save money on house
Won't go
costs.
straight into somebody's pocket.
So here's the thing with impact fees, right?
yes,
We had this little, the impact fee study group, whatever, that Mayor Staggs and I were involved with for a couple of weeks, and we looked at each other and went, this is just a group of developers that want more profits, right? And that's their push, and that's where the PID stuff is going, right? Is that they want cities to pay for the infrastructure. They want us to bond to pay for the infrastructure, right? So they view impact fees as a cost to the developer, not a cost to the people buying the houses, right? They
It's
view it
not
as a
passed
cost to
on.
the developer. That's lost profits for them. Because if
Because
they
can
don't
only
have to
sell at whatever the market price is.
exactly, the market price is here, they'll continue to sell it at the market price, and that is extra profit for them if they don't have to pay us. And then that extra cost gets saddled onto the homeowners in the form of extra property taxes. Right, so it doesn't help affordability at all. In fact, it compounds the problem, makes it absolutely worse. And where they're going with the PIDs is so that they can get around impact fees and say, we don't have to pay impact fees, right? Because that's what's written in the law. If there's a PID, they don't have to pay the impact fee, right? Somebody else is, and they get to keep that profit.
And they collect the tax.
And they collect all the money for 100% of the.
Exactly, and so it
They can buy it- they
so
can
it
get all the money right up
bypasses,
front with a bond.
so it bypasses the legislative part of it and truth in taxation, right? Because it's just the existing property owner at the moment, but those people that come in and buy the homes, they have no idea that there's gonna be that extra, it's in that mountain of paperwork, right, that they're not gonna see. They know full well what that is.
But you know, the thing that's gonna happen is the first buyer is not gonna get the notice. And all of a sudden, they're gonna get the awakening, and when they go to sell it, they have to give the next buyer a disclosure statement.
Exactly.
And so they will have to take the loss on it once they disclose the amount.
Yep.
That's what I see.
Exactly.
Back to, we're just getting slightly, maybe possibly off of our course of where we should be. Where are we going with this particular conversation?
This is just information.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna write an email to Chase and he'll give us a response, and then I'm sure I'll have a lot more questions. It sounds like Steve probably will too.
So Blake, thank you for saying, if we can get some kind of an idea of where the shortfalls might be, that would be really helpful.
Yeah,
'Cause there's this fear that there's this huge number lurking out there that we don't know anything about, and that could really curtail any decision-making we do. It could curtail whether or not we issue new bonds. It could curtail whether we want to build new buildings. I mean,
I
if there's
feel like there's some agreement somewhere sitting out there that we owe someone $40 million.
Yeah, exactly, and it's just like,
And
whoa.
it's gonna show up at the last minute, and we're gonna be like, what? Why
It's
didn't we know?
It's not only that we owe them $40 million, it's just that we're short $40 million for what we are supposed to pay them. That's where my question is how much are we short? I'm convinced that we're short, I just don't know how much.
Yep, I can put that together. And the other thing we're doing to combat the shortages is we're continually looking for funding opportunities. And so
Grants and
we've
other
applied for, corridor preservation. We were successful last week on some applications, and we applied for some Wasatch Front funding opportunities. And every time we get one of those,
It helps.
it frees up some impact fee money for other places. So we'll keep doing that too.
Keep doing that.
Thank you. We appreciate it. I'm going to move us on to item 2.6, review of council's rules and procedures regarding work meeting participation. Wendy?
This is really Chase. I'll just turn it over to
Chase.
Chase.
Really
He
me.
did all the work.
He says like 90 seconds, right?
Yeah, we'll be quick. So at the last council meeting, council asked for this to be a discussion item to be brought up.
I vaguely remember that.
About work meeting participation by non-staff and third-party presenters. Currently, the rules don't prohibit that, but they do state that, I'll read it right here. Council takes no action at work meetings and public comment is generally not allowed. So in looking at this, my mind immediately goes to, would a developer who's building a project or working with us on something, who submitted an application, would that participation in a work meeting be considered public comment, right? I think you can draw that distinction. I don't know that we necessarily need to for purposes of this conversation, but I think there may be some value in clarifying, if the council would like to, who can participate in a work meeting, right? Or strictly prohibiting who can, who can't, what the scope of that participation might look like moving forward.
Well, anyone can be invited to comment, right?
But
Yeah.
for a while, we had it even printed on our agenda that they were not allowed to comment.
Unless invited.
they were asked.
And
I
unless
think
And our meetings were getting hijacked.
That was the problem.
And that makes absolute perfect sense to me, that
Well, I think.
you give someone a window, right? Or you give them
And
an
we were
inch and they
getting
take
We
them
ended up
off.
with
5-minute
sales
soliloquies.
pitches instead of information.
Right.
I think some clarification by yourself that helps to identify that in scope would be appropriate.
And one of the recommendations I made in there is that you could absolutely limit that participation to just the answering of questions, right? It's not, you're going to come in here and give us a pitch. It is, we have some questions, we'll allow you to come up to the podium and answer the questions that we direct to you. That's just a possible
The problem is,
solution.
Chase, it becomes a situation where they don't like the direction our discussion is going, and they want to
Exactly.
throw
That's-
some in and argue with us, and then it becomes this back and forth with developers. I mean, there were times we spent 45 minutes arguing with a developer over
Absolutely.
something, when it's like, you've given your piece, let us debate and we'll make a decision, right?
And really what I'm afraid of is because where we're at now is we kind of have control of the meeting again, and if we have a question, we can ask them and they can answer the
Right.
question, right? But as soon as you put in writing that they can, right, then that's what's going to happen.
Right.
Well, and my thought on that is that, not that it gives them the right to, but it outlines what the expectation is from the council if they are asked to respond. Does that make sense?
You can say if asked.
If asked, yeah.
But here's
Like I
the,
said.
like
here's
that
the
would be
reason
fine,
for the
but-
question, is that we have so many developers who are trying to meet with one or two of us to make their pitch, to work, to convince us of their presentation or their point of view. And then we're giving reports to other council members, and it's this kind of time-consuming, unproductive thing to have information dispensed from a developer to only one or two of us at a time, when we're not sure that we're all getting the same information at the same time.
Right.
So I think there's value to having them make that presentation that they want to make to all of us all at the same time. So I don't have to go in and have an hour and a half meeting with a developer by myself. Does that make sense?
Give your
Yeah.
pitch.
But I don't disagree with you, Steve, but I guess my view is that really it should be the application process and the staff that are working with them that really provide that essential information to us. Because then it turns into that sales pitch. It's not just like I say, there's a process for them to go through, and I think we give them the opportunity to answer those clarifying questions. But again, I think the whole reason that we have the process we do is so that staff helps walk them through that process, and staff is the one that gives us the bulk of the presentation, and they are there for clarification.
And
But I think that puts staff in a bad perspective, where they're now advocating, they're having to be the advocate for the builder rather than representing the city's
They shouldn't be.
interests.
If they're advocating
Yeah, I don't
for
see
them,
that.
if they're advocating for them, then shame on them, and we have to call them out on that. What
If
we've
they're,
talked,
if
what
they're
we've
having
talked,
to make an argument on behalf of the builder as to why something should be done or shouldn't done,
the developer,
they're being forced to be an advocate.
the developer has the opportunity to make their pitch, just like the public does, right? When that item is on for decision, and they have their opportunity to come give us their pitch at the same time that the public hears it, right? That's why we have an Open Public Meetings Act. Right? So the sidebar meetings is a way to circumvent that, right? Letting them give a pitch in a work meeting, to me, is circumventing that. And that's Sherry and I have talked about this over and over. We get that sales pitch. The public has noticed that the item is on the general meeting agenda, but they don't see that it's on the work meeting. I mean, when I was a resident standing back there, I was like, what is this extra meeting everybody's been attending for the last several months? I have no idea.
Right.
Right? So I actually agree with Clint that way, that yeah, staff should be walking them through the process. They absolutely should not be advocating one way or the other. It's just like we laid out today. It's the process, right? And if you feel that you want to we've given you our advice. And this, Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, if he's still here.
He stepped out. His stuff's
Blake,
still-
Blake, if you've been involved with the Horsley project, right? I know, and I know you know this. Staff have had meeting with them after meeting with them after meeting with them and given them advice and said, here's the process, here's what we would tell you to do, and they've ignored it and wanted to push it and bring it to both planning commission and council. That's their opportunity. If they blow it, they blow it, right? That's what, to me, that's what it should be. That's the process.
That's the process.
And that should be fair on both sides for the public and the developer. If we allow the sidebar conversations, et cetera, that's us helping them circumvent that.
That's like when Horsley reached out, he asked if, I have this cool development, I want to meet with you. I said, great, I look forward to seeing it on our agenda when you present it to the council and we can have a discussion about it. Because to me, it just creates suspicion, division, it pits people against each other.
Let me play devil's advocate for just a second. I'm not saying I necessarily believe it, but let me just make the argument here. If a resident calls me with a concern about a development, I'll take the resident's call and I'll meet with them. So if the landowner on a development calls me, I shouldn't answer their call and talk to them
Not saying you
one-on-one?
shouldn't or you can't.
And so, that's what I'm saying is
So,
that.
to give you an example, so for the same one.
Hey, come to the meeting and make your comments. I mean,
I gave you guys my report on meeting with that neighborhood, right? And you can ask any one of them, that's exactly what I said today is what I told them at that meeting. Here's the process. Here's what comes to the council. Here's what comes to the planning commission. Here's what the process is. Sign up for the public meeting notice. Make sure you pay attention and go to those meetings. They said, well, we don't like this and this and this and this. And I said, take those questions and those concerns to the appropriate body. Right? That's my job as a council member, is to walk them through the process and tell them how they can affect the process. Not tell them, you know what, I agree with all of your little things and I'm gonna make sure that we do all that. That's not what I do.
Yep, I agree.
And if I could jump in here, because I think it's a good segue to the second part of what I wanted to talk about, and that was,
There's another part?
yeah, it's quick, 90 seconds, remember? That first part was just 90 seconds, if you were keeping time. It goes in line with what you've discussed of, if one council member decides to meet with the developer or a resident and staff is there or someone else is there, our rules don't require that get reported back. I think it's great that you did that, Jared. And I think it's beneficial for everybody, but our rules don't require that. They only require that if there are two council members that meet with the developer.
Or if there's a staff member.
Or if there's a staff member present. So I think
Now,
that would be
I met with
another.
Mayor Staggs this morning. He asked me to go have breakfast with him and talk about stuff post-election. Great. There's a conversation between he and I, and I'll report whatever I think needs to, but that was a conversation, and I'll have a conversation with my neighbor. Yeah, I don't have to report that. but-
And I still defend that. Any of us have the freedom to
Absolutely.
meet with whoever we feel like we need to meet with to either get answers or provide answers about anything, any topic we want.
But for this, I don't want to give developers an extra opportunity for a sales pitch, right? That the public's not aware of or that they don't get to participate in.
You
That's-
have a
that's
really
my-
good point there, Jared.
Yep. Well, and the number of times that spiraled into something far worse than a sales pitch.
Oh my gosh.
Was awful. I remember watching some of the developers we all have very strong feelings about sit there and basically storm out and argue and yell and scream and freak out and how dare, and this is that's not productive.
Or make
at all.
inappropriate comments from the sidebar.
Or all the things, and it's awful. I hate sitting up here as the chair and telling a resident who's just trying to participate in the process that I need you to stop talking and sit down. I hate telling, when we've decided that we're moving on, asking somebody else to come up when a resident wants to speak. I don't like doing it.
We limit them to 2 minutes. I get this complaint all the time. We limit them to 2 minutes and we let
And
the
the builder
developer
can go
as
on
long
for
as-
45 minutes.
And that's exactly the point. The reason I do that is so that when we get to the point where that builder wants to come up and, because how many times has that builder sat in the back of the room and started, and I'm like, I'm sorry, we're moving on. I do that specifically so that that resident has the exact same chance as that developer to have that voice. And I think that our rules have allowed us to do that because we've enforced them consistently. If we change that, we run the risk, not saying it'll happen, but we run the risk of that falling back into the process we were in. So as of right now, and I think we're kind of all coming to the same agreement here, let's just not change it. Let's leave it. It seems to be working. If there are, I would ask staff that if there is a situation where you feel that there might be a resident or somebody who we would not normally talk to, please let us know at the beginning of the conversation, not at the end of the conversation, so that we can decide as we're going through that conversation if we want to talk to them. I felt bad for that resident today, and that might have gone differently had we known at the beginning of the conversation that he was here. So just moving forward, if staff would let us know at the beginning of the conversation, there might be somebody wants to speak, so that I can talk about it with the council and we can have a heads up, yes, no, and there's an expectation that's realistically set.
Absolutely, yeah. So my understanding is direction from council is not to change anything currently. There's enough flexibility built into the situation, into the.
When Polson, is that his name, Mr. Polson, walked out this evening, I think I heard him express that he felt like what was presented to us was a misrepresentation of what his position is. And I feel like that's what the builders feel sometimes. Like, you're not making the argument I want you to make. You're not presenting the facts I want you to present. And they get frustrated by that. And I can understand that when you feel like there's a point you want to make and you don't get to make it. So that being said, I don't want to completely shut out builders from having an opportunity to make a point that's important. But I think that the way you guys said it was, it should go through staff, and they are the ones that should be making a determination of.
Exactly.
Council, I would like the applicant to present to you on this topic for 4 minutes or 6, whatever it is, and have them present this to you, and then we'll finish up our discussion about it.
The one thing
I think that would probably be the way to do it,
I have to
right?
give a qualifier there, though, because I don't want to say the applicant's opinion. The
Right.
fact that the reason they want to move back to take care of somebody who has cancer, I'm sorry, that doesn't go into this decision-making here. I get, that's a sales pitch to me, right? And I'm sympathetic to that, and we have, some of you guys know what's going on in my family recently. We've got a similar situation, but that doesn't play into zoning decisions, right?
It can't.
So I don't want that sales pitch. I don't want that opinion. I guess I can't speak for anyone else. What I expect of staff is to give me the pertinent facts, right, that affect that decision.
Right.
The fact that he wants to tell us their life story for us to hopefully take into consideration, that's not part of it.
But that's what public comments for.
Like I said afterwards, he can contact us individually, absolutely, and tell me everything he wants to tell me. But for the sake of our meeting, right?
But he certainly can make that in a public comment.
In a public comment.
Absolutely.
There's an opportunity for them to do that. And the developer has that same opportunity during public comment to stand up and be like, hey, I don't think I'm going to get to talk today. Here's my 2 minutes. I'd like to give you my pitch. We can't stop them.
So I actually think that part of, I mean, we're working through efficiency of our meetings, but I actually like that part of it now where they know that they can't speak up unless we have a question, and we look at each other and, yeah, the three of us want them to answer that question, or do we have sufficient information? That part, at least to me, works.
So I think Councilmember Shields suggested that the staff presenter could potentially turn to the developer and ask them to answer a question, or would you like that question to come from council directly?
I actually think there's merit in having staff making a part of that decision. Because if we're going to entrust them to present all this facts to us and make all this up, we should be empowering and supporting them in a decision if they feel like.
Well, if they say, yeah, I don't really know the answer to that, the applicant's here and they can answer that.
Right.
I think staff has done a
Makes
fairly
sense.
decent job of that recently.
But if they get done with the presentation, which has happened in the past, and then turn the applicant and say,
anything
do
else?
you want to hear from them? Is there anything else?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't want.
That's not what we want, right?
Well, I would recommend then, based upon that advice, that we don't need to make any changes to the rules. It would be more of an execution of the existing rules, that just be one thing we
And if there's-
implement as a practice.
And if we want to talk offline about ways that I can better chair that, please let's have a call later this week about how I can better execute that so that we are consistent. But the goal here, my goal is always to be consistent and treat all members fairly. So all parties need to be treated fairly. If we ever do have staff recommend that we get a brief presentation, I would like them to be timed moving forward. So if you are expecting to give somebody to give us a pitch, we don't need a 45-minute pitch. They should be able to do it in 5. I'm willing to give them 10, and I'd like it timed.
And I guess just part of the role of this office is just having to stomach pitches individually occasionally. And if you don't want to do that, then you just say, no, I'll listen to you at the meeting.
Right. I agree.
I just want to point out that Jared talked about meeting efficiency at 11:05 at night.
That, you know, I've told somebody recently that our
And that was
meetings
90
go-
seconds,
frequently go
so-
till like freaking midnight. And they're like, you gotta be kidding
Oh,
me.
all the time. Any further direction, or do you have the direction you need?
Yes, to do nothing.
Okay.
Looks like Michael might have a comment or a
Michael,
question
do you-
for council.
Real quick.
No,
Maybe even
no.
Chase can answer this.
You're not allowed to.
Are these standards applicable for both work session and a regular meeting? So like when an applicant has for example, the rezone, when that comes before you for action in a regular meeting, does the applicant have an opportunity to address the council at that
I
time?
believe they should if we are taking action.
That's part of the procedure.
But there's one part about this process that is extremely frustrating for me before I got to council, and it still frustrates me now.
Say what I'm thinking.
Is the applicant can go on and on and on and on,
We just
and a
have to set a
resident
time
gets 2 minutes. That is such an unfair disparity. It's almost mind-boggling that that's the rule.
Is there any reason why you couldn't limit the presentation from the applicant?
No, you absolutely
Especially if we
could.
just
Yeah.
got a full presentation from
Right.
staff with the pertinent facts, right?
I mean, I think it's beneficial to look at what you're trying to accomplish, right? Our rules actually state, and this is only in the context of a work meeting, that the purpose of that is to openly discuss upcoming council business, receive updates on items already before the council, or to address those items on the work meeting agenda. So if you're able to accomplish those purposes in a limited time, I think that implementing a time frame is absolutely appropriate.
Yeah.
So this particular question is in regards to general meeting, not work meeting, right, Michael? Right, so on an action item,
Right.
the typical order is staff presentation, applicant, and then if it's a public hearing,
Right.
to hear from the public.
Yep.
So Michael's asking, should, or at least, and Steve, I will ask the question, can we limit, because we're getting the presentation from staff, I think we should limit the time that the applicant has.
I agree. I think this would just be my recommendation, is I think you don't necessarily limit it, but the chair has the authority to say, you need to keep your comments to this, or you've gone on long enough, you have 30 more seconds.
Because we
They
don't
can
need to see
absolutely-
the same slides over again and have them repeat everything that staff
Right.
just did, which frequently happens.
And I think that as the chair has the right to, after the public comment, to not allow a rebuttal time from the
Right.
applicant.
Those
Because
are-
that- That's happened before where they'll come up for 10 minutes, you'll get some public comment, and then they'll come in for another 30 minutes and just try and pick apart every single.
Right.
Well, I think part of the issue that we used to have, and
Not a
and we
litigation, right?
we don't anymore, is where we would have that presentation by staff, then the applicant would come up and hand their thumb drive over and show us a completely different report than what was actually submitted, and we have squashed that, obviously, which has certainly helped. But I think that they still linger in the fact that that used to be the format, and they feel like they get up and still tell story time again of, how we started on this process, 4.5 years ago, and now here we are today and everything in between. But I think I'd really like the suggestion of is that, they give the opportunity, but as, the chair, they can be directed that they have X amount of time in order to make that presentation, or the chair tell them, all right, you've been on for 10 minutes, wrap it up.
I would like a recommendation on what we would consider a reasonable amount of time for these presentations from you and staff, on what we think, when we allow it, what a reasonable time would be. I'd like that to be sent out in a memo to the council so that we can all look at it. And if there's no dissent on that, I will start enforcing that moving forward.
I will make a devil's advocate comment. Because I've had these exact same frustrations sitting in there and being the resident, stand up, I get my 2 minutes, sit down, and then after they come back up and say more and more, that's frustrating to me. But I do believe that they have gone through the process and they've paid their money, sometimes very substantial amount of money to be in the process. So there has to be a respectful time period that they can respectfully present what they need to present, because I do respect that part of
Long
the
enough that
process.
They can go into story time.
Exactly,
That's where-
exactly. Respectfully present your proposal and sit down. And then, but I don't think that there should be rebuttal time. I think they
And they
sit
shouldn't.
down and then it's public.
But they shouldn't need a ton of time if staff's done their job correctly.
For sure.
We've gotten all the facts, we've gotten all the information, we've seen all the data, you know, we've heard all the information. There might be some sprinkles that they want to put on top. Okay, you got 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever that is, right?
And I was
But-
just going to say the same thing, Steve, is I think staff has done a really good job of taking the direction they've had over time,
Yeah.
honing those presentations and getting the pertinent information in there to where, again, that thorough process has been done. There shouldn't be a ton of additional information that really needs to be provided, but they certainly have the opportunity to make some clarifying points on maybe some of those bigger type projects.
Yeah.
And I agree with you.
Absolutely.
I will say credit where credit's due to Councilwoman Martin on the neighborhood meetings program that we instituted a while back. Those neighborhood meetings, I think, resolves a lot of the issues ahead of time. And so it's been a long time since we've sat through 3 hours of somebody, of resident after resident taking 2 minutes to be upset about something.
I know, but the good thing was then we had people in our meetings.
That's true.
I do want to mention,
It
sorry,
helps
one
when
more
there's
thing. This
a
is
public
little
health
bit-
order in
This is
place
a
that
really
doesn't allow
productive
anyone to attend.
conversation.
This is a little bit
really
off
great.
of the main, of the core crux of this, but it was mentioned earlier tonight. We have an organized group of residents, right? If you've ever been at that podium for the first time ever,
Oh my
make
gosh.
a comment, it's nerve wracking, and you only have 2 minutes.
Yep.
Like, this affects, like, the most valuable investment you've ever made in your life, your home, and you have 2 minutes, right? To make all the points you need to try to impress on these people, right, to see it your way. That's so intimidating, and you've seen so many people struggle with that. And then to be cut off, right? I like giving someone more time if they've taken the time to go to neighborhood meetings and organize a group of people and educate themselves on topics, to give them a little bit more time to make those points that the others in their group don't feel comfortable standing up
And
here.
just so you know, Cody Crowell, who presented tonight, he really has been representing large number, like his whole street had basically
they
said,
got
Cody, go
5
speak
minutes.
for us, you know.
Well, so we that was a planning commission thing that we really haven't done here in a long time. I haven't really done it at all since I've been here. I'm okay with that. The problem is there's this idea that, oh, well, I'm gonna represent people so I get more time. And it's hard for me to distinguish at the time when we're sitting here whether or not that person actually represents a group of people. If ahead of time they've gone to staff and staff is like, just so you know, he's here representing 30 people, you know, that's a whole different story. And I'm
How
absolutely against that.
do they know they need to do that?
Well, but that's why we haven't done it, is
And-
because that way we're consistent.
The only thing is, I don't think we get enough comments that, you know what I mean? Like, if we had 50 people out there, I could see saying, but if we only have a few, I think we could have some leeway and
With
if
6 or
he-
7
If he
people.
stands up and says, I represent, I think.
Can
we
I
just
make a
err.
recommendation too? I think you need to distinguish between public comment period and actual public hearings. Because public hearings have a little bit stricter
Yes.
guidelines under statute, whereas public comment is a little more just kind of off the cuff, can bring up anything you want to,
And
right?
that 2 minute limit is sufficient
Yeah.
for public comment, but
Right.
public hearings.
Public hearings, it might be worth extending
makes
time for
sense,
someone
yeah.
because it is something that substantially
Specific.
impacts
Let
them.
me make sure, public comment, you think we should limit, and public hearing we should extend? Or public hearing we should limit, and public comment we should extend?
Your first option. So I'm recommending that, or suggesting maybe that you look at extending the time for a public hearing.
Public hearing.
Yeah.
I think the other thing that I can do is at the beginning of a meeting, if we think there's gonna be a lot of public hearing, before the public comment, I can, Jackie can always make a comment, so go for it, Jackie.
You have 2 minutes. Public comment policy and procedure, a spokesperson who represents a group has 5 minutes to speak. And that is not just for planning commission, that is for city council. It is on every city council agenda.
Really?
It is.
I
Okay,
thought so.
I absolutely believe, I have not seen it on one of these, so can we add it to the ones?
It's
that
in
you
the
had us?
fine print of every agenda that is published. It's not on your meeting
I believe you,
outline.
I absolutely believe you, Jackie, you are never wrong.
I wouldn't go that far.
So we do allow for that provision
But-
for
Right.
public comment and public hearing then?
But doesn't it say recognized group? So the problem is, I'm put in a situation where
The actual
I don't know.
statement says, "The chair will allow an individual 2 minutes to address the council. A spokesperson recognized as representing a group in attendance may be allowed up to 5 minutes."
may be allowed
This,
up to.
this policy also applies to all public hearings.
So we have that in policy already.
So,
And that's easy. I'm representing a group. Those of you that are represented by him, raise your hand.
well, but
Well, what if they send?
COVID.
Oh, they're not, right, that's right.
So, and that's the problem, is I get
COVID,
put in a situation just assuming everybody.
I would say this, if there's somebody here who says, I'm representing a group of people, and there's only 4 people here, just give them the 5 minutes, right? It doesn't matter. If it's packed in here, and everybody wants to have their minutes, and somebody's saying they're representing a group, then we gotta really say, which group are you representing? Can you show us who, you know?
I think most people would just simply not lie about that, just so
You can
they
ask
get
Clint, the first planning commission meeting I came to, I was there with 300 of my best friends. And 5 of us walked up and said, we're representing all these
Yeah,
people.
I remember.
Yep, I did the same thing. First time I did it, I had 140 residents that I was representing. I get it, but I also had a list of all 140 people ready to show the city council, so they knew I was representing.
Well, Cody did. I mean, you can see it in his emails. Yeah. They've all put their names.
They've
in
been
there.
sending emails to us.
So, I think we're probably getting a minutia that, I think I get the intent of what this body would like. I will do my best to use my discretion to allow those individuals representing groups to have a little bit more time. It's just one of those things where, unfortunately, sometimes I have to make a judgment call in the middle of a meeting, and sometimes I may not get it right. So I just ask for some patience with me if that happens.
I think my 90 seconds are up. So.
Are you ready for a motion?
I'm ready to move into closed session, yeah, absolutely.
Adjourn.
Nope.
All right. I'll motion to temporarily recess the city council work meeting to convene in a closed session for the purpose to discuss pending or reasonable imminent litigation and the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property as provided by Utah Code annotated 52-4-205.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, Jared? Why asking first? Clint?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. We have moved in closed session.
Are we changing venues or are we staying in here?
Are we staying here or are we going to the other room?
I think considering how many people can hear us out there,
We should probably go in the other
I
room.
think we should go in the other room.
We'll go in the other room. You're just assuming they can't hear us from that room.
And once we get in there, Chase, you have 60 seconds.
You got it.
You know, to be fair though, the